manage your business because so much is going online, so much is going virtual, so much is going to be AI based. And I think that, so point one, you need to start learning to understand code.
I think I'm gonna disagree. Respectfully, oh, she's a big wig and I'm just me.
Hey, I was
But
about to say,
it's like a person in
700,000
the
employees.
streets is listening to somebody that's in the C-suite say something, and the person in the street says, that's not what's going on in the streets. This business podcast, the Two Business Guys Mastermind, uncovers for you secrets and share tips and tricks to entrepreneurship as they mastermind on how to have startup, operational, and overall business success so that you can go on to get better results. Enjoy. So, Rob, really, what should we be concentrating on? What should business people be doing right now with all that stuff that's happening? The world is seemingly blowing up. I'm hearing words about the AI recession. And you had
Yep.
somebody comment. So tell us, what should businesses be
Hmm.
doing right now?
Yeah. So I was listening to an article recently, or it was an interview actually with Julie Sweet, and she is the chairman CEO of Accenture. Used to be
Mhm.
Arthur Anderson consulting firm,
Mhm.
workforce development firm, all the rest of those types of things. One of the things that they do, they have about 700,000 employees now. So she was talking about, workforce development, training needs, reskilling needs, all the rest of that. One of the things that she was saying is that if you are in business at all, if you're in anything in business and uh, what's the word? Bringing product or bringing things to market, all the rest of that type of stuff. He said that coding and understanding coding languages is going to be as necessary a skill in the 21st century as literacy was in the 20th century. And so, for those of you all that don't remember, a lot of America was illiterate back at the turn of the century, 1800s to the 1900s. And literacy, schools, everybody going to school, compulsory education, everything is one of the things that drove the American economic engine in our ability to become the number one dominant producer in the world. And what she said was understanding coding language, not being able to code, not sitting there and being like a computer
Oh,
programmer or a
okay.
video game designer, none of that type of stuff. Not that, but just your understanding of what the languages are, how to speak them, how to use them, how to lead people, how to ask for what you need in them, all the rest of that type of stuff. That type of coding literacy was going to be necessary in the 21st century for business owners even more so because you're going to need to lead developers and coders to manage your business because so much is going online, so much is going virtual, so much is going to be AI based. And I think that, so point one, you need to start learning to understand code.
I think I'm gonna disagree. Respectfully, oh, she's a big wig and I'm just me.
Hey, I was
But
about to say,
it's like a person in
700,000
the
employees.
streets is listening to somebody that's in the C-suite say something, and the person in the street says, that's not what's going on in the streets, right? So I liken it to
Yeah,
that kind of pushback.
yeah,
It's like, but here in
yeah.
the streets, here's what's going on. And
Hmm.
I probably have, I don't know, maybe 4 to 5 newsletters that deal strictly with AI.
Hmm.
I look at on a daily basis, probably 4 to 5 to 6 different people in the AI space. And what I see coming is I'm not going to need to do any of that. I'm not going to need to do that. I'm going to have to be aware that it's being done, but I'm going to have, and this is where I wanted to kind of take this conversation, everybody. I think business owners should be thinking about generative AI, which is different than regular AI. So that's like the very grown up version of
Hmm.
ChatGPT.
Hmm.
ChatGPT says,
Hmm.
hey, put some stuff in there. I'm a large language model. I will do X. Whereas
Hmm.
I was literally using one of my AI agents, and I use Harper AI and I use a couple other ones. And I just said, Harper, look at this page and tell me what the heck are they talking about. And Harper says, okay, because it can read the page. This is the agent.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Mm-hmm.
I says, okay, what are they talking about? I says, pull out all the keywords from this page. Let's just,
Mm-hmm.
so it just, okay, here are all the keywords. And I says, now create me a sequel to these. What should I be talking about on top of that? Now,
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to know, I don't even have to have written the page. I just got an
Mm-hmm.
AI agent that I now can employ to go do that
Yeah.
for me. Now,
Yeah. No,
so
I don't disagree with
that
you. And
I don't know a line of code,
but I will disagree on
any of that.
this point. But go ahead. I won't. Yep.
So
Yep.
this is where I'm
So here's
thinking,
what I was saying.
and generative AI is different. And we're seeing just
Yeah.
slightly parts of it now. It's nothing like we have ever seen in terms of, and it's going to be way bigger, in my opinion,
Oh yeah.
than
Oh
the
yeah.
internet,
Oh
in
yeah.
my opinion.
Yeah. I
Once
agree
they
with
get
you.
more
Now,
compute power.
here's what I would tell you. Here's what I would tell you. There were still illiterate people in the 20th century, and they still worked jobs, and they still made a living, and they still, some of them played in the NFL. Right? Right? The famous stories about dudes that couldn't read because even though they had college degrees, right? But here's the thing that I will tell you, and so something to give you, because I think everything Randy just said about AI, just for y'all watching, is amazing. I agree. Something that you don't know, I don't think we talked about this offline yet. But one of the things that I'm doing right now is I'm working with a group. I'm taking a class to become an AI certified specialist to train groups that are trying to build AI. So everything you're talking about, right? The person that builds that is, it's a whole different beast, right? There's data scientists, and then there's how does the AI learn, how does it do all this type of stuff, and it's a lot of stuff that we're learning. One of the cool things about understanding it is this: if you're running a business and you don't know what AI can do, you have to trial and error it to figure out, oh, it can do this, and oh, it can do that, and oh, it can do this, and oh, it can do that. And then once you figure out, oh, it can do these kind of two, three, four things, now you can start to make that work in your business, and it can help you. And it's incremental growth, it's linear growth.
Mm-hmm.
But in just this one course that I've learned, and there's a couple other ones, there's a generative AI course that I'm going to take, there's a quantum learning course and a machine learning course. There's a couple other things that I'm going to be taking, because part of our conversations on AI was like, I need to learn this. I need to get
Mm-hmm.
ahead of the curve on
Mm-hmm.
this thing. Here's what I can tell you: the business applications for AI, right? So for example, just to give you an idea of what this looks like, Netflix employs AI professionals, and they're getting paid $400,000 to $500,000 a year as AI professionals. So Netflix has one of the best kind of generative AIs that exists. What it does, and it's really not. It's a oh god, it's a content filtering AI.
Mm-hmm.
And the content filter is, it takes your likes and dislikes and the things you watch and all the rest of that, and it puts it into all of the billion people that they got on Netflix and all, and it makes recommendations that are better and better tailored towards you.
Sure.
And it's able to do that because there are people behind the scenes that understand this stuff, that again aren't writing code. They just understand how to tell the people who are writing the code what to write and how to write it, because they understand what it can do, because
Sure.
they're literate
Yeah, they're
on it.
machine
And so
learners. I get it.
I want to be very clear. I think what you're talking about, Randy, is I don't want to do the work. You don't need to do the work, but you need to speak the language so you can talk to the people that's going to do the work. And I'll give it to you like this: if you remember back in the day when there was the trope where everybody's housekeeper was some Latin person from Central America, that was the whole idea in Southern
Uh-huh.
California. Everybody had a Latin American housekeeper. There's a different output that you can get if you speak Spanish when you got a Latin housekeeper than there is if you speak English and the
Okay.
housekeeper speaks broken English.
There's something to that.
For
Sure.
all y'all out there that's speaking broken English while you trying to have your AI do stuff,
Yeah,
that's okay. You good. But
I understand.
here's another stat that I want to throw at you that I heard. They said that AI will replace 80% of sales jobs in the next 20 years.
Rob, get this, to your point, I did a workshop for SBDC the other day. And in this work, here was the title of my workshop: Using AI in Social Media for a Small Business. Now, that was just my on-ramp, because what I really wanted to talk about, and it was standing room only, bro, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they did a good job of getting people to the thing. And they ushered people from that in a big event that they were having. It was like a resource fair or something like that, to like the rooms. And it was, and the beautiful part was I was in a room that I teach in anyway, because it was in the same building. So I knew all the little, dips in the floor and all that kind of stuff. And I was
Mm-hmm.
in my element, brother. But anyway, so my point is that on this, in this workshop, I talked about some AI that they knew and some stuff they had never even heard of. Now, I've gotten business from that. I've gotten book business and everything. So I go through this list, man. But when I was compiling it and coming across it and looking at it, I discovered one, and I talked about this one, that actually Klarna. Have you heard of the retail spot Klarna? I think we talked a little bit about that. And
Mm-hmm.
they use basically open AI. Now, they pay millions of dollars, but as a result of spending millions of dollars, and they're kind of going right, they have the kind of clout where they go right to OpenAI and says, I
Mm-hmm.
need this. And OpenAI says, no
Yep.
problem. We got you.
Yep.
Right now.
Yeah.
Um, and then, so anyway, 700, they were able to use their AI to do the work of 700 customer service agents. 700.
Yep.
So in the room got quiet. So I don't know
Yep.
who's in customer service. And get this. So then I go and show a couple of examples of an AI that listens to you and then answers
Mm-hmm.
you. So now, wait, what? Yeah. And that's coming from your buddies over there at Grok. This is Tesla and Grok.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, it's trained in a different way. So, but anyway, so you combine that with this, and somebody calls in on the phone and they're talking to it, but it's trained on your stuff. So your
Mm-hmm.
SOPs, all your information, all the things that you're supposed to say, all the things you're supposed to answer. I don't need that person over there for, I don't care if they are in
Exactly.
India for $7 an hour. I don't need it, because I'm paying this
Don't need it anymore.
AI. I have someone that can engage with it. I literally went and bought the other day a bot maker for my business.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And
I'll tell you,
just so it
I
sits
just,
on my website now and can answer questions
yep.
based on, here are things I think people might ask. Here's enough information for you to like and answer questions for them.
Exactly. Tony Robbins, I was just on a event that he did recently. He just released something. He literally has a Tony AI where he's put in all of the business coaching and all of the stuff that he's done from different programs. And it literally, it's an app. And if you're in the coaching program, you can type
Get
in a
access to it.
question and you'll get a Tony Robbins answer.
Mhm. Yeah, trained on his style. And in certain cases, we can go right over there to Hey Jen. And I was telling somebody I got some business from this. So I'm talking to him yesterday. And they says, hey, how can and I can't say what kind of business, but this, I says, you can make that animal on there. You can make its lips move. Like, what? I says, yeah. I
Yep.
said, so now
Yep.
you have an interactive people come to your website and they interact with the animal.
Mm-hmm,
Imagine
mm-hmm.
that.
Now, here's what I will tell you. And this goes back to the point that I made at the beginning. I think you'll agree with me once we get to the end, and that was this. All of that is coming out. It's going to be in the marketplace. Now, you and I, we've built websites, we've built, we've dealt with Chat GPT from the beginning, from the onset. We've been kind of at the vanguard of a lot of this stuff. We understand a lot. I would say more even than the average person dealing with
Mhm.
computers, right? I was writing HTML websites back in 97 when I was in college, right?
I
Like,
was
so,
not, but I know some stuff
but you've
now.
done more over the last 10 years than I've done. So you caught up, right? But in that space, for those of you all who just understand how to use your computer, who understand Facebook, who understand Instagram, all the rest of that, but you don't speak the language. I think the one thing that we have to be very careful of and be very wary of for ourselves is you and I are literate in programming, planning, right, computers, etc.
Mhm.
I may not want to do the stuff, but I can build a website.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like doing it, but I can do it. I can build a landing page. I can edit video. I can do a lot of those things. I'm literate in these things already. And what I'm saying is, for us, we know what we need Chat GPT or whatever AI or whatever to do. But for those of you all that are out there that are listening, that haven't started using these things yet, that haven't started testing and training and having conversations, I've written blog posts, I've written emails, right? You hit me to another one that just popped up with our other partner, the voice note, right? That one, amazing. I've already voice texted to it and had it write emails and had it write to-do lists and had it do things. And then I could take that and put it in Chat GPT and have it do something else with another thing that I've already pre-programmed. So like if you're at that level where you already know, then this ain't for you. Don't worry about it. You're already relatively literate. You're gonna be good. But if you're listening to everything that we talking about, you like, whoa, wait, what? Huh? You did what? Oh, I just went on Chat GPT and like had it write an email for me. I haven't done like 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 papers and this and that, right? If you haven't used these things, the AI revolution is happening. And coding from websites to landing pages to funnels to the entire interaction, your customers are being trained to not deal with people before they're ready to buy, and to even not deal with people until after they've bought. And if you don't know how to create your business in such a way, if you don't know how to lead the people that are going to create those things so that you don't have to interact with them, remember, 80% of sales jobs are going to go away. What is a salesperson's job? Salesperson's job is to uncover value of a project or a product in such a way that it makes the person feel like they want to give their money for that thing. That's going away. As a person-to-person thing, there's going to be a lot more interaction with person-like things.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
because I don't
AI
care
can be
who
very
I interact with
person-like.
nowadays, as long as I get my answers.
Exactly. Customer service centers and call centers are actually what created this beginning, because I don't need to know the person. I just got to call a number and it's going to be somebody that's going to treat me nice. And guess what? AI can do that.
Yeah.
But it can only do it for your business. You said something really, really powerful. And if you can program it, if you can put all of your SOPs, all of your stuff, all of the information, again, you got to be literate enough to know what it needs so that it can do what it needs to do. Otherwise, you're going to have to pay somebody that is literate.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the key, and this is what I teach all my leadership people. If you don't know enough to lead that person, then you don't know enough to make sure they're doing the job right.
Well, I love that, Rob. I do, because that's an opening for people in your space. And everything, and if you notice, everything's got serial AI. It's like, what, there's AI in my cereal? I mean, so leadership in the age of AI, in my estimation, because who am I leading now? Given the fact that, okay, people are trying to, CEOs and all these folks, man, they got this real estate and all that kind of stuff. They've been trying to force people back to work and all that kind of stuff in the age of AI. Then they get back to work and they get laid off. Right? Mm-hmm. We're seeing a lot of that. So why don't we just leave people alone? Let them sit at the house and enjoy their life or whatever it is, right? But what about leaders? Who are they going to lead? In the age of AI, I think, and this is just a test, man. I think you should just test this. I think you should just float that one. We do leadership training in the age of AI. Just something like that. And then, because now, and then you can bring in your team of people that know a little bit about this, whatever it is, right? They're going to need help. And I think they're going to need a lot of help, because
now you understand why I'm studying AI.
I'm saying, I believe that they're fearful, because and we saw this in a couple of statements that some AI folks said. They said, you're only going to need 3 people in your company. You're going to need the CEO, maybe a COO, maybe a CTO. So CEO is just going to be kind of thinking of what we should do next. COO is going to make sure they get it done. And the CTO, right? CTO is going to be the person that gathers all of the software and the AI and all that stuff. Yep. Then Sam Altman, I think, hopefully, Sam, I'm not misquoting you here, but said that, we're going to see a one person billion company. One
Mm-hmm.
person, billion-dollar company
Mm-hmm.
soon. He
Mm-hmm.
said that. I went over, I got the site called There's an AI for that. Or maybe it
Yeah.
used to
No,
be an
I
app
agree
for
with you.
that.
It
And I went over
it'll
there and just
definitely
started
be that.
looking into that. A
It'll
one
definitely be that.
person,
And here's what
billion
here's
dollar
what I will
company.
caveat on top of that. That person will be fluent in coding language.
Perhaps. It may come from the coding industry because they know it. Yeah. But I think it's
And
going to be
again, I
some,
didn't say
I think it's
that. I
going to be
didn't
some
be clear.
some
I didn't say
lazy
they're going to come from the
entrepreneur.
coding industry. Yeah, I didn't say they're going to come from the coding industry. Hear me clearly.
You
I
say he's
said they
going
will
to,
be
no,
fluent
I don't
in the
think so.
coding language. As a matter of fact, I don't think it'll be a coder. I think, like you said, it'll be an
Yeah.
amazing entrepreneur that is fluent in code language.
Mm. Okay, y'all heard it here. Put something in the comments. Who do you think is going to be right on this? I don't think they're going to be fluent in coding language. I think they're going to just know how to gather resources. And I think they're going to know how to leverage the utilization of generative AI agents. Now, I think that
Mhm.
here's an example. I never liked Zapier. Sorry, Zapier, but I tested you a long time ago, and I was sending zaps, and they would break and all this kind of stuff. And if some zap breaks in the middle of all the stuff that you got zapping, you got a problem, right? So,
Yeah.
so, but Zapier has been killing the game behind the scenes, and I've been watching them. So I may become a fan in the future because they've been in the AI space. They've been basically saying, you don't need to go over to ChatGPT and create a custom GPT. We got you. Now they're basically going to find a way to monetize it in a different way, right? Now,
Mm-hmm.
ChatGPT or
Mm-hmm.
OpenAI, they've already moved on. They're saying, you know what? I think we're going to integrate search into what we do. So now who does that now? Perplexity. Perplexity does that right now. I love Perplexity, man, because it has that added component of search and also
Mm-hmm.
answer engines. You see
Mm-hmm.
where I'm going
Mm-hmm.
with this? So now
Yep.
OpenAI says, I think we're going to go over there. Now, for Google is getting smashed. Their business model is changing. And guess what? People that own websites and blogs and all kinds of, they're suffering because now
Yep.
Google is saying, we got to maintain our money. We got to maintain our dominance in search. So now they're going over to big places like Medium and Quora and Reddit. And actually, they got a little agreement with Reddit. So what's happening now? Small folks that I
Mm-hmm.
got the little blog, they're not ranking anymore. Their sites are being de-indexed, all of that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
OpenAI comes along and says, I think we can do better. Next thing you know, this is my opinion, and this is what I believe. Within the 5 years, Google will be like MySpace. I said that somewhere. I
Here's
don't know
what
if we were talking, but it's going to be
I
like
like. I like.
MySpace.
I like.
Google will
I like what
be
you said.
like MySpace.
I like what you said. No, here's where I push back. In 5 years, Google will be like Bing.
Uh, mm, mm. So Bing will
And the
have Bing is
Bing
already
will have
talking
turned
about.
into Google.
Yeah,
Bing will have turned into Google because Microsoft owns OpenAI and they also own Bing.
well, they don't
And
own them,
when
but
Bing entered,
they
you
did
do.
give them like multi-billions of dollars. Anyway,
They are the majority shareholder.
it's like you work for us. Here's 15 billion. So
Exactly.
kind of
Just
do what
kidding.
we say,
But
okay?
in that space, right? And there's already a Bing integration with OpenAI that they got in the works and all the rest of that type of stuff. But
Oh yeah, yeah,
one
yeah.
of the things that will happen is um, um, Microsoft will get its resurgence, I believe, into this space that you're talking about that OpenAI is in, and Google will be the also ran kind of like Bing was with Google, where even though it's ubiquitous everywhere, it's on every computer, don't nobody use it, they just go straight to Google. And then I think that Google will buy one of the other players. That's my
I'm in agreement with that, especially given the fact that, like I say, Perplexity and all these other places are just like nipping at their heels and doing a good job. I actually, man,
Mhm.
quite frankly, I go to Perplexity
Mhm.
and I don't go to Google like I used to. And everybody is saying that.
Mm,
I just don't use the search engine
interesting.
because I'll go and say Perplexity. I not only want to see the answer, but where did you get this answer? Because it'll show you that. And then it'll also give you, here are some next questions that you might want to ask. So I'm like,
Mm,
okay, click. Right. And then it shows me that. And I go, that's pretty interesting. But all that time I'm off
nice.
Google. I'm off search. Now you let OpenAI, and here's something, man, that a lot of people aren't talking about this. Google would love to charge us for search. And they had even talked
Yeah.
about that. They floated, I heard this, it was like in the streets, and they floated we're gonna maybe charge for our AI, blah, blah, blah. And people were like, what? That's like having a free phone number, and they'd be like, you gonna charge me to have a phone number? Right?
Exactly.
But
They messed up because they
OpenAI
cultured everybody
already
to not get
has you for
charged.
$20. Now they says, oh, and by the
Hmm.
way, we're coming out with a Google-like feature, search. So, so wait a minute. You're already getting money from me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they already did
Yeah.
it.
Google would be good. Google would be smart if they went and branded something else and then had a Google feature and it was a company that they already owned and did the same type of thing.
Yeah, the Whirlpool Maytag moment, right? So, and Google's sitting on a whole bunch of
Exactly.
money, a whole bunch of cash. And somebody was telling
Exactly.
me,
I mean,
somebody
they still
argued
own
with me.
YouTube.
I mean, they own all kinds of stuff, but YouTube is becoming kind of a place to be, right? All this junk on there, and people from
Yeah.
traditionals, they're going on there starting up stuff, trying to get that money. Don't get me wrong, I got like
Hmm.
several channels on YouTube, and I'm doing what I can, but that ain't the point. You start seeing a
Exactly.
lot of
Like
these
y'all should be watching
areas.
this on YouTube right now, just over a click.
Yeah, you see all these people, man, that are coming into these areas, and you just go, this is becoming a cesspool of nothingness.
Yeah.
So, what's going to come out and entertain me and excite me in a whole different way? Facebook thought it was going to be metaverse. It was not.
Here's the
So I
thing, and
wouldn't
this is
count them
again,
out, but
I agree with you. No, not even that. And this is, just last note for y'all that are out there, because we've gone around a lot of different places, but the one thing you want to pay attention to is how people are able to pivot. Metaverse, as you said, is one of those things that, for what it was touted to be when it first started, is, you know, we a lot of people say it's a flop. But again, in that same interview that started this conversation, when I heard the lady talking, Julie Sweet talking about what Accenture is doing, what they are doing in the metaverse, which is, I think, phenomenal, is what they have done. And I think this is where the metaverse is going to go. The metaverse is going to be the event space of the future. What they're able to do in the metaverse right now. If you ever saw Ready Player One, the Steven Spielberg
mm-hmm,
movie,
mm-hmm.
that type of idea, what they're able to do in the metaverse now, what Accenture is doing is they may have people all over the world getting hired for the same job. They can put all of those people, whether they're co-located or not, and they did this during COVID, right? They would put 30 people in a room to do your training like if you were at the office, and you can see all 30 people in the room. But the way that it's set up is, you only hear, like, you're not hearing all 30 conversations going on at once. If you're near this group in your metaverse space, you hear these three conversations just like if you was in a room. And if you want to focus your attention and you look over here, then you can focus in and hear, or walk over. Like, they are really recreating areas. And so, in the training, in the development, in the knowledge sharing space, in schools, in universities, right, in all of these types of spaces, I think the metaverse is going to kill, because one of the things that it does is it's going to eliminate travel times for things that are not necessary to be in person.
There it is. So
And now
get out of the
it's
commercial business, commercial
right.
real estate
Commercial real
business
estate
now.
business. Right. And now what it's going to do is they're going to go after the big ones, because it's not going to be the little mom and pops or anything like that. It's going to be like, I think I have a colleague that she used to be the safety director at Miami-Dade College. Miami-Dade College had 105,000 students. Miami-Dade Community College, right? This is Miami, down in Miami. They had 105,000 students. I think Mesa Community College does that. Arizona State has, something stupid like 110,000 students,
Mm-hmm.
like online students or whatever the case may be. These groups that have all of these disparate bunches that are doing online classes right now. And you know the deal. Zoom is nice, but Zoom doesn't give you the same in-person feel. I think the metaverse, I think that's where they pivoted to. And they're getting buku dollars from the Accentures of the world. Like I said, they got
Yeah.
Accenture has
See,
700,000 employees. I think they hired an extra 300,000 employees from 2019 to now.
see, there's something interesting. So, to our original conversation, original topic, what should businesses be doing right now? I floated it on LinkedIn, and it was showing. It was, I can't remember the headline that I put on there, but and I literally says, so what niche should we be in now? That's all I said. What niche should we be in now?
Yeah.
This right here is changing everything, everyone. Keep your eyes
Yeah.
open. It's going to move at breakneck pace. Now,
Yes.
I tell you what, the
Yeah.
two business guys, we're masterminding about. And it's going to, and I think we should probably shift our narrative how we then can harness it, period.
Yes.
Over at Our
That's
Bridge
awesome.
Business Institute, man, this is I am literally even Monetize Your Life Academy is I think it's changing to
Mhm.
Monetize Your Life AI, Monetize Your Life with
Mhm.
AI, right? Still got the
Yeah.
Mila, but
Yeah.
it's Monetize Your Life with AI, right?
With AI.
Monetize Your
Yeah.
Life with AI for people over 40. Monetize your life for, I mean, really, because
Yeah.
I'll give you an example, and we're going to wrap it up, y'all. With people that are older, they've accumulated massive amounts of information in files and all this kind of stuff. Here's something I did just the other day, Rob. This is going to freak you out. So I took a couple of PDFs that I had on my computer, and hopefully y'all stayed around to the end to just hear this. I took a
Mhm.
couple of PDFs, older ones, like stuff that I, forgot about. Took two or three of them, put them into ChatGPT. I use ChatGPT because it allows me to put a whole bunch of information in there, and I pay for it, right? I pay for the ChatGPT 4. And I says, hey, ChatGPT, take a look at all of this information on this on these PDF. It was writings, it was some random writings, some ideas, some walk and talks, all that kind of stuff. Look at this. And I says, I want a a 20 chapter book only using these words. Do not plagiarize. Don't go out and grab no other words from the outside, just from here, just from all these. I says, now you can structure it the way you want to, but here is the basic topic. I want H1 and H2 headings, but only pull, and I said it like 3 or 4 times, only pull from these words inside. You can mix and match, pull. Now that's how we should be using. And bro, this thing kicked me out a 29 chapter book. Now I had to, so everybody that's listening to this, this is where you're a little bit older, whatever, you've accumulated all these little bits and pieces of information, how you can repurpose that now. All these ideas, that's another one I did. I took some ideas. It says, make this make sense. Put it in the right order.
Mhm.
Here's what you should be thinking
Mhm.
about. Here's the grade level I want it to be written in. Here's how I want the headings to look. And then afterwards, do a table of contents.
Mhm.
Are you kidding me right now? Now, I could have also instructed it and, where appropriate, use DALL-E to create an image that goes along with that. But I just said, I just want to see if this works. So I sat there and watched it. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't sleep. I says, do this. It started creating, got 3 chapters in, stop. And I said,
Continue.
continue. It continued. And then I looked at it and it says, the chapters are thin because it has a tendency to give you like, 5 paragraph chapters. And I says, no,
Mhm.
each chapter should have at least 1,000 words and only use what's in these PDFs so
Mhm.
that it's your stuff. So
Mhm.
it continued 29 chapters later or 26 chapters later. My book is done. It took me
Mhm.
45 minutes. Came from my stuff.
Yep.
And I had junk stuff in there. So now I'm looking at it, I'm going, well, that's good. I don't have no editor now. I don't have to deal with that. So table of contents done. Next is put it in a format. Let's send it. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put it there. Now, let's take this apart. And I says, create this, and this from.
Mhm.
Bro,
Mhm.
bro.
That is the
That
power.
game changer, everybody. So imagine if you're in your 40s, 50s, and you've done some stuff. You've got some knowledge beneath you. And you just sit there
Mhm.
for the rest of your life and repurpose using
There
your
you go.
GPTs, repurpose.
Now, here's the key. What are you going to need to be able to do that? Literacy.
You're just going to need a GPT that's literate.
Yeah, you're going to need
And
to know,
get this,
you're going to
I told my
have the
GPT,
literacy of the GPT.
I told him to get rid of
You
all
got
the
to prompt it
ums,
right.
get rid of all the
Yep.
ahs, get rid of all the mistakes,
Hmm.
get rid of all the squiggly red lines. So
Yep.
now I don't
There's
have
going
to.
to be AI literacy that's going to come too, because all of those
That
promptings,
part,
again,
Rob, yes,
because we've
you're
done
gonna have
so
that
much.
AI literacy, but
Exactly.
not computer programming
Exactly.
literacy, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's it, y'all.
Yep. All right. Talk soon.
We'll see you next time. If somebody came to me and says, "Hey, I would like to do this for your company. I would like to come in and I would like to use your tools, your AI tools, to go out there and bring all of your ideas and what you're doing in business to the marketplace." This business podcast, the Two Business Guys Mastermind, uncovers for you secrets and share tips and tricks to entrepreneurship as they mastermind on how to have startup, operational, and overall business success so that you can go on to get better results. Rob, what will make you pay somebody $2,000 a month for an idea if they brought it to you right now?
I love it. I love it. So for me right now, something for it to be worth 2 grand a month for me, this is my entrepreneur brain. If it's worth 2 grand for me to pay for it, I need to be able to make at least 4 grand off of the idea.
So whatever it is,
At least I would like to be able to make 20 grand off of the idea, but I will, the bare minimum is a 2x that I've got to be able to flip it and make double my money.
so they can come to you and says, "Hey, I've looked at your business. I believe I can XXX this amount," right? I shouldn't XXX, right? I should probably say 4X, 5X this amount
Right.
that I'm going to be charging you. So anyway, you're looking at any
Yeah.
part of your business. All right. This is what I want us to talk
Yeah.
about today is how we can, one of these big ideas is that there are so many different things that I think entrepreneurs could do to get to a $2,000 a month. Let's just start off small, $2,000 to $10,000 to $100,000 a month. This is what I think. Now I'm super
Right.
busy. I got all kind of other stuff going on. So I decided to just open up my
Mm-hmm.
vault of ideas. And I want us to be talking to startups about how they can go out there right now. Here's an idea that you can go out there and start creating. And I'm going to say big money, right? 10, 20,
Yeah.
30 grand a month. I want to share a couple ideas with you. You tell me what you think. Okay. One of the first ones, if somebody came to me and says, "Hey, I would like to do this for your company. I would like to come in and I would like to use your tools, your AI tools, to go out there and bring all of your ideas and what you're doing in business to the marketplace." So wait a minute. You want to use the tools that I've already paid for, that I am now doing this. This is what I'm doing, Rob. I found this to be the case. I'm trading time for tools. But guess what? I'm trading time for tools that take my time.
Yep.
Because I got to learn a tool. I got to use a tool. But I still found, guess what? I'm still trading time.
Yep. Because then you
If
got to
they
go do
came
the
to
work
me,
on the other side.
if they came to me and says, "Hey, listen, I'll use your tools and I'll get you to where you want to go." So that's one of
Yes.
the other ones. Here's another one, Rob. Check this one out. And this is what y'all listening into this, right? And I'm gonna create a sheet for you that you can download. That here it is. Now, if you want to partner us on some of these things, because I might spin them up real fast, so y'all either get to them before I do. Here's another one. Because people they say to themselves, "Hey, I'm an idea person. I'm an idea person. I'm an idea person." Okay, well then you be the execution person. So what if you were an ideas to where they're trying to go broker? So I'm going to say income. People want to use their ideas to make money, right? So
Mm-hmm.
ideas to income broker. What do? You says, what's your idea? We're going to get you there. It's what you do with businesses now saying, I'm going to come into your company and I'm going to give you 20, 30% reduction in cost, whatever it is, and you pay me a percentage of it. But
Mm-hmm.
with idea, people are just starting up. What if you were an idea broker, right? Ideas to income, ideas to wherever they're trying to go broker. You just come in and go, here's what I'm going to do for you. Show me your ideas.
Mm-hmm.
This is where I think they could use some AI, and there's some really good ones out there, y'all. I'll put that in the list too. They
Mm-hmm.
then are saying to the company, I'm going to use your tools, give you your time back, even though you could use the tool.
Right. No, I think that what you're onto, and you just said something. That I think that's the really important point. If you can give people their time back, that's where I might even be willing to 1x. Right? If I'm spending $2,000 already on this a month and it's costing me my time, the fact that you can give me my time back, I have no problem shifting that $2,000 a month to you because I just got my time back and my time is valuable. The one caveat that I would put out there though is, again, depending on who your who your audience is, right? Because business owners, one of the things that's cool with business owners is that business owners, especially, you know, I want to say business owners that are in the multiple six figures, seven figures, and above, understand the time money trade off.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We understand the fact that I have to buy something for $50 and sell it for $100 just to break even.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's not that I can buy it for $50, sell it for $50, and I have a business that's breaking even, because there's time that goes into that also has to get paid for. So I think that in what you're talking about, if you have business owners, any entrepreneur that's trying to come into the game right now, what you want to be able to figure out is, how do I save you time and money?
Mm-hmm. Right. And you
And
come
I
in
love
with
that
all
idea,
your
like
tools. Yeah, you
exactly,
broker
tools
that.
or the AI that'll allow your idea to get to market faster,
Yes.
all of those types of
Yes.
things. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just and because you're so well versed in using tools and all these different things, you get the experience of using more tools. Now, I have been thinking about this for myself, but I can be kind of
Yeah.
lazy, so I says, I don't know if I want to do that. But here's the point. I saw all. So imagine now you've got $2,000 from one. You get a list,
Mm-hmm.
right? We're gonna play the hundred people on the list. Right? I think Chet Holmes came up with that
Mm-hmm.
idea, and then Russell Brunson talked about it too. You get your Dream 100, as I think Russell Brunson called it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, from that, you're saying, this is what I'm gonna do for you. I can use your tools, and you
Mm-hmm.
got, from the 100, you get 10 people that says, hey, that seems like an irresistible offer. That seems interesting. And then from that, you
Yep.
get 5 that says, yeah, I'll do that. That's 10 grand a month,
Yep.
right? You get 5 at 2,000, just 2,000 a month. Hey, here's an irresistible offer. I'm going to come in, I'm going to do this. And you pay me a little retainer fee, whatever it is. Now you can go in about doing
That's
that
it.
work. You are increasing your skill set. Think about this, y'all. You're putting yourself in a position where you're going to be learning all these different tools. You're going to put yourself in a
Yes.
position that you're going to be doing it for the company. So then they now don't have tools sitting on the shelf like a lot of us do. We buy these tools, we
Mm-hmm.
set them on the
Mm-hmm.
shelf, right? I got one right now, a bot that I bought that'll sit on your website and talk to you. You train it on your material, and guess what? I haven't implemented it yet. If you came to me and says, I'd like to use your tools and get you to wherever you want to go. I'd like to use your ideas and get you to wherever you want to go. I'd buy that service. Here's another one.
No, I don't disagree with you.
Here's another one,
I'd buy it
y'all.
too.
We're going to jump on this one. You got a team that there ain't that busy. I've talked to Rob about
Mm-hmm.
this. It's called Rent Me Your Team, right? And I think I own a domain on that, rentmeyourteam.com. But anyway,
Mm-hmm.
so you come in, you are a curator of teams that know and have
Mm-hmm.
capabilities. You tell people, I'm going to make sure that your team stays busy, but they're going to be working on different
Mm-hmm.
projects. Now I'm using a little bit of the
Mm-hmm.
stuff that you've done in Six Sigma and continuous improvement, stuff that I've done in Six. I'm not a black belt or anything like that, but I've done this in the manufacturing space. They have these teams.
Mm-hmm.
I worked for a company that had teams that just go around to different parts of the company. They literally just
Mm-hmm.
jump in saying, here's what you're doing, here's how it's going to get better. because they work for the main organization. We literally had to sit
Mm-hmm.
back and just watch this happen. But guess what? They had some tremendous ideas, and then they will bounce once
Mm-hmm.
we implemented them. So if you're got
Yep.
you curate teams that have capabilities, and all people want to do is stay busy, rent me your team. You're just taking the angel list. I think they call themselves angel now, whatever it is. You're taking that kind of approach and just applying it to a different space. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now here's another one. Now these are ideas, right? Startup ideas that can take you from what you're doing right now to 5K, 10K, 100K a month, depending on how many people you get to do this.
Yeah.
Here's another one. What if somebody came to you and says, hey, I'd like to repurpose all your content for you.
That part.
No, we got it. Because you've done 100 episodes, you've done 200 episodes, you've done this, you lived a life. Now this one, for
Mm-hmm.
people that are older, right? You're 50, 60, 70. You've accumulated a lot of stuff you've done in life.
Mm-hmm.
You got content, you got written stuff. Now, if you're, of course, in the business sector, you've got all of this stuff that you've done. Now, a person comes in and
Mm-hmm.
says, hey, me and my team are going to come in and repurpose your content. Now, you call it
Mm-hmm.
something like repurpose to big profits. Actually, I think a video on this, or I'm doing a video on this the other day, repurpose for big profits. But the point is,
Nice.
you come in and says, we're going to take all that stuff for you and create
Mm-hmm.
from that information incomeable opportunities. We got you.
And you go right.
We come in,
That
we don't
part. And
take
I think
nothing,
the biggest
boom,
thing,
and they do it.
right, when I'm listening to all of these ideas, the biggest thing that I would say that is sticking out to me, and I don't know if this is how it's hitting you, but the biggest thing is if you can come in and connect what you're going to do with profitability, what you're going to do with new revenue, what you're going to do with savings,
Right.
then it becomes a no-brainer, right? This goes to the Alex Hormozy talked about the ease or the pain of the transition, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The biggest thing that people struggle with is I'm going to pay this money and what am I going to get in return? And is it going to be as valuable as the money that I'm giving for it? I think that if you can come in like the repurposer idea, I think it's amazing. If you couple that with, right, we already know how to take your channel and get it monetized. So in a year from getting your channel monetized, you can make $10,000, let's say, right?
Now that's just one.
We're going to do the work, right? We're going to repurpose your content
Yeah.
so that we can get your channel monetized, and we'll do it for $2,000. Now that's a $2,000 to $10,000 transformation,
Yeah.
even if it's a
Because if we can get you
$5,000 to
monetized,
$10,000 transformation,
you can earn this.
right?
That's one. Two, we're going to take
Exactly.
that and we're going to we'll create 50 ebooks from your information.
Yes.
Those
Right.
ebooks
That
then
you
are
can
going to
also
lead to
monetize.
emails. Those emails are going to
Yeah.
lead to income because we can do the math. If you got 10,000 emails, then you should be able to make 10,000 a month. That's it. So
That
we're going
part.
to do this. Now
That
you
part.
use
It's kind
all
of
the
like those dudes
tools.
that do the yeah, it's kind of like those dudes that do the Amazon store. They're like, we'll build you an Amazon store,
Yeah, yeah.
right? The reason why is because they're not just selling time, they're selling time and they're selling income because they know that they can do it in way less time than it'll take
Yes,
you, and
yes,
that income they can get it,
yes,
and
yes.
now you're happy with getting your time back and everything else. So I think it's a really good idea if you can connect it to the result.
Right. And that's where you, of course, have somebody on a team like what Rob does is he's always, doing the numbers and spreadsheets and all that kind of stuff. He's being able to go, hey, wait a minute, that'll lead to revenue. Right. And
Yep.
then we can show it. First things first, I'm going to show you how if you had 100
Mm-hmm.
ebooks from material that you've got, and then the ebooks lead to these amount of emails in a set amount of time, you can
Mm-hmm.
monetize your audience. Right now,
Exactly.
here's the next
That would
one.
be phenomenal.
Next one. These are all based, listen to them. This is all based on pain that I've noticed in the
Mm-hmm.
marketplace. Stuff that I don't have a
Mm-hmm.
lot of time to do because I get a million ideas probably a month, right? Because I'm reading everything. My new book, Rob, I'm reading is now, and I know we got to get off here real soon. This new one is called The 12-Week Year by Brian
Mm.
Moran and Michael Lennington. So Rob's a productivity wonk. He's got books on this. He's got courses on this. Getting back your time and all these things, time mastery, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, so I know you can appreciate this. This next idea, and this is the last one, everybody, is execution coach. So here it is. Whether you have online or offline, what does it matter? You've got a whole bunch of half-done projects. I know if you're like me, you've got a whole bunch of half-done, three-quarter done projects. Just admit it.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody says, I'm going to help you finish them. Now, this could be online, offline. I can't tell you how many times I go through a neighborhood and I see a half-done house for 2 years, or a half-painted house, or a garden that was started and somebody says, you know what, this is a lot of work. You can literally go around neighborhoods and says, I'll help you finish your, and I had this idea a long time ago, I'll help you finish your F-ups. We finish your
Yep.
F-ups. You started the kitchen and it's a mess. We'll help you finish your F-ups.
Yep.
Whatever it is. Finishing projects. Execution is something, execution and consistency is something missing from most all of us. But you come in and says, hey, I'm your consistency coach. I'm your execution coach. I'm your person that's going to get you across the finish line. Here's what it's going to cost you. But here's what it will save you in lost opportunity from not having finished, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's going to cost you.
Similar
you
thing. One last idea in that vein is an organizational specialist, right? Somebody that comes in, I'll organize your closet, I'll organize your office, I'll organize all of your things. That same vein.
Sure.
No, I'm saying it's in that same vein. It's a different thing.
Just put his lawyer on you.
No, an organizational specialist. Like they literally come in. Because what I'm thinking about is there's a lot of small business, especially restaurants and other businesses of the type that they have spoilage and waste, and they have problems with buying food and all the rest of that because they just don't have everything organized. They don't have it labeled. They don't have the system set up. You come in and you can show them how I can save you $100,000 a year in wasted food costs.
It's the same concept. I just said it differently. That's all.
Exactly. I like the way you said it better.
Naming convention. But yes, it is that at its core.
Yes, that's what it is. Marketing guy, just so y'all remember.
Now, remember this, and Rob's got to take off. We got to take off out of here. Here is the point. Here's the idea. We want you to be able to pull from this idea, and I will take this and we'll put it on our site, give you an opportunity to jump in and grab this idea. If you want to work with us to kind of like, put it into play, maybe we'll throw a couple bucks at it. I don't know. That's it. You go out there, and we're going to be talking about this constantly coming up on Two Business Guys Mastermind. We're going to be masterminding on ways that you can get to that 10K, 100K, right? We're going to be sharing ideas upon ideas, whether it's big companies, because Rob works with big companies, and I love working with startups. That's it, everybody. That's what we're going to do, and we'll see you next time.
Great talk. I'm looking forward. I don't know how many of you all out there felt this, but I know one of the things that I struggled with was when I started my business 6 years ago now, even before I started my business 7, 8 years ago, I knew that what I wanted to be doing in business was to be helping people to transform how they saw themselves, to help people transform how they own their time, how much they got done, how fulfilled they were with their lives. That's always been kind of the mission.
This business podcast, the Two Business Guys Mastermind, uncovers for you secrets and share tips and tricks to entrepreneurship as they mastermind on how to have startup, operational, and overall business success so that you can go on to get better results. Enjoy. Awesome, all right, Rob. So let's repeat what you just said. So I want everybody to hear this.
Yeah. So the big thing that I've been dealing with now, and for those of you all that are out there, if you want to make an impact in people's lives, you want to make things happen, you want to people change, help people grow, help people be different, but you're not sure how to incorporate that into your daily life, how to make sure that you can put your energy into it because you're struggling, you're trying to figure out, how much money can I make from this? What can it be? All of that type of stuff. This talk today is probably going to be really helpful for you because what I'm going to do is walk you through kind of myself going through that very dilemma and then what I'm doing with it and what all the options are. And so Randy and I are going to kind of talk through that and all of the different tools. Randy has a number of tools that are out there that can help you along this journey. But I guess the first place to start with is, I don't know how many of you all out there have felt this, but I know one of the things that I struggled with was when I started my business 6 years ago now, even before I started my business, 7, 8 years ago, I knew that what I wanted to be doing in business was to be helping people to transform how they saw themselves, to help people transform how they own their time, how much they got done, how fulfilled they were with their lives. That's always been kind of the mission. And, right, ultimately I help people who are struggling with burnout and overwhelm and feeling like they're constrained and like their life is a prison. I help them to take control of their lives without feeling like they got to sacrifice either success financially or taking care of their family and being a provider. And they don't also have to sacrifice themselves or their family time or their health or any of the rest of that you can have both. And I learned that, but it was interesting how it keeps kind of rearing its head, because when I started my business, now I'm struggling, right? So before I started my business, I was a Marine Corps officer, a company commander. I was running a company. I also had a jiu-jitsu school that I ran in the evenings. I got to see my kids, all my wife and my children. I took my children to jiu-jitsu, so they were learning. I got to hang out. I got to do all of those different types of things because I had full mastery of kind of my time, even though I was a Marine, even though I was in charge of 300 other Marines and sailors, and I had a staff and I had things that I need to do. Because I had learned how to master my time, I was able to get all of that done. Money wasn't an issue, time wasn't an issue, any of that. Now, fast forward to, I know that I have this feeling, this calling to help people, and I'm getting out of the Marine Corps. I'm debating on whether or not I'm gonna get a job, whether I'm going to start a business. I feel called to start a business, and immediately all of that stuff came back where I got to take care of my family now and I got to provide. Yeah. And so it became really difficult for me to take care of the people like I wanted to, because felt that dichotomy again. And, Randy and I have talked about this a lot over the last 6 years. I've built a successful business that takes care of my family, right? We were able to move into a nice house that's on 30 acres and do just a lot of different things. But what happened is I was constantly feeling torn between the two things that I wanted to do. And
called to purpose.
And I talked, right. And I talked to Randy today, because don't get me wrong, what I was able to do was, in my business, I teach leaders how to get the best out of themselves and those they lead. I help companies to make things better. And I figured out how to still weave in getting the best out of people and help people overcome burnout and everything. But one of the things that I realized was the people that I felt called to help, I was kind of helping a different level. So I'm helping leaders who are hopefully helping their people down here. But what I realized was they couldn't pay me enough to help the people in a mass scale. And I was feeling constantly like I'm torn still, because here's the money over here, but here's the mission over here. And what I realized was I was trying to do, the analogy I gave Randy was, I was trying to use the wrong vehicle to get to the wrong place. So I was trying to drive from basically, Midwest to London. And it doesn't matter how good of a car that I have, I'm not going to be able to drive to London. I have to have the right vehicle.
It's going to take forever.
Right. And ultimately, what I realized, and this is where we made a pivot in our business, I started doing what I did in my business so that it could take care of my family, so that it could be exactly what it needs to be. And now that business doesn't require as much energy or as much time from me, because there was a lot of money that was out there that I just wasn't going after. And so now we have that ability. And then that allowed me to come back to what I feel like my passion is, what my calling is, what the content that I really love creating is, what the stuff that I like to do, the books that I've written, and all the different things are really in this space. And so what I found was there's a lot of different ways that you can reach out and that you can touch people with your message. And the really cool thing is, if you're not focused, if you don't have to focus on the results, if you don't have to focus on the money coming in, if you don't have to focus on that. Now, let me be very clear here. We're still running a business. You still, at the end of the day, have to look at the bottom line. But there's a difference between looking at the bottom line every day and looking at the bottom line at the end of the month, at the end of the quarter, at the end of the year. Because then you get to spend your days doing the work. You get to spend your days actually focused on giving and transforming lives. And that's what we're doing here. And so that's one of the things that I've been talking to Randy about, because we wanted to kind of walk you through, might you need to do, what are some of the things that you could do if you were trying to build a business, again, a business that is about making a difference, making an impact, changing lives, and where you don't need immediate cash day one, immediate money in your pocket day one, where you have the time to build the proper foundation and you can build a system that is actually building a business. Yeah. Now, this is a completely different thing, right? This is not, you want to build a window washing business, you want to build a lawn care business, you want to build a cupcake business, or any of the rest of that type of stuff. There are certain businesses that have different cash cycles. And what I want you to know is what we're talking about today is a business that has a longer cash cycle, but the beauty of it is once the foundation is built, then it's there forever. And now you can just build layers and layers and layers and layers on top of it. So that's
Yeah.
kind of what I was thinking about talking about today, Randy. Anything you want to add on that really quickly before we get into the nitty gritty with it?
So here's some of the nitty gritty, y'all. Here's the idea. When you're thinking about the kind of business you want to build, right? They talk about,
Mm-hmm.
well, okay, go with your passions. Well, sometimes you start putting a business system around your passions, you'll start losing passion for that business. And if you
Yeah,
lose passion for the
especially if
thing
you
that
don't
you
think
started
about it.
because of passion, well, there's an outcome. But when
Especially
you're
if you
in
don't think about
purpose,
it first from a business perspective
correct, correct. You
instead of
you
and a
wrap the
passion
business around it in such a way that it continually invigorates and feeds you. Now, in this particular case, if we think about it from a workshop business or a events business, that does what? Right? That inspires people. That does the thing that Rob said he wants to do. Now, I had been talking to him about this all along, basically saying, bro, with all the things that you have done and the
hmm
places that you have gone, these are leverageable moments. Now, of course, Rob is a business builder. So he was like, look, I'm going to work with manufacturing companies and we're going to do this for them. Yeah, that's fine, but that has its own sales cycle as well. But when you can be continually and constantly invigorated by creating things, that's some of the stuff that we want to do. Is what I do with Monetize Your Life Academy, Citizen CEOs, all the different things that I build is because it invigorates me. I'll give you an
hmm
example. I was in a workshop. I did a workshop 2 days ago, and this happened to be an email marketing workshop, right? And it's email marketing to make money. But I found myself talking about why building an email marketing business really is about helping your life. And they were like, I don't get the connection. It says because of the way you build it allows you to do things once and make money on it for a long time. It allows you to have conversation with people, allows you to meet people, it allows you to engage with people, it allows you to do what? Help people. Now
Yes.
it's wrapped in the service of email marketing. Now, in this
Yeah.
case, we're going to be talking about what your business is wrapped in and some
hmm
ideas that you can use to start saying, okay, it's wrapped in this, but what is the wrap made of? All
Exactly.
right. Who
Exactly.
manufactures the wrap? In other words, we take all these points and we start
hmm
asking, is there businesses within the business itself too? Now, we've talked about this in some other things, talking about the sawdust of business, but we want to give you some very specific ideas as it's being built. This is a build in
Yeah.
public moment, y'all. So Rob is going to
Yeah.
be launching his, so he's going to share with you a couple of things that he's thinking about doing. And I'm just going to
Yeah.
say it, steal this, steal this, build it. There's
Yeah.
enough for us
Yeah.
all. So, Rob, what were
Yeah.
you?
No, there's
Some of the very
definitely enough.
specific things that you're talking about, how you're
Yeah.
going to do it. Some of the
So the,
details, some of the ideas.
so the first thing that I looked at, to your point, I think it was really important, kind of what you talked about. Oftentimes, what I had done in the past was I was building the business to allow me to do the thing that I wanted to do. And it may seem counterintuitive, but I was doing it. It was the backwards way because that's the way of doing all the hard stuff with the hope of a potential reward at the end of the tunnel. And that's just not like when I coach my clients, when I talk to people about setting up their understanding of what the definition of success and everything. Here's one of those moments where even the coach sometimes needs to get coached, sometimes needs to look at themselves in the mirror and figure out, no, that ain't it. And that's kind of the pathway that I was going. And again, if you remember, the reason why it was there was because there was this in the background, there was this need to take care of my family, need to be doing something
Yes,
that
of
was
course.
making me feel like I was comfortable as a father and as a husband. And
Sure.
the
Yeah.
two felt like they were against each other. And what I learned was I had to, instead of making them being falling prey to the tyranny of the or, I had to figure out how to move into that both and space. And so what happened? What I looked at was, what do I want this business to look like? What would I enjoy doing? What are the things that would just I would wake up and I wouldn't even feel like I was at work. And I realized that I love being in front of people in the classroom setting or in a auditorium setting or whatever, and helping people with their problems. I love in-person coaching, one-on-one coaching, or even group coaching. As a matter of fact, I love group coaching even more than I love it one-on-one coaching, because in group coaching, everybody gets to learn from each other as well as from the instructor. And so I said, how can I create something where I get to do that with the type of group of people that I want to do it with. And so I thought about it and I was like, okay, good. 20 people a year that I could really hang out with and really get deep into helping their lives, that would be amazing. And that's how I came up with my Legacy Builders Mastermind, right? Legacy builders are about people who feel like they have something in their heart. They feel like they know that they have greatness within them. They know they're supposed to do something amazing, but they're stuck right now, just like I was stuck. They're stuck in that space where they're not sure how to be the best professional they can be and to be the best parent and the best spouse and the best community brother, sister, cousin, friend that they can be as well. And so what I want to do is help them go through the same stuff that I went through multiple times to learn this, because every time you level up, you have to relearn this stuff. So anyway, the Legacy Builders Mastermind. And what are some of the things that I like to do, right? Because it's not just us getting in a room and talk. No, we're going to have some fun too. I love to play golf. So the mastermind is going to be a bunch of people that like to play golf or want to learn how to play golf. It doesn't matter whether you like to play golf right now, whether you're willing to learn. You just got to be interested in golf, because golf is a great game where you could be outside, and it's a game where you got to test yourself. I know Randy, me and him go back and forth sometimes. We don't agree with it,
I don't like
but
golf.
I'm gonna get him out there, but we're gonna get it right. But we're gonna do golf. What else do I like? I love going out to eat at nice restaurants, right? And so part of what we're going to do together is break bread and get to eat and get to hang out with each other. We're going to be able to travel and stay at different nice hotels around the country, nice hotels with golf courses, and then we'll be able to mastermind and work with each other. So that's the thing that I was like, I would love to do that 4 times a year. That would be amazing, especially because I struggle with like taking retreats and taking vacations and doing the rest of that. I'm always kind of go, 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 go. And so I was able to put the two together. And so we put this together, but then I looked at, well, how do I get the people? How do I get people from not knowing me or from being kind of out here to into that? And that's where it opens up all of the different things. Because again, what do I like to do? I like to speak. Y'all see me on this every week. Talking is definitely not something that I struggle with, right? And so how can I talk? How can I help people? How can I build content? How can I do those things? And what I started looking at was, oh, well, first of all, people need to get to know me. People need to get to see me, get to engage with me, need to get coached by me before they're going to be willing to go to kind of that big thing. So how can I give people opportunities to interact with me again in settings where I'm enjoying myself, where it's not work, where I'm not feeling like I've got to do all of this stuff to get people here, and where I'm also not hanging on whether or not people are ready to say yes right now, because this is stuff that I'm comfortable doing regardless of whether we say yes or not. And so that's where we thought about, we were like, we can create some events. And so that's where our events came from. There's 2 annual events that we're putting on. It's the Legacy Builders annual event. And then we also have a summer retreat, where it's a summer renewal retreat, because, especially when you're trying to build businesses, when you're in leadership roles, what happens is during the summer, life normally gets constrained for a lot of people, especially if you're in a heavy leadership role or if you're in a business building role. Because what generally happens is employees, everybody, all the under people, all the people who have, who don't have responsibility, kind of P&L responsibility and everything, they go on vacation and they get to leave the business alone. They get to deal with their kids. They get to not pay attention to any of the rest of that. But for the leader, you're stuck covering all of that and thinking even harder. And a lot of times the business cycle will slow down. All of that type of stuff will happen. And so we need that renewal. We need that time where you can get around people that understand what you're going through and people that are dealing with the same thing, so that you can have that community, so you can have that camaraderie. So we got 2 events. And we got 2 other events that we're doing during the year in the off quarters, right? Because we're going to do the annual event in the first quarter of the year, and then we're going to do the renewal event in the third quarter of the year. So in second quarter and fourth quarter, we have what's called our Millionaire Mentor Weekend. So I've got a bunch of mentors that have poured into my life over the years, that have taught me a lot of things, and that are still teaching and still doing amazing things. And what I wanted to be able to do was to give my network, the people that I know, access to that. And so again, we put on some events. There's golf in every event. We're gonna have some golf time. We're gonna have some accountability time, some accountability partners, all the rest of that. And we put these events together, and people can go to the events individually, separately, completely apart from being part of the mastermind, right? So this gives people the opportunity to test it out. I tell my clients all the time, don't trust me, test me. Test me and see. Kick the tires, figure out whether or not I'm what I say I am. And so now we put these events together, right? And again, beauty of it is the events don't cost that much to put on, right? Even if I just paid for myself and went, it's not that expensive. It's a nice little vacation. If I can bring some other people with me to the nice little vacation, that's awesome. right? And they pay for themselves. As long as they pay for themselves, now we have an event, now we have an experience. But then it
Yes.
goes, so then the question, of course, I'm sure everybody's thinking, well, where do you get these people? How do you get these events filled? Well, I'm glad you asked. The way you get the events filled is actually by doing the stuff that I like doing, but that was not lucrative enough for me to make enough money for it to be a full-time job or full-time endeavor.
Right.
And the stuff that I like doing is talking about the stuff that we're going to be dealing with in the events and giving people the
Seeds.
nuggets, giving people the
Planting.
information. Exactly, planting seeds. And so this is where we get every quarter, we're going to have an in-person kind of little workshop event that you'll be able to either attend virtually or in person. They're going to be, one day simple events where we're going to teach one of these things that goes into the major event. Because in the major event, we go through 7 different areas of living a thriving life, right? We go through 7 different areas of living a thriving life. In the workshop events, we'll talk about one of those areas and give you really key tips, key secrets that'll allow you to immediately have improvement in your life, right? You'll be able to apply right away. And again, but that's one a quarter. We're doing one of those workshops a quarter, and the tickets will be less than $100. It'll be something where people will just be able to get there and really see what we're doing. And then before that, though, how do we get the people to come to those events? How do we get in front of people? Well, here's the part that I was actually good at. We used to do posting and videos and all the rest type of stuff a lot, but I couldn't justify it in my mind because I couldn't see how taking that time from making money to take care of my
It
family was
wasn't a
justified.
big business.
Exactly.
Right.
And
When Rob would do these things, y'all, I would see it and I would go, okay, Rob's a hunter that's trying to plant. So there was a conflict.
yes,
Literally. It's like,
yes,
well,
yes.
and as a former farmer that had to learn to hunt, this is what I had a specialty as. Like you're planting seeds, and then there's going to come a time where you have a really big harvest. But
Mhm.
you don't want to eat the seeds
Yeah,
for
you can't eat your
needing to
seed corn.
feed one's family.
That's it. That's it.
And
It's difficult to be a farmer when you're
yes,
starving.
and that part is extremely hard. Now,
Mm-hmm.
what I hear is going to teaching you to hunt. Now, this is the phase I'm in now, hunting and farming.
Exactly.
So I
Being able
said
to
this
do
once,
both.
setting traps and planting seeds. Setting
Mm-hmm.
traps and planting seeds. Because here's what I love what Rob said earlier. Falling prey to the tyranny of or. Things aren't mutually exclusive, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Especially given what we have in terms of capabilities and apps and stuff like that. We now have the
Mm-hmm.
ability to hunt and to farm.
Yes.
I got some AI that I can turn you on to, and I'll do this maybe in one of the courses that we'll offer to you, is how to use a specific kind of app that does all your outbound calls, let's say. That's using
Mm-hmm.
all your material to be able to talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, wait, what? There's something out there that does that? Absolutely. So now
Yeah.
you're out there planting or hunting, I'm sorry, with your calls
Mm-hmm.
while
Mm-hmm.
you're doing the things that Rob was talking about. So that's why I said within what you're saying, let's reverse engineer it,
Yeah.
right? This is what I would like you
Yes.
to do. I'm going to give you a tip. I take this particular episode,
Mm-hmm.
take out the words, look at what we talked about, put it in a GPT and say, for my business, use the now this is some ninja stuff. Use
Yeah.
the energy and the conversation that they were talking about, and then point it toward your business. So you
Yes.
get a chance
Yes.
to leverage what we talked about and some of the how. Now, Rob didn't go into all of it because some of it is secret sauce stuff. But if you get it, right, you now are filled with passion. And Rob's a business builder. He's a big, and because he's used to being in the Marines, and he got big companies, and then they got, the firepower behind them. They got the Defense Department, all that kind of stuff, right? But you're out there as a small business owner. You're scratching, and you're clawing, and all that kind of stuff. So that builds up a certain kind of gene in you, right? And
Mhm.
every time I would listen to Rob, he's always built the business. Even in this, he's built it all out, and it's big, right? But then let's go out there and eat today
Yeah.
as we
Yeah.
plant. Let's go out and go
Yes.
hunt and plant. So
There
I'm
we
going to
go.
go chase a rabbit. Sorry for my vegetarian friends. Chase a rabbit and plant a seed. Chase a rabbit, plant a
Yeah.
seed. I'm going to catch
Yeah.
that rabbit, and then I'm going to plant a
Hmm.
seed.
Yep.
I tell my entrepreneur students, I say, listen, I says, focus on chasing one, because if you try to chase 8 rabbits, you're not going to catch any. They're just too
Yep.
fast. I says, but chase one, set the traps for the others. That's the key.
Hmm.
So I'm going
Hmm.
to chase them all. They're going to say, hey, what's that over there? It's a carrot. They're going to go in the trap, but I'm going to chase one. I'm going to get it. I'm
That's
going to be
it.
able to feed my family. But then
That's it.
whoever falls into the traps.
Yeah.
Now, along
And
the way, I'm going to make sure I plant too. So
exactly. And I think
that
I
becomes
think
the
the last
opportunity,
thing
y'all.
that I think the last thing that I'll jump in on that is something that I didn't realize and that I like how it applied. And I now see it even more. And I used to tell my students this when we coach the beginning entrepreneurs that we would coach a lot. Remember that this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. Oftentimes, what winds up happening is because of the sprint nature of hunting, we forget that the farming is a marathon. We start expecting the farming to produce the same way the hunting produces. And you have to realize that you're doing both and you're hunting for right now, you're farming for next year, you're farming for 6 months from now, you're farming for the next harvest cycle. And why that's so important for you to recognize is you've got to be able to look at and see whether or not your hunting is doing well enough for you to wait for the harvest.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
your hunting isn't doing well enough for you to wait for the harvest, fix your hunting
Mhm.
because you're going to cannibalize your seed corn. You're going to eat
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
seed if your hunting is not doing enough for you to
Correct.
get to the harvest. And once you recognize that, the beauty of it is once your hunting is doing enough for you to get to the harvest, then farming becomes a ton easier because the psychic load that is on you when you're planting that seed and watching it like a hawk goes away. You can plant it, set it, and forget it. It's
I
one of
love
the
it.
best things about investing, right? You can put money. I love learning about investing and finally getting good at investing because put money away that I'm not thinking about, that I'm not wanting. And then I come back 6 months later, I come back a year later, and it's doubled, or it's tripled, or it's brought back friends. And I'm like, wow, this is awesome. Right. Now,
The
you
rule of
don't feel that
72
when you're looking at
works.
your account every day.
That's
You're not,
correct.
if you're looking at your
You're
account
not
every
day
day, it doesn't
trading.
seem like it's doing anything. Right. You're not day trading. But if you can set it aside and you can let it do what it does, you'll be amazed. And so that's what we're talking about today with the both and. The key thing, if you take one thing away from this video, remember that you want to make sure that your hunting is sufficient. If your hunting isn't sufficient, up your hunting game. Because
That's your
otherwise,
call to
you're,
action, up your
yeah,
hunting game,
yeah.
right? Because you want to eat today. I
Yeah.
told somebody recently, Rob, and I think let's end on this is that so unwrap some of the things that we talked about. Apply it to what you're talking about. You can call us and talk to us. We want you to subscribe to the channel. We want you to leave comments and all that good stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And ask the question that you need to ask on the how, the who, and the what, right? And I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna tell you, it's not in that order. It's gonna be who can help me, what do I need to use, apps, and then how do I do it? And we'll be able to help you with all of that stuff. But take these ideas, take the lessons, be inspired by them, and go out there and build your thing. Start, call us up, email us, whatever you want to do, and then we'll kind of fill in some of the gaps where you need the gaps filled in.
Yeah.
That part. All right, that's it, everybody. We'll
Awesome.
talk to you on the next one.
There we go.
I think I have to put a little pushback on that. I think Blue Ocean Strategy, what they're talking about is, okay, there's a sea of saints. You're in that sea. And as a result of
Mm-hmm.
being in that sea, it's all red. Now, how do you go somewhere else that there is
Mm-hmm.
no red? Now, that's one way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying let's look at what they're doing in the red and going,
Mm-hmm.
can we interpolate? This business podcast, the Two Business Guys Mastermind, uncovers for you secrets and share tips and tricks to entrepreneurship as they mastermind on how to have startup, operational, and overall business success so that you can go on to get better results. Enjoy. Rob, I am wondering if we've been doing business all wrong. Now, you've heard me kind of say this sometime before, but everybody, if you're listening out there, ask yourself this question. Are you doing things right? Is your ladder up against the wrong wall? Because I have been coming across all this information, whether it's Mr. Beast doing a thing, or business models that look the same, or commercials that kind of look the same, or cars that look kind of the same. And it's because of this one thing. And it's called interpolation. Interpolation, everybody, means, and we're going to tell you what it means here in a minute, but Rob knows what it means. Interpolation. We're trying to create stuff from ether, and they might be wrong. And I'm watching Mr. Beast and all these people, man, come out and they're just modeling.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And I'm going to go deeper into this. We've talked a little bit about this before, but I want to go deeper into it.
We talk about it even. It's funny. The funniest thing when you brought this up to me, and I think a lot of you all maybe have this experience as well when you're listening to this episode. We talk about blue ocean strategy all the time without ever realizing that it was talking about this.
I think I have to put a little pushback on that. I think blue ocean strategy, what they're talking about is, okay, there's a sea of saints. You're in that sea. And as a result of being in that sea, it's all red. Now, how do you go somewhere else that there is no red? Now, that's one way. I'm saying, let's look at what they're doing in the red and going, can we interpolate? Because there's a reason why there's so many sharks, if you will, in the water. Because something's in there working, and now they're just fighting over it. How can we say, what could we use here, pull it out? And this is something Dan Priestley says. He says, how can we take something that's commoditized? Watch this. Commoditize and decommoditize. I was like,
exactly. And that's the whole thing. And I guess the analogy, if you're looking at it, is just like that. You're looking at the red ocean and you're taking something out of the red ocean and putting it into a different part of the ocean, right? It's not that, right? When they in blue ocean strategy, they talk about yellowtail wines. They didn't recreate wine. They didn't make a new type of drink. What they did is they said, here's wines and here's what they're doing over here. We're going to change a couple of the things that they already doing. And we're going to put it over here.
So you make it blue ocean. And that's okay.
So you make it blue ocean, right? And that is the whole idea of like taking the thing that's different and putting it into something else. And I think, for a lot of us in business, like this is how our minds work. So I think today, just for you all to as you're listening, because I know that, we come with some different words, some different ideas. I want you to be encouraged today, because I think that you already have the skill set that Randy and I are about to be talking about. This is something that is germane and natural for entrepreneurs, because we see the world a little bit differently. But I think that Randy's got some really cool things that he's going to share with you today that are going to be important for you to pay very close attention to, because you're using your skills in the wrong way, which is why we said maybe we're doing business wrong. And I highly agree that, we've been talking about this kind of off camera, right? The last 3 months for me was realizing that I had been building my business wrong, and we pivoted, and it's a whole different thing now. And so that's what we're kind of moving to in this conversation.
Yeah. It's almost like what Rob and I said, you can swim against the tide if you want. Right. And we heard this all the time. And I guess I have been just like a traditional swim against the tider, right? Because I'm hard-headed like most entrepreneurs. And then I'm starting to say, but I'm getting really tired. And wherever the tide is going it might not be that bad of a deal. So I've stopped swimming against the tide in this particular case, and decided that, wait a minute, what if we took some things that are already working and interpolated on it? So here's a couple of examples. All right. So I've got some apps, of course, that I got some new apps that allow me to see what is the keywords, what is the big deal about a YouTube channel, a YouTube video. So what if we interpolate it in this way? And this is where I found Mr. Beast was doing it. They were literally, man, interpolating. I ain't gonna say copy. I ain't gonna say, steal. Something that they saw
You
somewhere
know,
else. They
Picasso
just make
said,
it better.
"Good artist copy, great artist steal."
Steal. But they just made it better. They made it more visual, and then they put their brand behind it. So I was looking at a
Mm-hmm.
YouTube video that had a lot of views, and I put it into my keyword tool. I got a new one that I just bought, and it's not a keyword tool, but it's kind of an AI that does that. I could change the ones I got. It's called Merlin. Let me just get into it, y'all. So anyway, it'll let me use Haiku, it'll let me use ChatGPT, it'll let me use all these different ones based on what I'm trying to do. And it sits like on my computer like Harpa does. And if you never heard me say Harpa AI, these are going more into the agents that just sit there until you tell them what to do. So I put the link in to the video, took out, the key points of what they were saying. And then I said, well, wait a minute. What could I change here or interpolate on that then allows me to have a similar type of video with all the power, but just from my brand, from my way, from my style? That's an interpolation, number one. Now, I got this idea, this word interpolation, from this dude that I was watching on YouTube that was talking about songs. So all he was saying is that songs have been an interpolation on. Not quite a copy, not quite a sample, but an interpolation, right? And let me
Mm-hmm.
show y'all what the definition of interpolation is. It's a weird definition because they talk about it in terms of mathematics. It says
Mm-hmm.
to interpolate. It says taking part of an existing now in this case a song. How do you interpolate a song? Taking part of an existing musical work and recording it into a new work. And we go, wait, we've seen this thing before, right? And you got to obviously worry about copywriting and all this kind of stuff. But an interpolation on a business model is like, wait a minute, this model works. Here, I'll give you an example. The business model of watching movie works. Well, we're going to provide movies to people. But the business model of we're going to provide them at a Blockbuster does not. But the key is be music, be videos, be shows, and then give it to people like they want it. That's an interpolation of a business model. So what if we just went around finding business models to interpolate on? That's an idea. It's idea number one. That's all we
Mm-hmm.
did, right? And I use business model of content creation. So let's interpolate a little bit. So I took the whole video. I asked Merlin in this particular case, or you could have used your ChatGPT, but ChatGPT will give you a little bit different answer because I tried it. And says, what is this all about? What are they talking about here? Then I said to
Mm-hmm.
it, I says, based on this information, I says, interpolate. This is how I put it. I says, interpolate this into something new and unique. Organize your data. First, put the data you've collected into a chart. Oh no, it's telling me organize your data. First, put it into a chart. Then I says go, and it came up with different words that it would use to say basically the same thing. Now,
Mm-hmm.
our copywriting friends, Todd Brown, not a real friend, but and John Benson, these guys talk about this. You take something and make it unique. Stop swimming against the tide.
Mm-hmm.
Interpolate.
Mm-hmm.
Take something
Mm-hmm.
and make it unique. So
Something that's
now,
all, and the key thing, something that's already working.
already working. Exercise. Remember how Todd Brown and those guys, they like to talk about P90X. First they called it P90X. So somebody's going, what's that? So that's a pattern interrupt, everybody. Y'all get that? So you interrupt when you hear P90X. That's why car companies do it, by the way. Q30, like, ooh, P90X, but then it says, we're going to use muscle confusion. And you're like, oh. Well, the bodybuilders back in the day, the Arnold Schwarzenegger dudes, this is why they says we do full-on reps, we do half reps, because we're going to confuse the muscle. They just took it, modernized it, called it under P90X,
Mm-hmm.
and built a big business. That's an
Yep.
interpolation. So imagine all the things. Now, you could take this. to all kinds of levels. In business, let's just go around finding already what's working, interpolate on it, using a little bit of our AI, ChatGPT or otherwise. I use different GPTs, and then interpolate on them. Ask questions of it. How could we say this differently? Do it differently? What would be the outline?
Now, this thing that you're bringing up, I think, for if you're out there like me and like how I was feeling when I used to hear this before, first question that pops in my head is, well, how do I do that? How do I even know what's working? And I think that part right there was something that I didn't learn until a very long time in business. And even now, I'm still working to be comfortable with it. I'm reading Patrick Bet Davis' book right now, Choose Your Enemies Wisely. And one of the things that he talks about is you have to investigate the competition. And I think one of the things that a lot of business owners will struggle with, and you might be in this space if this is you, I'm talking directly to you. You don't know enough about what works in your industry. And if you're in the space where you don't know enough about what works in your industry, you have to go start investigating what's working. A lot of times, many of us in the industry, many of us in entrepreneurship, we see the problems. We see what's not working. We see what needs to be fixed. And so we go immediately to go try to fix that. And we find a solution to that. The problem that we run into with our business is that we don't know how to then put that thing that works into the rest of the system that was working, because all we focused on was what was not working. And so it's important for you to call or to look at and to just even if you go on Google, one of the cool things that I've started doing recently is going on Google as my client, as if I'm my client, searching for my services. Just to see what pops up, to see what that experience is. If I have this problem, right? One of the things that we do right now, we're helping third-party logistics companies to improve throughput. So I go into Google and I'll type in help improving throughput for third-party logistics companies. And it's interesting because I get to see what the customer experience is trying to find help like mine. And so I then am able to see, first of all, what's working, what are the things that are popping up consistently when those queries are typed in, but I'm also able to see what's not there. What are they missing? Or how would I be frustrated if I was looking for that thing? How would I be frustrated if I was trying to find that so that I can fix it? So I think that it's important for you all to do a lot of research and understand what's working in your industry. What are the things that your clients like? What are the things, or not even your clients, your potential clients? What are the things that your competitors are doing very well?
Yeah.
Right. So that you can understand it. And sometimes you can't just do it from the Google queries and all the rest of that. Sometimes you got to go to trade shows. Sometimes you got to go and see them in their place of business. Sometimes you got to go and actually get into a space. Because here's the funny thing about business that there's like a dirty little secret. Just because somebody looks successful doesn't mean they are.
Correct. 100%.
Right. I was just coaching one of my clients. He's thinking about starting a business, and we were talking about it. And I was like, one of the things that you need to do is when you're going into, he's in the dog training industry. So he's looking at, getting certifications and talking to other dog trainers who have done business. I was like, one of the big things you want to do is you got to figure out a way to say, right, he wants to build a business that does about $200,000 to $300,000 a year in revenue. I'm like, one of the big things you want to make sure of is when you're talking to people about their dog businesses, that you in some way get into that conversation, say, I'm really looking to do about $200,000 to $300,000 of revenue. How was it when you first hit that? What was it like when you first got to $200,000 to $300,000 of revenue?
That's a fishing expedition.
A fishing question. Now, here's the reason why you're asking the question. It doesn't matter what they say. They could say, "Oh, it was amazing. It was this. It was that." Da, da, da. Now, what you know is that they have hit $200,000 to $300,000 of revenue. So what they're telling you is relevant to your journey. If they obfuscate, or we haven't really got there yet, or we weren't really thinking about it, or anything other than, I remember that moment, then you know that they haven't gotten
6
there
years
yet.
ago. Yeah.
Right.
I love that.
And more importantly, you know that they may have good information for you, but it's not necessarily information that's on the journey that you're trying to be on. And that's a very important thing for you to pay attention to, because there's a lot of people that can help you, but sometimes the information that they give you will be the thing that hinders you from getting to the next level. Right. I remember when I was training to run a marathon, I had run 3 miles, I had run 5, I had run 7. So I talked to my friends who had run 3 miles, 5 miles, 7, even 10Ks, right? 6.5 miles, all the rest of that. The advice that you get from people who have not run a marathon but are runners is very different from the advice that you get from people who have run marathons. It's so amazing. And the things that are important to people who have run shorter races are very different from the things that are important to people who have run longer races. And so I want to, kind of
Yeah, I love that.
give you all the encouragement of make sure that you're getting to understand what's working in whatever industry that you're trying to get to, right? The first part of interpolation is picking something that works. Is picking something that is already in a space where it's working. Now you can take it and then put it into another place, but the first thing is knowing why it works.
And then, here's another one, everyone, is that, and this is where your GPTs can help you too, right? Your chat GPTs, your Geminis, all these different ones and this is, I'll give you an actual thing that I ask it. So here's another tip is I'll say, okay, we see that this is working, but what do I say, here's the prompt. Do a gap analysis based on what we have determined that is working and tell me what's missing. Tell me what's left. Tell me what else I could do. And typically it comes up with something. And that could be your entry into it. So we often talk about you don't have to go wide oftentimes into an area. You can go very narrow just to get your foot in the door. All you're going to do is handle this. Just this sliver. And then once you get known for that, I think I remember listening to a dude talk about this once. He says, when they got into a particular industry, he says, we just went in with a very narrow segment. He says, we became the best in that segment, then expanded. Not trying to take all the bigs, because that was red ocean.
Brother, that part right there, I still think that is some of the most impactful yet difficult to follow advice that I got in my entrepreneurial journey. There have been, since I started business, I have had mentors who are 7-figure, 8-figure entrepreneurs who will say that same thing. You want to focus on one thing. And here's the thing that I've heard, and for the longest, it was the hardest thing for me to do. Focus on one thing and sell that one thing till you make $1 million. Then branch out and sell other things. I was like, but there's so much that I want to sell. There's so much that I want to do.
It's hard.
The key is understanding that building the system around that thing so that you can be so competitive in the market that you can now focus somewhere else. That is going to be, for many of you all out there in the entrepreneurial world, that is going to be one of the hardest things that you're going to struggle with. And here's a little tip that I will give you so that you don't got to struggle 10 years like I did trying to make it happen. First, find one thing in your marketplace that can make enough money that you would be willing to focus on it only. What happens a lot of times is you try to pick the one thing that you like the most or that is most interesting to you or whatever. But know that that one thing that you're focusing on, if it can't get you financially what you're trying to get to, that's not what you need to focus on. You can come to that later. You can come do it later, because once you learn how to build a system that builds something to $1 million, you can then apply that knowledge to anything else that you do. But first, pick something where you're like, if I can build this system the right way, I can make $1 million and it won't be that difficult. That is the first thing. Find the thing that is lucrative enough to capture your attention so that you will stick with it. Because otherwise, when it's not enough money to capture your financial goal, what you will do is you will get new shiny object syndrome at every new thing, because you're constantly really chasing that financial goal, but you don't recognize that's what you're chasing.
And that's, I think what's important, even more important there is, listen, every road could take you there, but is it the road that is going to be the bumpiest? Right? So, and then getting clear on that is
your
tough.
Brakes and your shock's going to be all messed up by the
time. It is. And then what you can't get back. So when we think about that focusing opportunity, right? And when you ask these specific questions, now this is where your GPTs are really, really good at parsing information to then give you an idea. And you go, I never thought about entering this doorway. I didn't even know it existed. It's like, I use this house analogy a lot. I says, okay, your house, has many rooms. Everybody says yes. Okay, those many rooms could be businesses. So you start the one business, boom, that's the house. Then you have different rooms that then do different things. I said, but then the house itself has different doorways. Yes? Yeah, everybody agrees. Yes, it has different doorways. I says, now, if I had said, but are there other ways to enter the house? Many more opportunities. I can go through a window, right? I can go through the basement window. I can go through the side window. I can break it out and get in. The point is, there's all kinds. I can go through the chimney if I can fit. So all these become opportunities to get in that we may not be focusing on. So our job is to really say, I'm focused on getting in. Let me just pick an area. The best area obviously is going through one of the doors. But competition is saying, no, I'm not letting you in.
Right.
So that's where you strategize another way.
Might be a line a mile long for that door.
Correct. So when we start thinking about, again, bringing in this ideal of interpolation, then if we interpolate in a way that we say is, hey, wait a minute, what if I created my own way to get in? So if they won't let me in, maybe I interpolate a way to get them out. Right? So now while they're out, they're no longer not letting me in.
There you go. You moved from that red ocean to that blue ocean.
That's right. You've created, you've interpolated, you've came up with a way to still get in, focus on that thing, win, then look around and go, what else could we do? We now know how to do a thing to get to $1 million, what Rob was talking about, or whatever that is. And I think when we were talking about doing things wrong, I want to just share with you that entrepreneur is always trying stuff, right? You got to see yourself as a business scientist.
Yeah, it's the iterative process.
Yeah, and just keep on experimenting. And these ways in are your experiment. Now, I'm going to give you another example of something that I just did. So now this is here's what I did. Take this. Literally, I think I'll put on the thumbnail itself, copy this or steal this or something. So another one was, I was in my email the other day. And, I get all kinds of emails, right? And, one of the programs I got is, how to turn, regular random old emails into cash in your pockets, right? And everybody loves it every time I introduce it. So I get this random email from a realtor. And it's like, hey, it's so boring. But it was like, hey, we've done a study of houses in your area. And here is what they are going for. Well, that tells me nothing. It has no power. And I was a little bit upset because I was like, this is so boring. So what do? I look at that email. I pull out one of my GPTs or my agents, right? And you're going to be hearing more about agents. Depending on when you listen to this, everything is going to go from co-pilots, like the ChatGPTs, to agents that you just talk to and it goes out and does the thing for you. Okay. But anyway, so I fire up one of the agents that can read emails. I got a couple that don't read emails, but this one does. It goes right on top of the email and says, what do you want? I say to it, hey, based on this email, what is the realtor trying to, what is the realtor doing? Saying whatever. And it says, well, based on this, it's saying that these are the houses in the area. So then I start asking questions of it. This is, again, we're taking something that's already existing, and then we're going further so that we can maybe make some business out of it. So I say to it, well, based on these criteria, crime statistics, square footage of house, area, all these different things, and trajectory of growth or something like that in the house. Tell me which is the best house to buy.
Mm-hmm.
Now get this. She should have did that as the realtor. And if, now what could I now, this is the put money in your pockets moment, ordinary email. I then use some of my tools, and in your case, you're going to use some of your tools to then interpolate information on that, add a couple of things, take from it, add this, question this, and then now could you go to an agent and say to them, well, based on this one, this is what you should create a separate landing page for. You want me to do it for you? I'll do it for you, or you get your people to do it for you. So you just create an agency to then help realtors sell better based on, because it's random information. Really, it was bugging me because it was too much information. I didn't know what to do with it. Okay, that's instance number one. Instance number two, ordinary information that you're now interpolating on and doing something different. This is instance number two. My insurance company. Now, these are all real life things. Sends me the form that I get every year. Hey, your PIP coverage, whatever that means. The PIP coverage needs to be updated. But they don't, I'm so upset. They don't give me a chance to change it. I said, well, I don't need unlimited because I got some other things going on, blah, blah, blah. Well, they're just saying sign the paper. So I put my GPT on the job. I says, hey, GPT, and I think I might have been using Haiku at that particular time. I was using one of them. Anyway, I says, what is this all about? What should I do? And it says, well, it condensed the information. It says, it seems like the insurance company is telling you that if you got it. I says, well, what is the best coverage that I should get? And then it told me, based on this, this is what they're suggesting. So then I continually asked it questions to help me make the best financial decisions. Right now, if I pick the unlimited, it's going to just be, crazy cost. If I pick this one, knowing that I got other things, could you also do that? Yes. People might not know that. You only got to be a couple steps ahead. People might not know. And you tell them, hey, look, just send me the information and I'll interpret it for you and give you a suggestion on, or our agency will give you suggestions on blah, 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 right? Or I'll sell you the tool. You go build the tool that's just like that tool, whatever. Now you're making money from something that just came to you that kind of irritated you. You ask, like Rob said, what's working? And then I say, what's gaps?
There it is. And you put the two together, interpolate them into a better scenario.
Yes. And that becomes the deal. Okay. Y'all want another one? All right. Okay. This one's kind of, I got to hold close to the vest because it's so good that I was sitting here going, oh my gosh, this is awesome. I had to go to the gym. I was like, dang, this is good. Well, so I send it over to this guy comes up with this thing that helps you write books. It's AI, but it just prompts you. Now, I remember back in the day when I was going to write books and stuff, having another one like this, but it was very rudimentary. It just kind of, it prompted you in a different way. First of all, it did it manual. It says, what do you want to write about? Have you thought about all the, now AI does that. And it prompts you. And all you do is what? Fill it in. So once you fill it in, then it sent me back like, here are suggested titles. Here are suggested chapters. I was like, oh my God. So in something like this, and this one was client-based, how would you like to help your clients? It was asking me questions like that. So what do? I said, could this also be used for people, get this, that are writing scripts? Because if you look at Perplexity today, information today is that there was a 100% AI script written premiere and they canceled it because people were up in arms. Guess who those people were? All those writers that just came off strike, all those screenwriters and all that kind of stuff. But the point is, that's already out the bag. But I send it over to some of my screenwriting friends and I says, hey man, it might be worth it based on the fact that you've written screenplays for 20 years to create your own, like this book writing one. I says, literally, get somebody to just code it out just like that. right? And you're going to see more of that. I've seen some already coming out. They got some white label stuff going out and people trying to get you in. The KDL lady, she's out there, saying, hey, write books for KDL. But in the back end, that's what she's selling. Okay. So get this, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
You see something, you interpolate on it, create a version for yourself because you can very fast using some outsource and some AI. Now you have one for your own
There
purposes,
you go.
perhaps. You could be writing books. I personally believe you can write a book a day. That's my that's my opinion. With all the material that, and if you're over a certain age, get this, Rob, especially if you're older and you've got things accumulated and stuff to say. I'm literally thinking about spinning up a business just based on that. Of a certain
Mm-hmm.
age, it's going to be called, I shouldn't even tell y'all, 50 up startup, 50 and up startup, or 40 and up
Nice.
startup. So for people that are of a certain age and you want to start something, here's the easiest way to do it.
Nice. Nice.
Anyway, so that's all, everybody. That's what we want to share with you today. I forgot to ask you, hey, if you like this information, to go ahead and subscribe. Send this one. If you like this and you think it'll be of value to somebody, send it to somebody you like. Try that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you
Yeah.
might want to check this out. Right? Rob
Yep.
and I are going to be pushing out some information to you in the upcoming episodes that are going to be talking about how you can make all this stuff easier. We're going to show you some things that we do
Yeah.
personally, and then some apps and stuff. So be on the lookout for that.
Yep.
So
Yep.
Rob,
Some
what can we
tools and
leave
all
them
the
with?
cool stuff.
What can we leave them with?
Again,
Interpolation.
remember that you already have this skill. This is what you're good at. Remember that you just have to open your eyes up a little bit. You have to look and see the things that are out there. And as you continue doing that, you are going to transform your business, your life, and ultimately the impact you have on the world.
There it is, everybody. We will see you in the next episode. So the main thing I'm curious about, Rob, is at what age should people stop trying to start a business? There's a reason I'm asking this. Stop.
That's an interesting question. So I would argue that there's no age that you should cut off starting businesses. I think that you should be willing to start a business at any age if that's what you feel called to do. But I'm interested to hear your side of this.
So I'm all fired up, right? And it's because I came across some information that I remember when I started. It got me fired up then. And the dude was saying that he did not, it was a VC, and he said he didn't invest in anybody over the age of 40. Just so, of course, I was like, I'll show you. And so it got me thinking, especially now with AI. This is my thought pattern, y'all. And I want everybody to be able to, as you listen to this, wherever you are in life, ask this extra question. Is that me? Is this how I feel? Is what they're saying giving me hope? So here's what I thought. In my opinion, there's no age you should stop starting things.
See, that's why we boys.
Because there's an energy that comes from starting stuff. There's a natural energy. It's new, it's fresh, it's interesting. And I remember when I first started saying, all I want to do is have an interesting life and then show others how to have an interesting life too. That's where I came up with, Monetize Your Life Academy, becoming a Monetize Your Life guy, and all these different things, right? So with AI, however, I'm finding that actually, if you're older, you have an even better opportunity because you've lived longer. You got more inputs to drop into AI to say, hey, AI, based on my years of experience doing, garbage truck driving or whatever it is, I would like to come up with an idea. But if you're younger, you haven't lived life, you may be filled with a little bit of anxiety, you've just gotten out of school and maybe done the whole thing and you've got indoctrinated that way. You may not have a lot of stuff. You may not have a lot of pain.
No, that part is really powerful. And I think I even agree with you that the older you are, the more market research you've done.
Yes.
You are more aware of the things that exist and the gaps or the holes in them, right? You are more aware of how to make things better because you've experienced more systems. You've experienced more systems, not and for more time, right? Like if you just think about, I mean, there's just different things that the older you are, the more you're able to see
Yeah.
how there's been this product and 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 this product, and none of them have this.
Right. That's it. The gaps. So, we talk about this a lot, and I want y'all to hear this, that there's money in the gaps. Now, that's not
Mm-hmm.
mine. I heard that somewhere, but there's money in the gaps. The question is, can you see the gaps? Can you
Right.
identify them? Can you recognize them? And this is where I'm constantly, prompting and talking with people about what are they pissed off about? What still is bugging you 10 years later? Because that's
Mm-hmm.
a gap in your, and we talk about this a lot too, Rob, to find people that have a known problem,
Yep.
want to fix it, maybe a couple of bucks to do it. Older,
Exactly.
you may have a couple of bucks. You may have retired, or you're 50 and you've got some zing in the bank, and you're
Mm-hmm.
like, I'm getting 4% over here. So what you got? And now you got life reps. This is what I want to share with you,
That's it.
that your age does matter in this case for the positive. So if you're out there, you're 40, you're 50, and I'm starting at 40. You're 40, you're 50, you're 60, you're 70. You can start stuff. I'll give you an example. I was, hanging out with my uncles and his wife and a whole bunch of older people around the room, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I was amazed at, and this was, if you're listening to this, don't jump me. But I was amazed at the resignation in the room.
Yeah.
They had worked 25 years here, 25 years over here. Now they're 71, just now retiring. They're like, I'm done. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
That's the time. But if you get them in an engaging conversation, this is what I found myself doing, is
Mm-hmm.
engaging them in interesting questions. And all of a
Mm-hmm.
sudden, those eyes light up, and years of experience started
Mm-hmm.
pouring out. And I thought, oh my gosh, what an opportunity. Now, keep in mind, if you're 40, 50, 60, 70, you have those life reps. It's giving you
Yep.
tremendous opportunity. Now, imagine this, Rob. We combine that with the power of utilizing AI tools,
Mm-hmm.
right? I'll give you one that I was just on the other day, and it's like, oh my gosh. I don't know the use case yet. I'm still discovering it. A lot of the big wigs in the AI space, they're coming out with it like a day old. It's called WebSim, WEBSIM.ai.
Mm.
Now, WebSim.ai, man, is right now as close to an agent. This is what we're going to now, y'all. Right now you have you got your large language models, LLMs, that are like co-pilots. Right
Mm-hmm.
now, you tell them, hey, co-pilot, I'd like to, and it kind of gives you some information. Well, this one right here, you tell it what to do, you show it a picture, you put in a website, it'll create something for you.
Mm.
That's where we're, and now when they talk about generative AI,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So now, as a SEO that is transitioning from not just search engine, but going into answer engine optimization, answer engine optimization, because he's becoming an answer engines, and then generative engine optimization,
Mm-hmm.
right? So these are the engines that we're going into, where you literally, bro, I just literally was playing with it earlier today. Let's see if I can pull it up real quick. And it it created something that I was just literally going, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I got more of it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
let's see, I can't find it. It's somewhere hidden. Can you see me still? All right,
Yep.
show you if I can. So this one right here, and I come up with all kind of stuff. You know me, man. I'm always coming up with something, right? So this is one that I literally just said, See if you can see it. Can you see the one that says Radio the Biz Coach?
Not yet. It's coming up.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. So all I did was in this, I said, change the URL colors, but cool blue. And it came up with this. And I said to it, just here's the website, randyOTheBizCoach.com. Here's a URL.
Mm-hmm.
And it came up with this. So if I said Rob the Biz, let's see if it says robthebizcoach.com, and then just put that in. It goes to its thing, and because it'll say, what do you robthebizcoach.com. It'll then create something based on this.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Now, all I did was
Wow.
put in robthebizcoach.com, and it decided to come up with Rob the Biz Coach. We believe that traditional business model is outdated, and that's kind of like what Rob does. He believes that it's outdated. Why work hard when you can work smart? Da, 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 da. Our expert team of consultants. So it created this, and then you can then go in and say, okay, I like this. Keep this, but change the colors.
And is this the WebSim AI?
Yeah, this is WebSim AI.
Wow.
And again, I'm listening in on the big wigs, man. You know, you got the Matt Wolfs out there that do this stuff all the time, and he can't even figure out. He said, I don't know what the use case for this thing is yet. But look at this. Now it changes the colors. Disrupting business one heist at a time. Right now, they might have saw Rob.
Yeah.
Says no, Rob. I did say Rob the Biz, so I should have said put Coach up here, Coach. Let's see what happens. So the point is that this is like the worst this is going to get. It's only going to get better to where we're then just telling it
right.
What to do. All right, ethically disrupting business paradigms. We believe in. So it's one of the cool things I like is that it just, and I don't even know how to use this yet. But if we go to home, look at what it does. You go to home, it's got all these different people it's free too, right now.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's free. You get all this. What they're doing is, it's the information. They're just gathering. Hey, what are people doing?
Exactly. What are people putting in? It's kind of like what OpenAI was, or ChatGPT was when it first started out.
And this is an exciting. So it's got all these people are doing different things. There's not a lot of function yet. In other words, if you put it in, you'd have to go into some extra stuff to get it to like work. But then it will give you a link. Let's say you created all this stuff, right? I created this one right here. You then can get a link that you can send to people. And let's say you wanted to create a game, and that y'all can play the game. So it's doing what a custom GPT would be doing.
Right.
And again, this is the worst that it's going to get. Here's another one I came up with. This one is called. All right. I'm not going to go any further, y'all. I'm just saying.
Imagine now. Just to be clear, that there's so many different applications. So starting back from when we talked about this, what is the age you stop starting stuff? It's never. I think everybody understands that. And the thing that you want to be paying attention to, if you are entrepreneurial minded, if you are like, the barriers to entry to business are coming down, 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 down. I remember when I started my first business way back in 1997. And this was a network marketing business. We were selling water filtration systems, if you remember back in the day, right?
NSAs.
Yep. And so what we and you were literally, now mind you, you had some email, some internet, but most folks wasn't on. Like, people still have like people didn't even have cell phones really, really heavy at that point in time. Like the cordless phone was the big thing in the late 90s, right? Yeah. Like, and so what we were doing was, in order to actually get your business off the ground, you had to know people in your circle who had this desire, who had this thing.
Right.
Fast forward to today, 30 years later, and what you're able to do with social media, what you're able to do with Facebook ads, what you're able to do with all this type of stuff. If you can get the product and know what the problem is that you're solving, you can literally reach out to people all over the world who may have that problem,
Correct.
and you can get in touch with them. Now it's difficult to get in touch with them because their attention is all 50 million different places. That's true. But these types of tools allow us so much more easily to get in front of people and get in front of people more often, and to do things once and allow them to continue to hit. You can film a commercial one time and put it in front of people every week. And it could be the same group of people. You put it in front of them, you put it on your Facebook page, on your YouTube channel, on whatever. And every week, the people that see you will see this thing and know, oh yeah, that's right. You do water filtration systems. I didn't need one 6 months ago, but I need one now. Let me give you a call.
And I'm gonna tell you, man, I did something today. Here's one of my new tools, y'all. I want to show y'all. It's the Ordro. Put it on. Well, y'all can't even see it.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. Oh.
Right. So this one right here is literally, now you got, of course, you got the cool things. You got the Ray-Ban glasses, and then you can do that kind of stuff. But I found that the Ray-Ban glasses, they don't have the mic doesn't work that well. So I can put this on my head. Now, keep in mind, people use GoPros right now. They got this thing on their chest, and then I'm watching just a ton of fishing videos because it's just amazing. But I got something like this, right? So now I take a book, Rob, and just to your point, I take a book. Now get this. So I take a book and I can literally say, hey, so what they're talking about in chapter 22, your books should be recreated constantly, to your point, put on Facebook in clips. Use your Ordro or something like this, right? So that you're then talking about whatever it is you're talking about, right? And I used to have to take my phone, put my phone in front of me, you know, it was a hot
Mm-hmm.
mess.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now I can just have something like this. If I'm out fishing, it can see what I'm seeing. I went out with it, walked around, had it on, got a little wrist thing that, beep, beep. And I don't like wearing nothing on
Mm-hmm.
my wrist, but it's like, turn it on, record, take snippets, boom, instantaneous, to Instagram, to all these different social media channels that you can now put it to. Build an audience because people are just digging what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Now tell me, if you're older, you're 40, 50, 60, 70, you could be creating mass. Okay, you got that garden because you have retired. I want to see how you did your garden. Get in there, dig in the dirt, show it to me like this. You got your thing on is secure, and you're just that
Mm-hmm.
way you don't have to take your phone. And I want to see your hands in it,
Yep,
right?
yep,
I want to
yep.
see you digging in the dirt.
First person experience, and you get to take people along with you as you do what you're doing.
It is one of the key things that I've been listening to some Russell Brunson stuff, and it just kind of hit me what he was talking about. Listen, he says, what's really affecting people and making them stop is this thing called dramatic demonstration. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
like looking at it, I'm like, dramatic demonstration. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, you mean show, don't tell? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Same, said a different way, dramatic demonstration. And I found that, remember when I tell you I got super busy with work and all this kind of stuff, and it's
Yep.
because I started doing these demonstrations. I didn't call it that, but it was called a dramatic demonstration. In other words, show them,
Mm-hmm.
right?
I can
It's
show
very
you better than
similar.
I can tell you.
Show you better than I can tell you. So now people are kind of going, all right, I see you doing it. Hence the reason. If you're in their garden, show me your hands digging in the dirt. Show me putting it down. Show me what you all that kind of stuff. It is an engagement strategy that's working like gangbusters. You can do it too, no matter how old you are. There is no limit on when you should be starting businesses.
Right.
Now
And
you
to
can
the
start them.
younger folks that are out there, the thing that I will tell you with relation to this point is something that my dad told me when I was joining the service. So my dad was a former enlisted uh, staff sergeant in the Army. And when I joined the Marine Corps and became officer, one of the first things he told me, he said, son, as a lieutenant, you're gonna walk in there and you're gonna think you know a lot because you've been to college, you've done all this. Here's what you need to understand. Everybody that's in the service is gonna know that you're a lieutenant, right? You're a boot, as they like to call it. Mm-hmm. He said, what you want to do is you want to go in and not think you know everything. What you want to do instead is you want to go and find the oldest, saltiest, crustiest, like has been through all of the stuff, enlisted personnel that you can find, and you want to learn from them because what they have experienced will trump what you have read about. Mm. And that was how I operated. That's how I acted. I always went and found senior enlisted leaders. And then I found officer leaders as well who had been through, who had commanded, who had been in charge, who had done things. And I learned so much more about what the books don't tell you than I would have ever learned. And so I would tell you, anybody that's young and is thinking about this is like, but I don't have the life experience. I don't have all the rest of that. You're right. The beauty of it is you get to borrow other people's experience. And a lot of the people that you have in your life, or if you don't have them in your life, go find them because they're out there. They want to tell their stories. They want to explain what happened and what was out there and all the rest of that. You just have to be willing to sit and be willing to listen.
That is
right?
so good. Daniel Priestley was talking about that in one of his books called Key Person of Influence. Right? And I'll give you an example. I was coaching a young guy. It was actually one of my coaching clients it was their son. So, and he was like, I run into this problem. The moment people see how old I am, he said they don't want to work with me. Because he comes up with all these ideas. He says, and that has become a stopper. And what I suggested to him was, and remembering what Dan Priestley says in the book, I said, get yourself a key person of influence. And that's just that senior person that when they don't necessarily they could be the face of the company while you're the company. I said, but the point is that when they're looked upon, they're going, okay, that's a key person influence. They're my age or whatever it is. I trust them. It's to what you're saying, getting someone older, connecting with them, getting the information and or their influence, borrowing it so that you can remove one of the barriers to the entryway into what you're trying to do. Right? So that becomes, get this, another opportunity for people that are in them 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, become a key person of influence. And is that worth something? Yes. Do you have to go out there, dig ditches and be like, I'm tired. I'm not digging that ditch. No.
Exactly.
You just have to connect with somebody that needs you to just oversee the ditch digging. And there's
somebody that loves to dig ditches.
That's the cool part. There's money in that. Money in the gap. Yeah. So how are you leveraging? Are you saying I'm retired and I'm getting ready to get on a boat and start fishing and golfing all day and all that kind of stuff? Or am I going to lend? Man, there's a business in there. Lend your age. Lend me your age. No, lend me your influence. See y'all, see what I do, y'all? Lend me your influence. Become my key person of influence in a particular area. I love that. So there's no age. Let's get out there, start creating things, no matter what age you are. Rob and I, our ages are different. So, we can step you into this river of possibility wherever you want to get into. So I just fired up the Facebook page. I was going to show you, Rob. I just fired up our Facebook page. So I put last week's episode on there. Let me see if I can show you real quick. Nice. And I'm going to be doing some ads and stuff for followers and the whole thing. So it's pretty interesting. I'll show you real quick.
Nice.
So, and this is what we're going to show y'all how to do the same thing, right? And just get out there, create yourself a Facebook page, right? We're going to drive traffic from different areas over to the page itself, right? And so I created it right here. I dropped in, one of the episodes, talk a little bit about this, and then Rob, if you want to send over some stuff, what I could do is put in anything you want to put in that want to drive people over to it. So then when they do come to it, you see I got stuff in here already.
Nice.
Right? And then I want to start running ads to, ads for likes and all that kind of stuff and get people over here. Then they get a chance to say, oh, what are these dudes talking about? Which
I
could
love it.
increase everything else, but put some of your stuff in too. Says, okay, this is what Rob's got going
Yeah.
on right now, right? And then driving
I
people away
love
from
it.
it.
I love it. I love
That's
it. This is the type of stuff. And it's so funny, right? Because even for us, we're constantly thinking about new things and moving in new directions. And so for all y'all that are watching, I wanted to let you know, like, we try to practice what we preach. It's not just we're masterminding on how we can improve our business, and we kind of just let y'all in on the conversation. But the idea, I think, is so important that you don't know what the thing is that is going to catapult you, that's going to move. And I heard somebody talk about this the other day. They were like, sometimes you don't learn what you need to get past step 5 until you've crossed step 3. So if you're at step 1 trying to figure all that out, you're going to struggle because you don't even get enough information until you're done with step 3 to even contemplate what you would need at step 4 and step 5.
good. That's good. That's like life reps. Hey, everybody, that's it for today. We will see you on the next one. Go ahead and come on into what we're doing over here, right? We're creating communities. We're showing you how to take just bits and pieces of information, turn it into income, showing you how to, just propel your business into a different level. We're using some of our experiences. We're getting together, masterminding, right? And coming up with stuff and ideas so that you can go, I want that. Well, go ahead and steal it. Steal it and apply it to
Mm-hmm.
your business. We don't
There
mind.
you go.
We'll see you in the next one, y'all.
Do you just think it's going to make money, or is it actually going to make money? A lot of times people get into stuff and they don't understand the money making part of it. We were talking about something, and remind me of the steps again, because you do this when you talk about monetizing your life. There's kind of 4 steps to it.
This business podcast, the Two Business Guys Mastermind, uncovers for you secrets and share tips and tricks to entrepreneurship as they mastermind on how to have startup, operational, and overall business success so that you can go on to get better results. Enjoy. So in business, there is a big difference between what you think will work and what will actually work. So today, Rob and I were going to do a case study, and we are going to talk about, in this case study, how this particular person has an approach they think will work. And as coaches and consultants and people that have done some business, we see that it might not work unless they just lift like crazy and all this. So Rob, what are your thoughts on this case study? Now, you've kind of, I've sent you a little, script
Mm-hmm.
on
Mm-hmm.
who we're going to be talking about, what we're going to be talking about.
Yep. Yep.
And I would really love if we could share 30 ways that in 30 days they can make some Ks. So 30 ways, that's a lot of ways. We've come up with some things that we believe can help this particular person. And
Yeah.
I've done the research, Rob. They've got a keyword, keyword rich niche.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the trauma niche,
Yes. There's
right?
so
She's
much stuff over there.
certified. So much stuff that could be
Yeah.
unpacked.
Yeah.
But I think her main revenue generators, as you know from the sheet I sent you,
Mm-hmm.
is basically a podcast approach. And I kind of
Mm-hmm.
says, but as an entrepreneur
Right.
and a coach, we have to
Yeah.
kind of let people see that
You're right.
perhaps this might not work.
And I think, when you get into it, one of the things that people run into is, and you said that the question that you led off with was perfect, right? Do you just think it's going to make money, or is it actually going to make money? A lot of times people get into stuff and they don't understand the money making part of it. We were talking about something, and remind me of the steps again, because you do this when you talk about monetizing your life. There's kind of 4 steps to it, right? It's learn, create. What's the last 2
So
steps?
it's learn, create, get paid. Right now,
Right.
there's a step missing, but that's where you might need the help. Learn, but think about this. Anything you learn by end of day. Now, this is the kind of pressure I put onto myself and people I coach. I
Mm-hmm.
says, listen, by end of
Mm-hmm.
day, create from what you learned.
Exactly.
Position it
Apply the
so
knowledge.
that you create a digital doorway to dollars,
Mm-hmm.
therefore getting paid.
There you go.
right?
And I think that what a lot of people struggle with, and like you said, in that intermediate step, that's where they need a lot of help is they don't understand how to get paid from what they create. So, for example, this lady has a podcast. The question that you first have to ask yourself is, how do podcasts get paid? Right.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a couple different ways the podcasts get paid, but the main way the podcasts don't get paid is by getting listened to.
Right.
That's what most people think. Most people think that Joe Rogan makes the money he makes because people listen to his podcast and he gets paid per stream. He doesn't. He gets paid because people listen, people want to advertise, people want to sponsor, people want to be associated with, people want to be affiliated with, people want to put their products on, etc. His podcast. It's like Facebook makes no money from having 2 billion users. Facebook makes tons of money from having Facebook ads, from having games that go on Facebook, from having the data sets that they can create from those users. Because even without your name, the aggregation of all of your tendencies and all the rest of that with AI, we can put together a package of an avatar of the people who click on the same things you click on. And we can say they do this 30% of the time, they do this, and people will buy that data set because they're trying to sell to that group. So the monetization piece is what a lot of people miss. And I think with this podcast, that's what one of the things she's missing. Like in that trauma space, what do you have? You have therapists, you have coaches, you have retreat specialists, people who do these retreats for people who are struggling with trauma and all the rest of stuff. You can have all of those people where you're affiliates with them, and every time you're doing a show, you look at the show that you're about to do and you say, who are 5 businesses that are working in this industry that have an offer that I can promote during this show? And you go out to those people and you have them joint venture with you. So one of the ideas, right? You have them joint venture with you that you promote the retreat or the conference or the coaching package or whatever it is on your show. And every show you make money because people click the link, go pay them, and you get a kickback.
That part is critical. So now what we're doing is, now those kind of are traditional means by which you says, hey, would you like to sponsor this podcast kind of a thing? But you're just going a little bit further, right? You're saying, I have an active group of X amount of people that I send to every single week on my list, whatever it is. You want your stuff in front of it. So this is one way, in addition to what Rob is saying, that you can, how do you then do the work? Now we talk about high level stuff. You could do this. Here's how. One of the things that I did for her was I took her video, one that she had made, and then I put in sections with the sponsors with the name. Now for her, it was just her stuff. For like 4 different areas on the video that would just show up and then fade away. And I thought, oh my gosh, right? When I first saw that somewhere, I thought, this is interesting. And every time it showed up, I would look over there at it, right there in the left-hand corner. So that's one way that, and now how do you then go out and attract these particular people is that you show them yours. Hey, this is what I could do for you, to my active group of. Now, what I'm suggesting is, even if you're just starting off tiny, have, just a couple people, you give them a chance to get in on at founders rates. Say it like that. Would you like to get in on the founders rates? Because once this thing gets popular in such a way, right? So you're letting them know this is the game. Founders rates could lock you in. Grandfather, grandmother, grandniece, granddaughter, whatever you want to say. Rates. Give them an opportunity to go in the space that you're in, and then they get a chance to what? They will look at you and see how many other digital doorways that you have out there, and they might start clicking around. This is the key. This is why I talk about digital real estate a lot. This is why I talk about how, I help you do it, how Rob helps you do it, creating these doorways into your stuff. Because once people kind of go, who is this person? Then they go, oh my gosh, they got this, and they see something out there, and they might buy from you before they buy big from you. Rob, you were talking about just big ticket versus little ticket items, right? And we all get fascinated by the big ticket. Break that out for us.
Yeah.
Because people are talking it.
And you all have probably heard this, those of you all that are out in the entrepreneur space, you got one camp that says you want to do the kind of acceleration model, right? Or the accumulation model where they buy one small thing, and they buy another 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 thing, and finally they buy this big thing. And then there's another group of people that will say, no, you don't want to do that. You want to start with the high ticket offer, and that's all you want to do because that's how the big people make the big money. And the reality is, neither one of them are wrong. It's just you need to understand that if you have a high ticket offer, what a high ticket offer is a bundling together of a whole bunch of small ticket offers that do a big thing. And what the low ticket offer should be, and this is where a lot of people struggle, what the low ticket offer should be is the bundling together of all the things that ultimately get you to the high ticket offer so that people say, oh, I just want you to do it for me or do it with me instead of me doing it for myself. Now, here's the beauty of how this all works in the space with, like, if we're talking about specifically a podcast, right? You don't have to worry about whichever type of product it is because you're the podcaster. Your job is simply to put the information in front of people. And here's the beauty for the joint venture partners that you're going to be working with. They don't care so much about advertising with you if you do it the right way, because what you're not advertising, you're not saying pay me to advertise on my show, pay me to, no, what you're saying is if I sell something, right, this is more affiliate marketing. They don't care how many advertisers they have if they only have to pay when they get a client, because anybody that's been in business knows what really sucks is spending money and not getting a client. I will happily spend money for a client.
It's good. It's good. That part. So, okay. Now we promise y'all, we're not going to give you all 30. We'll keep a sheet. You DM us. All right. Send some information to our email or something like that, and then we'll get it to you. But we will give you some that you can apply like today. Remember how I said, learn, create, get paid. Learn it today. Create from it by this afternoon. Why do I do it in such a compressed time frame? It's the law of Parkinson's, right? Is you will get done whatever you need to get done in the time allotted for it.
Right.
So a day allows you, and also life happens, right? You get, I got that idea. You see another video. I got this idea, and you don't do anything because you're paralyzed with too many choices. So learn, create, get paid in a day.
So to be clear, we're going to give you a kind of our top 3 or 4 today because we want you to be able to walk away and actually apply something. But if you reach out, you'll be able to get the whole list of the things that we brainstormed and all the things that are out there. But for those of you all that are just listening today, the key is take something that you hear today and go apply it.
Okay, now here's one. And I do a lot of these personally. And Rob keeps saying, man, teach people how to do this. So this one right here, this is what I'm also recommending to her, is Coffee for Coaching. Now, there is a site that it's like the Patreon approach, it's like the tip jar approach. Y'all seen these different things, but this one's called Get a Buy Me a Coffee. I'll leave a link to this. If you're watching this on YouTube, I'll leave a link in the description field. If you're seeing it on Facebook, then I'll, put a link somewhere. If you're seeing it on comments. TikTok, or TikTok's not going to let you do anything. But anyway, Coffee for Coaching. So this is what you're doing then, is saying, hey, look, she is certified, best-selling author, all kinds of stuff, right? All kinds of credentials. So I'm saying, hey, listen, every single day, could you do a Coffee for Coaching? Now, I do it personally. If y'all hear this, you can use it. Fine. Coffee for Coaching, whatever it is. I don't care if you're a gardener, if you're you know how to cut lawn the best than anybody in the neighborhood, right? I would watch that video. I might buy that thing, and all I got to do is give you some coffee. Heck, that'll work. But it's an intro in. So every single day, and I want to be clear. The reason why we're saying 30 days is because the goal is, and the goal that she had was, I need to generate some revenue. And I need to generate revenue fast. So what we're doing is fast tracking stuff. Now, if you says, hey, listen, I got time, I got a year, I got 6 months, I got whatever, or I got a good job, or whatever. But I'm saying, to the degree you want to eat, and to the degree you want to feed your family and send your kids to put your kids to school, is the degree that you will put in this work. I told my wife this the other day, and she was like, dude, you're kind of being intense. I says, but to the degree you need to, you will do this stuff. I'm telling you, we've heard it time and time again. People put in the work. I was recounting on a live today about Sylvester Stallone, that whole story about he painted the windows, and in 3 days he wrote Rocky, and that started his whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so coffee for coaching is a digital doorway. And this is what Rob tells me. He says, man, you got to teach people more about these digital doorways to dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I used to call it, digital real estate, but people kept saying, oh, real estate, building? No, not a building, a digital doorway to dollars. So here it is. That's one. These consults, because she's in that trauma space, which, Rob, when I looked it up and I saw that the being like trauma informed, all these different things, it was
Mm-hmm.
so searched out. I didn't realize it, right? I didn't realize, I knew that people were, a lot of trauma and all that kind of stuff, but I didn't realize that as a keyword, it was very well searched out. So we know that she's in the right niche. She's saying the right words. She's getting traffic. So I'm thinking that these coffee for coaching could be trauma consults. That
Mm-hmm.
will generate revenue. People just come
Mm-hmm.
in, and you don't have to be regional, y'all. You can go wherever people can get into a Zoom to get this trauma coaching from. Then you hit them up with all the credentials. Then they go out
Exactly.
there and find all these different digital doorways that you created because they will search you out.
Right. And I
Now,
want to I want to dig into that just a little bit because
mhm,
a lot of times what people feel like is, well, my entire coaching is worth so much more than that. Realize it, and this is what goes back to what we were talking about, right?
it
You
is.
got to break the things down into digestible chunks.
Oh,
You got to
that's so
break it
good.
down so that people understand that they can get what they need and then they can get the next step. Because one of the biggest things that I've learned, and I struggle with this as an entrepreneur because I always wanted, like, I know what I want to do. I want to find the people that want to do that, pay me, and then I'll go be awesome. That's always how I kind of thought about it. And what I realized was there's a time period that it takes for people to learn that you're as awesome as advertised, that they
Mhm,
want to spend the money with you for you to be awesome. There's all that time that they've got to go through. And so one of the things
mhm,
that allows them to stay in your orbit long enough to build the trust with you that you can actually do what you say is to experience you in little bits and little bites. Now,
yeah,
a lot of times they may experience you in little bits and little bites for free, and that's great. But now they got to go search and find, and you got to be really good at getting them all the free stuff. Or you can take that same energy and give them the opportunity to pay you a little bit. And we have a service with our nonprofit where, right, one of the things that we do is we have a scholarship program for moms who are getting ready to have a baby, want a doula but can't necessarily afford it. We have a scholarship program that we give scholarships and pay for the doula services for the moms. Then we have another program where what we do is just help moms who know how and can pay for doula services, right? We help them to find and source doulas because there's a lot more of those moms that we can't service in our program because we'll be full. But that doesn't mean that we can't still help them. And so what we do is we help them, and we've partnered with a couple of the government agencies so that our staff gets paid through grants and everything to help people find other people. You can do the same thing with the
yes.
coffee, right? Buy me a coffee. You don't need to work with me. You might not be able to afford me. You might not be my client, the type of client that I work with, a whole bunch of things. But I also know that I have a database of other providers because I'm in this space and you're not. And I can give you a consultation that helps you find the perfect person. And that service can be a coffee or
Coffee
10
for
coffees.
consults, coffee for connections, coffee. And you're seeing where I'm doing here, y'all. And
Yeah.
let's be clear, the Buy Me a Coffee is a link, a service that allows people to come in and do this thing. They take their fee and they send you the rest. That's the point. All right. So
Mm-hmm.
here's one. She's written a book. So of course, what am I telling her to do is to break that book up into bits. I have found I was listening to Naval Ravikant once, or reading something on his stuff, and he says, and I used to read books from left to right, right? I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't finish that book, and I'm feeling all funny because I didn't finish the book, and not a finisher. And he says, yeah, stop that. He basically said, you read to enough to get an insight. You read
Mm-hmm.
enough to get an inspiration. You read enough. Now, Naval, I apologize if I'm, saying it out of order or whatever, right? But in other words, you read enough. You can open the book anywhere. Read until you get a aha moment. put it down. Now that's what I do. So I'll pick it up and I'll go, okay, I just picked up Stephen Pressfield's book, The Art of, or The War of Art. The War of Art. Yeah. Here it is. The War of Art. So I just picked this one up again. Break Through the Blocks and Win Your Inner Creative Battle by Stephen Pressfield.
Nice.
Right. And it's so digestible, y'all. If you think about the insides, these are digestible chapters, man. I can read that. And so, okay. So here's the next idea. Take pieces of stuff that you already have, that you've already created. I don't care if it's a video, it's a podcast, or whatever it is. And then we're going to get it transcribed. I'll show you all the tools. I'll leave some in the description field, or if you're sending us some DMs or whatever, then I'll get those tools to you as well. You then take bits of it. Now that we have AI and GPTs, whether you're using Chat GPTs, whether you're using some of the newer ones, whatever, doesn't matter. Gemini, I don't care. You then take it and says, hey, from this section, what am I trying to say here? What am I doing here? Can you expand this for me? Can you create this for me? And it will. Just from your work. You're not asking it to create some magical mystery kind of thing that is plagiarizing and using other people's stuff. Just from your stuff. So that's one of the other ideas. I'm saying, let's take bits and pieces of stuff that you've already created and then recombine it, repurpose it, and put it out there for sale. Now, this is, again, 30 ways in 30 days to make some Ks. Whatever K is thousands. Everybody knows that, right? So that becomes the deal. So now, okay, Rob, they have created this thing. They've got us something. It took them an afternoon. It took them a day. How then, and we're going to share a couple ideas, how then will they get leads into it? What should they do?
Right. No, that's a great question. And so the biggest thing that I would say, and it took me a long time to learn this, is you want to go to where the leads are instead of trying to find them where you are. And what I mean by that is if I'm hungry and I want to get something to eat, I go to a restaurant or I go to the grocery store. In both of those places, I know that I will find food. Now I can go to the tire shop. It's a store and it might have some food in it. But the likelihood that there's food there is a lot slimmer than if I go to a grocery store or if I go to a restaurant. And similarly, you got to think about where these types of clients already hang out. So if you're talking about somebody is doing trauma-informed care, where are her clients most likely going to be? And most likely going to be at places that already service. So if you think mental health centers, if you think behavioral health centers, if you think doctor's offices, if you think healthcare industry in general, this is the place where these are the places where you're going to find this. Which you also think support groups, right? So you think about your AA meetings, your Narcotics Anonymous meetings, you think about all these different types of support groups that are there for people who are struggling with different traumas. And then you can go, if you don't want to go in person, you can look on Facebook. There's a whole bunch of trauma-informed groups all over the place, right? And then there's trauma providers again. And these are people that already are speaking to the audience that you're trying to speak to. So you don't got to go and find them because they've already set up a meeting or set up an event or set up something. So your people are there. So that's my idea is go, and one of my mentors said it this way, go fish in the barrels. It's a lot easier than fishing in the ocean.
See, that part, right? And as a person that just yesterday spent all day fishing, all day, and caught 41 fish, nice eaters. I got a couple bass. I already ate them. But anyway, so then I know that, and this is one thing that I'm literally starting a channel. Rob, talk me out of it. Fishing and business.
I like it.
Why? Because fishing videos, I watch them to the end. I love them. Now I'm just doing my thing. Fishing and business. And I'm going to talk about the parallels between the two. Here's fishing. Isn't it like creating a funnel? Isn't, like Rob just says, go where they already are. So in business, wouldn't we already go where customers are already buying? Yes. Interesting.
It's one of the first questions the fishermen ask each other. Where are they biting?
Hey, man, where are they biting? And we lie, it says over there. Take your butt over there. I've been telling so many people about my spots. Now the spots are dry. So my point is, fishing in business, look for it. It's coming.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll probably take off the G and say fishing in business. I already got it set up in my mind. So my point is that,
There you
okay,
go.
here he's heard with Rob. These are where people already are. Now let's dig a little bit. Let's dig a little bit more, right? Did I say dig a little bit more? I meant, let's
Stir
stir
it
this
up.
up a little bit more. So get this. Just the other day for a client, I did a Yellow Pages using AI to dig in to the Yellow Pages, yellowpages.com,
Mm-hmm.
to get leads. Oh my
Mm-hmm.
gosh. I did the video. I haven't released it yet. So I did, this is what I did, Rob. I went to the yellowpages.com and I'm going to show y'all this, right? I asked ChatGPT, I says, listen, I need you when I get all of this information to put it in a particular format. Suggest other places. So if I release the video or just grab the information right now, learn, create, get paid, figure it out, send me a note, whatever you need to do, send me a pigeon. I don't care. Put a note on its foot, tap it. It'll tap on my window and says, hey, could so-and-so is saying, could you share more about that? Go over there, then put the list. I did this, handed it off to my client. They were looking like, oh my gosh. Now, the information is already out there. The means by which they were getting information was hard, right? They weren't
Mm-hmm.
fit. They were going to a tire store looking for groceries. And I says, no, go to the grocery store to get your groceries. Here's how. And then all I did was use a little AI to format it and then
Mm-hmm.
suggest other things. So now I got a list. Then I told it to create a CSV file for me. It created the CSV file, right? Tell me if it's rated this, that, and the third. Tell me what kind of ratings it's getting. So now when I call the clients, it says, well, you used to have a top rating with XYZ. Is there anything that we can do to help you get back to that, whatever it is? Now, in this case, you're going to be going into for this particular case study, only areas that speak about what Rob is talking about, right? Now, those are the obvious ones, but there's some people out there hurting and not talking.
Mm-hmm.
They're on Facebook trolling people, whatever they're doing, but they're hurting. So you then could find them there by putting and being found for what you do.
Mm-hmm.
So now in that space itself, in that niche itself, it's subsetted off into ways that you could just make a good living and eat for a long time, right? Being trauma informed, being informed in this area, category, whatever, and eat from that for a while. Then over here, create another program for become trauma informed on how to get over this, that, and the other. All right. Now, y'all with
Mm-hmm.
it? Everybody with? So hey, listen, if y'all listen to this and you're getting value, I'm going to leave a link to buy me some coffee. So if you say, you know what, that brother, he just gave me some. And if Rob's got his, I'll say Rob's buy me a coffee link. Randy's buy me a coffee link. And I'm not going to get jealous if he gets more coffee bought for him. I've had my coffee today. It helps us do these things. Trust me. Caffeinated courage. But anyway, so Yellow Pages lead list. Come up with a list of, and what I did and talked to her about was say 100 people, right? That's the rule of 100. If by the
Mm-hmm.
time you get and call on in the means by which you call on them, email, phone calls, you will get business. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
because it's 100. If you stop at 78, maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
97, hopefully by then you've done some things, but in the last three could be the ones that do it for you. All
Yep.
right. How about lists? If you got an email, and I know you got an email list, you just don't think you got an email list. We call it
Mm-hmm.
Messenger.
Yes.
You look in your Messenger, only one person that I was talking with in this particular way says, yeah, I don't mess with Facebook. They had no list. I was like, you don't have a list? Yeah, but I mess with TikTok. Okay. So they're on social media, just not Facebook. In this case, Messenger is a means by which to easily go where people already are. And you can literally put a little thing together saying, hey, listen, I am forming this, I'm having this talk on. If you know anybody, don't say them. Hey, if you want to come, people are going to say to themselves, that's me. I'm suffering from this, that, and the third. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it may not be a big thing. It's a trauma. It could be a trauma that they is stopping them from getting to next steps, whatever it is. You're going to help them break free because you know you're a best-selling author, you have certifications, blah, 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 blah. Right. Now, that's your list. That's one. So you're going to go to idea. You're going to go to a list that you already own and send a message to them. Now, lists look like email list. They look like
Mm-hmm.
SMS lists. In other words, people on your phone, right? And that people on your phone know people.
Yep.
Ah, let's see if I got this right. Hey, send this to 5 people you know. Send this to 3 people you know, right? I mean, this ain't no MLM junk where you're going, hey, I need to find out 3 people. No, we're talking about getting people help. And if you
Mm-hmm.
say, hey, look, I'll pay for it because they're bugging me to death. I'll pay for it. Okay, gift it to them then. Because you, as the person that's generating revenue, how you get your money, well, who you get it from, well, it could be an
That
aunt, it
part.
could be an uncle that says they need help. I am sponsoring them to get this help from you.
That's so important. And Peter Thiel talked about this in Zero to One, his book Zero to One. He was talking about he's one of the co-founders of PayPal, and he was talking about how they figured out how to accelerate how many people were opting into PayPal. And one of the things they looked at was what's the driver of the group that they were going after? And one of the drivers was money. And they were like, how about we pay people to try the service? Because they knew that if they tried the service, they would
Mhm.
like it. And so they would just pay. They were like, we'll pay you and your friend if you introduce this to your friend. So there's a natural incentive for me to introduce it because I'm getting some money. And the friend is getting it for free. So they're getting some money. And it worked like gangbusters but what PayPal knew was the people who were taking the service, once they liked it,
Yeah,
they were going to continue transacting on the service, which was better than the other services they had. And PayPal was going to make that money back in spades in the first year. And so every year after that, that their clients used PayPal, it was pure profit.
correct.
Right. And so you can do a similar thing. What Randy just talked about as far as making, um, offering it as a gift. One of the things that you can realize is sometimes people need to know that they can buy your service for somebody else and
Yeah,
that they can gift it to them. And all other times you can be giving away. Let's say you're giving away a free thing or a discounted thing. What you do is you have the people that are in your orbit. You allow them, especially your former clients, hey, who do you think would benefit from this? That if you were able to give them a gift, it would be beneficial. Because now they're not going saying, hey, you need to try this thing out. They're saying, hey, I got this gift for you. Right.
yeah. Who would you nominate? Try that. I
Right.
heard that once. I heard somebody doing that, and they said after they make a sale, they go, "Hey, who would you like to nominate?" It's like, ooh, it was. I could not find. I used GPTs to find another word that was as good as nominate, and I did not find one. Who could you nominate? Not who could you share? Who could you say? Who could you nominate? So now they feel like, oh, I'm nominating someone like an award. Get that?
Exactly.
It's in the wording. Who could you
Yeah.
nominate? And Rob, for what Rob does, Rob, he helps big businesses, and he's working with small businesses too. But for the most part, the big businesses, if they had a business that serves them, and I've seen this, that serves them, but they can't go take over the business. They got a whole business that this within this business you have egos, so you can't just tell them y'all stink, y'all ain't servicing us right. But if they, big business, nominated someone, a company like Rob's, to then help this company, they get the help for free. The big company gets a better business in the
Mhm.
end.
That's
Think
it.
about that, big businesses, if you're all listening. Right, so here's another one.
That's it. That's how Toyota does it.
See, I thought that was my idea, and it's not. It's
Toyota comes in there
repurposed.
like, hey, we'll work with you and we'll send over our crack team of a Toyota production specialist to help you set up your business so that it
Yeah.
runs properly. Now, Toyota does that because they're getting the stuff from the new business for cheap, but it's only worth it to get it from them from cheap if they do it the way Toyota needs them to do it. So they teach them how to do it.
TPS, Toyota Production System, right?
Yep.
Also known as other stuff. But anyway, here's another one. What about buying and borrowing lists? What if
Mm,
you went to, let's say you took 5 people. Now, remember, we said to the degree you want to eat and feed your family, send your kids to school, you will work. You will take
mhm.
these ideas, sit in a room, and do it, right? So you then are going to, let's say, um, people that have lists already, people that have IG accounts already, Facebook followers already. And if they're not too big and know the game right and know what to charge you, you may get it for pennies. Because what you need to do is get traffic over to and leads into your stuff, right? And there are services that you can use for that. One I'm going to just share with you is Udemy, udemy.com. I think it's
UDE.
UDI, no,
Oh, it's a different one.
IMI, right? Udemy is Udemy, not the
Not the
business,
platform, the business platform or the business learning platform.
right? Not that one. Um,
Oh,
so
see,
Udemy is you can go and guess what? You find people that all they do is cultivate lists, right? They farm. We've heard of that before, right? Lead farming, whatever. They
mhm.
used to be called solo ads back in the day. Anyway, so you can go there, find people in your particular industry that have a list and make a deal, right? You got to go through a couple of them to make sure that they're cool and they have a high list to conversion rate, blah blah blah, right? But do the
Mhm.
math, pay the money. It could be better than ads because you're getting specific to people that have already been out there searching for this, right? They
Mhm.
have farmed them, email farmed them already, and you just go, huh, that's where they are. Let me buy that. So that's buying lists. Borrow list. You got people online that have big lists that would love to put your stuff in front of their customers because guess what? It's user generated content. They don't have to create it. They'll put it in front of their. I buy from these. If somebody I'm following, and I go, well, I trust you, so I like what you just put there. Okay, I'll check them out. You can do the
Mhm.
same thing, and typically it's not terribly expensive. You ask some questions like, oh, what's your open rate, blah blah blah, what's your typical conversion rate, and then you test this out. But let's assume that you got no money, you can't do all that kind of stuff, right? You go to LinkedIn, and you're going to be loving up on LinkedIn. I kid you not, leveraging LinkedIn like a boss, finding people in your area, not area, but in your area expertise,
Yep.
right? You're going to leverage it and you're going to start talking to people.
Yeah.
Yes.
And here's one, and just to give you all a quick how on you do that. So if you go to LinkedIn right now, you go to your own profile. If you have one, if you got 10 people that you know, if you got 100 people or 500, that's even better. But what you can do is you can then go and search when you click on your profile and your connections. You can search your connections for their second order connections or people that they are connected to by industry, by location, by region, by specialty, by job title, and you can figure out who you want to meet that's 1 degree separated from you. And then you just go focus in that space. You find 5, 10, 15 people that you want to meet, that you want to get emails to, that you want to do something with, and then you go through and you start reaching out. And the beauty of it is you can just go in there and like, oh, you know so and so, I know so and so as well. Would love to expand my network. Boom. And you're in.
Yeah.
And so it's not like one of the things that I think a lot of people struggle with, and I struggle with this a lot too, just going out and trying to figure out who to reach out to, how to get in touch and all the rest of that. And it feels like, right, Randy has a saying, like it feels like boiling the ocean, right? It feels like there's just so much, it's overwhelming. The thing that I will tell you all is you want to break it down into pieces that feel manageable and that you can do consistently.
Take a scoop. Yep, of the
So you
ocean.
take a scoop. You can take a scoop every day and you
Yes.
can boil a scoop every day. And over time, you'll get more effective and more efficient. And so you can start doing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 scoops. But if you can just be consistent with boiling a scoop of the ocean every day, you will get so much done that you need to get done and you won't feel that overwhelmed. So that's one thing that's helped me. Right. I started off, I just would find 10 people a day that were in my network. Right. 10 people a day is 50 people a week. Then I was able to double that. Now it's 100 people a week. Right. Really quickly, you've reached out to and you've gotten connected to over 1,000 people, 2,000 people that are
Yeah.
right in the network and the grouping that you need to be in. So it doesn't have to be a bunch. I just wanted to leave you all with that because it's important to not feel like you got to do all of this stuff all at once.
Right. And that, because that can lead to overwhelm. What we're also talking about is how you can then, again, take, it's something Rob said. He says, the market doesn't need to necessarily be better. It just needs to be digestible information.
Mm-hmm.
So, so you may go in there and go, oh my gosh, I gotta, save the marketplace. No, you may just say, I need to put in this marketplace small bits, small scoops that then help people do that.
Yeah.
And for this particular case study, we've just shared some ways, and we're going to definitely send this podcast to her so she can, take out the bits and pieces and stuff like that. And she gets, of course, more. She gets the other 20 something ways that 20 something ways that she could do this really, really fast. But we want you to hear this and be able to take out your scoops, take out your bits and pieces and put it to work, learn it, create it, get paid from it. And we'll be here to help you in any way we possibly can. All right, that's it, everybody. We're gonna call it a day. Rob's got to run, and we will see you on the next one.
When you get there and your dream is bigger than that, then the question that you have to ask yourself is not, are you working hard enough to eat what you want, but are you working smart enough to eat what you want?
This business podcast, the Two Business Guys Mastermind, uncovers for you secrets and share tips and tricks to entrepreneurship as they mastermind on how to have startup, operational, and overall business success. So that it's my belief that to the degree you want to eat, you will work. Here's what I mean. To the degree you want to eat, you will work. Mm-hmm. I'm working with somebody and their whole business is built on whether they go out and do something, Rob. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. And she was really kind of like, hey, I don't know what to do next. And I says, well, here's really in a nutshell. To the degree you want to eat, you will go out there and do the work. Mm-hmm. So stopping was not an option because, and now we had to work out how to build the business and we had to break some things apart. She had big programs. Nobody was picking them. And it was really interesting what you were saying earlier about the leadership space that you initially came in from. And then you says, well, a lot of leaders have other problems other than getting better
more
themselves.
Pressing. Right.
And but yet all the indicators show that the leadership space and training in it and selling to it is all the way up. But that perspective you just laid on me really makes me ask a question of, to the degree you want to eat, you will work. Because it comes up to, is my ladder up against the right wall? Because I could do really, really well at putting a ladder up against the walls. Hustle move, it's just right, it's perfect. I got the little bricks under the bottom. And then you get up there and go,
it real fast.
Hey, this is the wrong wall.
Right.
I thought it was the right wall. So let's talk a little bit about how does one adjust when
I think, go ahead.
They look at it and they go, I'm not sure if this is the right space.
Yeah, the thing that you said, first thing that I want to do is, because I think that is exactly the problem that so many people run into. I've run into it. We were just talking about off camera, how I've run into it a number of times in my entrepreneurial career. I think the first thing is we have to dispel that limiting belief that says, to the extent that you want to eat, you will work. Mm-hmm. Because what it does, it tells people that if you're not eating, you're not working hard enough.
Right. And that's why I say I'm challenging it personally.
Right.
And I'm going,
and I think that, and here's
that works,
the thing.
But...
Right. And because here's the thing that we have to realize, because, and these are one of those types of things. It's like, sometimes that's true, but what do you do when it's not?
Sometimes that's true. What do you do when it's not?
Right. Because a lot of times we're just not working hard enough. But then there's another set, right? Because there's a subset of people. You get the generalizations for the general population. It's like, yes, most of the times, if you just work harder, you'll get better results. But then you get the group who is working and who is achieving, right? And this is a group that I found myself part of a lot. Externally, everybody is like, why are you disappointed? I would love to have what you have. What you're doing is amazing. What you're doing is awesome. What you're doing, right? And so, and you have the best work ethic, or people are always amazed at how much you have accomplished, how much you are getting done. So it's not a question of, are you working hard enough? There's a level where how hard you work can never get you what you want. Mm-hmm. And I think that, using your analogy, the one that I love that you do so much, right? How in business there are hunters, and then there are trappers, and then there are farmers, right? And one of the things about it, doesn't matter how much you hunt or fish, you can never generate as much food hunting and fishing as a farmer can.
There it is.
Because a farmer gets 1,000% yields from what they do. So that if you were hunting and doing amazing every day, you would still only have 365% of what a day is in a year. Whereas a farmer is going to get 1,000% of what could grow in a day in a year doing what they do. And so when you face that reality that how hard you work doesn't matter after a certain point, right? It's in economics, we call it the principle of diminishing returns, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Diminishing marginal utility, that there comes a point where putting in more hours does not return back to you the same amount as putting in the hours that before it. When you get there and your dream is bigger than that, then the question that you have to ask yourself is not, are you working hard enough to eat what you want, but are you working smart enough to eat what you want?
Yeah, I put out this post. Y'all can't see it. Oh, can't see it. So I put out this post yesterday. I hustled this from I think one of my emails. I think it was Jason Flaling. Mm-hmm. It says, this is what it says, everybody. Until I can outsmart you, I will outwork you. That's in red. Then it says, hard work should only be a short-term solution. It doesn't scale well.
That part.
Now, I struggle personally with this because every day that I wake up, I ask, bro, did you put it in? Did you put the hours in? Did you, right? And I the other day I got up and I decided that I was going to work all day. I'm working all day. Well, let me tell you how the day went. I literally said I'm going to work all day. I made more money not working all day. Okay, this is what happened. This is 100%. I can show you all the receipts. Is I says, okay, I'm going to work all day. Well, I got up that morning and I felt like, you know what? I'm going to go to the coffee shop. So I walked up to the coffee shop. I sat out front. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to get up and I'm going to work 9 a.m. to midnight. Bro, I made money literally sitting at the coffee shop because people were walking by or somebody saw a book that I was reading, came out, hey, what's that book? So I met a guy from Pennsylvania. And so we started talking. And he was like, oh, I really need your help. And the guy really made me an offer by saying, oh, gosh, can you tell me about these things you do, these microsites? What is that, right? So he says, because I really need help, but I only have up to $15,000 to spend. Right. That's like telling a person your budget. That's why I don't tell people my budget. There is no budget because they'll spend your budget. So I go and he says, I got to be able to get it done within that range. Now, I says, I make it one better. I says, I says, a portion of that, and then what is returned. I says, let's take a third of that, see how it works, see if we like each other, working together. If it goes well, then let's uncap that. And then we do pay for performance kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all see what I did? I saw where his threshold was, but then I made a different offer, one that uncaps the possibility. Now, I sat out there for 4 hours drinking coffee, reading my book, and people were walking by that I knew that wanted to stop and get some consulting. I happened to see somebody who I had taught once, and I said, "Hey, where's your husband?" He's at home. I said, "You tell him to come on up here and sit with me." So now it became coffee and consulting. You buy the coffee, I bring the consulting, right? And was able to get him on a program or something, right? Saw somebody else that was getting ready to go into one of the competitors down the street. I saw her, text her. I says, "Hey, are you getting ready to go into this shop?" She says, "How did you know?" I says, "Well, I'm sitting down here." So my point, y'all, is I planned on working all day and doing it in a specific way. I literally planned on working at my computer and bringing all this stuff in and doing all these different things and all that. But yet, by not working, I ended up earning still.
Yep. And most likely earning more than what the working that you were doing was going to earn you.
Yes, because the other stuff was work.
Right, right. And like I got you. Like I've done, we've talked about it, right? I was a company commander and I was running like a smaller business, and I've made more in a year working 5 days a month than I made doing 80 hours of work with those two businesses, those two things combined. So it's not a question of can I work harder? I know I can work hard. I've done it before. And that reality is what kind of haunts us. And so to your point, how do people get when they get to that point? How do they deal with that? What do they do? I was talking to my coach. She gave me this question to think about for me, because this is again something that I struggle with. So on Strength Finders, my number one strength is achiever. So I am a check the box, count the score. I need to be making something happen, getting something done. So hard work for me is like, sure, when it's got this result attached to it. What happens to me is when it doesn't have this result attached to it, then it becomes this thing where it's like, I'm working hard, but this one of these things is not like the other, right? One of these things is not the same. She asked me this question. She said, what are the things that I will do that if I see the patterns, I will know I'm being successful? Right. And to that question of how do you know when your ladder is up against the wrong wall, or what do you do if you figure out your ladder is up against the wrong? First thing that you have to do is you have to be able to define what does success look like. And I know for me, you get to a certain space, like hunting and farming are very different. The things that would inspire you to keep going when you're hunting, right? If you're hunting, you're tracking, you might see some leaves broken, you might see some hoof prints, you might see whatever it is, you might get the scent, you might see the hair snagged and something, whatever it is that you're doing, you have these things that that tell you there's a payday coming real soon.
Yeah.
In farming, the indicators are very different.
Sure. Yeah.
In farming, you put the seed into the ground, you know exactly where it is, but you see nothing.
Right. It's almost like delayed gratification, which is what I'm good at. I'm able to delay gratification.
More than just delayed gratification, because even in hunting, you got delayed gratification, but you have indicators of progress. In farming, what you have is both delayed gratification, and if you are not already aware, you have no idea whether you're progressing. farming is much more faith when you're new to it than anything else, because you literally go a couple of days to a week before you see any sprouts, anything poking through the the ground. And depending on what plant it is that you have planted, it could be a couple of weeks before you see, or even a month before you see anything sprout up through the ground.
Mhm.
And then once you see the very beginning sproutlings, again, there's nothing. Right. And here's the funny thing about farming: what initially pops up doesn't look like what it is that you're actually going for. Like my wife does a garden. We got, tomatoes, squash, cucumbers, zucchini, all that type of stuff, right? The funniest thing about it is when you get a tomato plant or you get a squash plant or you get a zucchini plant or whatever, what you see is a whole bunch of leaves, green leaves and green shoots and all the rest
But
of the
I
type of stuff.
hope something comes off of that.
Exactly. Don't look nothing like tomatoes, zucchinis,
Right.
right? Squash, none of that. Then what you see is a whole bunch of flowers. Again, don't look nothing like what it is you're looking for. It's not until months later that you start to see the buds of the fruit that you're looking
Sure.
for.
Yeah.
And then they're like this big.
Yeah.
You're like, how this gonna turn into a tomato?
All these points that you could have eaten, you could have ate the flowers. Heck, you could have ate the
Mm-hmm.
seeds.
Right.
We've talked a little bit about this before.
Yeah.
It's coming back around, everybody, because there's always these moments in the entrepreneur's life, inflection moments, right? Where, and it happens to me a lot too, where I go,
Mm-hmm.
this could be a grind and a struggle sometimes. It's easier just to go and get that paycheck on Fridays. But then you're
Mm-hmm.
reminded that then I gotta worry, I gotta sit in that meeting. I gotta sit there and see the problem and then ask everybody in the room, do y'all see this snake in the room? I mean, do we really have to form a committee for that? And then you decide, you know what, my
It's
freedom
not worth it. Right.
is. And so this is interesting too, because I've been getting a lot of questions. I've been seeing it a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll and I'll bring this back. I can tell you somebody who the business they're in, they can tell when there's a slowdown. And I was listening to her at a mentor meeting once, and she says, Randy, the economy is slowing down. And I
Mm-hmm.
was like, what are you talking about? This everything's jumping, right? She says, She says, in the space she's in, and she's in the hair and nail space.
Mm-hmm.
She says, people aren't getting their hair done as much. People aren't getting their nails done as much. So she notices it first.
Mm-hmm.
She says
Canary in the
that's
coal.
discretionary income. People are tightening the belt. What is the first thing they get rid of? They go, well, I could just put my hair in a bun. I could throw on some wigs, whatever. So it was an indicator. So in business, the business we're in, when we see the slowdown, we start thinking about, man, I got to feed my family. I might have to go get a job, or I may have to go, do something that kind of keeps me in the game. And there's no harm, no foul. We're not the people that says hardcore entrepreneur for life,
Mm-hmm.
entrepreneurs. No, we're saying do what you got to do. What I do oftentimes is I ask a person some very hard and personal questions first. I just got this question yesterday. A what should I do question. Now I'm very cautious not to just give advice, right? Because this was life moment. So I said to them, I'm not going to say who it is. I said to them, first, ask yourself a very hard question. Am I spending the same amount I would spend over here? Because they were deciding if they're going to keep their office, keep their little building or not. I says, ask yourself a question. Then I put some scenarios. I said, scenario one, I says, you are spending $100 or more for cabling, cable TV, and all that kind of stuff. Hard question you got to ask yourself. So $100, and I just put some scenarios. I says,
Mm-hmm.
you have other subscriptions that are pulling away X amount a month, right? I says, you took 2 trips last year that cost $2,000, 1,000 each, right? So now we're up at 2,000. We're up at $100. So you sit $100 a month, and then I
Mm-hmm.
says, now ask yourself that question. I've done it personally too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If that amount equals what the cost of your building is, cut those out. I said, cut them. I said, because if it is the building that is the place whereby you earn your living or your business could generate revenue. And then I says, every activity that's not a revenue generating activity, because we know if you got all the cable, you're going to want to sit around and watch TV. Right now, that's getting us back into the narrative of to the degree you want to eat work. But it's also
Mm-hmm.
saying now ask yourself, what's your burn rate?
Yeah. Yeah. So I
Reduce
want to, I
that to
want to,
zero and then go into it with a different
I want to jump in
mindset.
and ask you this question though, because I think that there's a tension in this conversation, which is, how do I know if the problem is I'm not working hard enough, or if the problem is I'm not working smart enough?
Well, here it is. And I'm a bank off of something I heard a dude talking about it's something I suspected, but I wasn't intelligent enough in this space to articulate it like he did.
Mm-hmm.
And when he says, okay, he said they were just busting their heads running ads to get business. Right? Their whole business is they run ads. They as a result of the ads, they get business. And he says
Mm-hmm.
he started noticing that he was running a lot of ads, but the business wasn't getting better. Right? Now, how do you notice? What's in the bank from the effort? Okay. Now, so
Mm-hmm.
so this is what he did. He says he went on this journey to understand whether Google, get this, y'all, whether Google and in Facebook too was basically, how should I put this lightly? He says Google was basically robbing him as he spent more money. And he did
Mm-hmm.
these series of tests. Now, this is the nerd that I was saying. He articulating what I have a feeling about,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because people used to say, well, when you do your programs, when you design your stuff, make sure you track everything. Get this. He says, don't track nothing. He said, this is why. He said, the moment you track it, then they're tracking it because, you know, they're basically riding on your whatever, and they're tracking it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
then he says he did these series of tests. I mean, this guy is a nerd, and I've been following him, but he's so up here, and I'm like, I feel like I'm not smart enough to be having this conversation or even listening. But I kept listening, and it's starting to make sense now. So he says he started running. So the more he put in, the more he tracked, the more they noticed when he made money, and the more they raised his cost. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
So he says, wait a minute, I'm working my butt off. I'm putting all this work in. I'm doing hitting the right buttons. And yet my business isn't getting better because my costs are going up as a result of that hard work. So now y'all seeing the analogy here. The cost of doing more versus smart could be costing you on the back end. This is my point. And then he was
Mm-hmm.
doing it in a statistical way. So he says he stopped, he started doing it a different way. He stopped letting them kind of, he found that they were just crushing him with those costs as he made more money. So when he didn't track it, he says it's almost like they were saying, hey, where'd this guy go? He was a good advertiser. Let's give him free stuff. He says he started earning more money by not working as hard as he was to do this tracking and all that kind of stuff. He said
Mm-hmm.
the only way he determines if he's making money now is when he runs an ad, does money go in the bank above what the costs are. That's it. His ROI. So he simplified it to a degree. And he says
Mm-hmm.
he's noticing now Google is, and he was upset by this because he's been one of their top, runners of
Mm-hmm.
ads.
Advertisers, right?
And he says they're gorging me. And this is like the second person, one of his partners too, has said the same thing. And
Yeah.
he says they were hitting them for a lot.
But again, so let me say it this way. I think, first of all, that point is a very important point for everybody to understand. There comes a time when you have to work smarter. But I want to push back just a little bit to say, yes, if he's doing $1 million a month in ads, then he's already past the problem of I know how hard I need to work. And he's dealing with the problem of I'm working harder, but it's not fixing anything. What I'm really, and I don't want to push you on this. I got an idea, but I don't think I don't know whether I've got it or not. What I want to push you on is to get you like when somebody is in that space where they feel like they're working hard, but they're not sure if they're working hard enough. How do they know?
There's always indicators. You in one of your books, you talked about knowing where your goalpost is and stop moving it,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So that you can get a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was so poignant when I read that. And I'm probably messing up the actual way you said it. But
Is it?
you says here's a way to tell whether you're winning.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And another thing, and I'm going to bring this in, is we have to change our indicators.
That part.
We have to change what we see as the win. And this is something that I couldn't because I'm the monetize your life guy. So I says, well, if there ain't no money in the bank, then you ain't winning, right? You didn't win today. But yet,
Right.
when you say, well, I know these actions work,
Mm-hmm.
the new indicator is, did I do the action? And I've been doing a
That,
lot of that in my coaching. Literally,
yeah.
Rob, I've been doing a lot. I says, okay, because I've been seeing a lot of bad business models,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going, that's going to be hard. So I've been, instead of telling the person, that's a terrible business model because it'll break their frame,
Right.
right? And they've worked hard to build a bad business model. So what I'm suggesting is I says, okay, let's break apart the business model and let's find the components that did work. And if you
Mm-hmm.
put that same yeoman and yo womanship in that, it
Mm-hmm.
will succeed.
And I think,
I got a
go ahead.
text today. I
Mm-hmm.
got a text today, and I got to share that with you with everybody. Here's the text, and if you're listening to this, you'll know who obviously who you are who said this. And this is an indicator of how sometimes you just have to break things out. And I'm going to put it like, okay, here it is. Because I talk a lot about setting money traps, right? Buy buttons, all these different things. And this is what she said: the traps are set, starting to snap. 2 traps produce revenue this week. And there's some stuff that we have been talking about. I says, follow up, do this, do that, right down to the bone. Just heard another snap for next week. Your strategy really does work. Thank you.
Yep.
Now that's a
And I think
receipt for
that
y'all.
point that you're making, I think the key thing, if you all take anything away from this discussion, know this. All right. When we were talking about the difference between hunting and farming, is that it has different indicators.
Different
And
indicators.
the indicators that would be in hunting, which say, yep, I'm still tracking the same thing. Yep, I'm still tracking the same thing. Yep, I'm still tracking the same thing. That's what we've gotten conditioned to. In farming, your indicators, you have to know the whole cycle, right? It's not just about delayed gratification. It's about understanding the entire cycle because Jordan Peterson said this once, and he was saying that, joy is actually not in goal setting. It's in knowing that we're making progress towards our goals. That's when we have moments of joy.
Correct.
And when you begin farming, because the indicators are different, it's imperative that you learn what the indicators of success are for
That's
the
right.
type of fruit or the type of crop that you are farming.
Yep.
Because there are different indicators of success for corn than there are for pumpkins, than there are for potatoes, than
Yes.
there are for squash, than there are for green beans, than there are for yams. No, I'm just playing. But the whole thing about it is we have to understand what the indicators are. And for so long, I didn't know in the business that I was in what the indicators of success were. Because what most people do is they generalize the indicators of success for business. And it really depends on what niche you're in, what transformation you provide,
Yes. Yes.
and what ultimately your definition of success is.
And look, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all 100, y'all, I struggle with it even to this day on certain things. It's usually something new because you're unfamiliar with it,
Hmm.
right? And there's something about the starting. Somebody was saying to me earlier that they have to start over in something. I says, awesome. They're like, what are you talking about? At their age or whatever it is, they said, I got to start over. I said, yes, because there's something about when you're starting something new, you get a uncertainty, yet an exhilaration. So there's something about it. I says, because it's probably the other stuff is old, it's tired, you're bored, whatever it is, right? I said, but when you're starting something new, there's a new kind of love. There's something that happens like when you fall in love again, you met somebody new, and you're like, oh my gosh, let's talk on the phone for 2 hours. That kind of thing. Versus, man, I'm tired of hearing you. Right. So I said, there's something about it changing you because it's new. So,
Hmm.
and that becomes, again, as you look at this thing that you're doing, the metaphors that Rob just laid out are there. We sometimes have to change what we see as a success. Like, for example, when I was starting a new, I don't know, YouTube channel or something like that, and it wasn't popping. I was like, man, I'm getting like 2 views. And then but I said to myself, yeah, but did you show up the next week? Because what I have found that with this new thing, I've been able to now take all of those videos and repurpose them and put them out there. Remember, breaking it apart, put those out there in a different way and
Hmm.
getting success. So I was
Exactly.
like, wait a minute. So I got 5 views on this video, but that video was a training that I then took the training, put it somewhere else, made money.
Yep. And
That part.
so here's the thing. I think there's two nuggets that you just dropped. The first nugget is you have to be willing to do the thing long enough
Yes.
without results. Just the doing of the thing long enough, right? So if you're going to farming, you have to be willing to farm for 6 months, not knowing what your results are.
Yeah.
If you're not willing to do that, then you're probably not ready for farming. The
Right.
second thing that I would say is, in that I pulled away from that is you also have to make sure that you're aware of whether or not you know what the life cycle of the thing that you're farming looks like. Because if you don't, even if you do the 6 months, you won't be able to tell what happened
Yeah.
because you won't know what
Right.
stages hit and what stages didn't. And that's where
Right.
coaching or getting somebody consulting to come in, they can actually tell you. But here's the very important key. It's not general consulting. It is consulting from somebody who has farmed what you farm.
Yeah.
You getting consulting about how to grow corn from somebody that's only grown green beans, they can give you general stuff. They can't let you know what happened and messed up your corn.
Correct. And that becomes the opportunity, everybody, for stuff that we do. And it's so funny that when I looked at, and I've been doing a lot of this, just looking at people's business models, and I can go, okay, I see the holes there, but let's pull that part out because I think that part can make money. And they can't see it because they're in the throes of, you know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? They're in the throes of just doing the thing that people said, work hard, blah, blah, blah. And I says, no, I says, that right there could probably make money, but we got to pull it out and give it a separate doorway, right? And I've been
Mm-hmm.
talking about these digital doorways to dollars. Y'all heard me say this before. Digital doorway. I says, now let's create a new doorway for that. And they were like, oh, but I thought I had to build all this. I says, mm-mm. And I've been using the
Mm-hmm.
analogy of a brick. I says, look, the house is going to take too long. So let's sell bricks. And they were
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, I says, just build one brick. And then we're going to offer it to people and says, hey, do you want a brick like this? And they go, well, yeah. Well, I just built one. I'll build you one. And
Mm-hmm.
then you keep building bricks. What typically
Until you got
happens
enough
is
that you can build a house.
until you can look at, but in the meantime, you've eaten. Rob and I have talked
Mm.
about this too. I says, look, Rob, look, we got the book. Let's break the book apart. Let's make it little things that go out there and start, being little salespeople for you that can get you some bricks that you can eat.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I was telling a guy this the other day. He wants to build the whole book. I says, we're going to sell one chapter at a time, one
Yep.
brick. He's like, one chapter? I says, yeah, you can even do that on Amazon now. I said, the point
Mm-hmm.
is especially with AI and the opportunities that it allows us, one thing could be turned into 10 things that can all be out
Mhm.
there selling because you
Exactly.
did the one thing. That's it.
There you
Good.
go.
Is that
I
making sense,
think that's the
everybody?
mic drop moment right there.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Hey everybody, we hope that you had a good time today. We're gonna make some other things available to you. If you notice, I just started the YouTube or the Facebook page, and I've been putting some things on there. So I'm gonna give you links to that. And then we are breaking apart some of these lessons and pulling out some essential things that we think that you could benefit from immediately, right? So your brick, we're pulling these episodes out and pulling bricks apart so you can say, oh, that's the brick that I needed. Digestible parts, like we talked about in one of our other videos. Digestible parts. Don't try to build the whole thing all the time. Don't try to eat the
Mhm.
whole thing all the time. Just take this little bit, use
Mhm.
that, and if it works for you, come back and says, that worked. What else you got? And we'll give you the rest. All right,
I
everybody.
like it.
We'll talk to you next time.
Till next time, everybody.
So I'm going to show you the number one reason an entrepreneur should never go back to a 9 to 5 job. And get this, Rob kind of disagrees. This business podcast, the Two Business Guys Mastermind, uncovers for you secrets and share tips and tricks to entrepreneurship as they mastermind on how to have startup, operational, and overall business success so that you can go on to get better results. Enjoy. So Rob, what's happening? Why should an entrepreneur not go back to a 9 to 5 job?
But I think, like Randy said, I kind of disagree, and the reason I say I kind of disagree is, and we've talked about this a little bit before, right? Going back to a 9 to 5 job means you left the job because your business was doing well enough, or you left the job because your dreams were so big, right? And now you're going back. And that's where I agree. You shouldn't go back to a 9 to 5 job, but you always have to be aware when you're on this entrepreneurial journey of, is the vehicle that you're in capable of getting you the dream that you want,
Hmm.
right? Are you able to actually get from here to there doing what you're doing? For some of us, right? Yes, we have a business. Yes, that business may be making some money, but it may not be making the type of money that you want it to make. And no matter how much you maximize that business, it may just not be capable of doing it. Right. Randy and I talk a lot of times about, cake and beauty businesses, right? Like businesses that they have a low ceiling. They have low barrier to
Yes,
entry, and
indeed,
you can
sir.
make decent money, right? Like if you remember back when we was in school, there was always that kid that had candy, right? You go to Sam's Club or you go to Costco, you got candy in your backpack, you can sell candy, you can make, you know, $20, $30 a day, but you were generally tapped out. You wasn't going to make a bunch more money a day unless you had other people selling for you, unless you had other people working with you, other things that you were doing. And even then, you couldn't expand even past that unless you went to other schools, right? The vehicle of I'm just going to sell and I'm just going to work harder. You was going to make maybe $100, $150 a day at most. And that's if you're not doing no schoolwork and not paying attention to nothing. You're just selling candy all day.
Yeah.
It's important for us to realize, does the vehicle have the ability to get us there, right? A car can't get me to London no matter how amazing of a car it is.
Is that accurate? A car can't get me there? I mean, I may have to take a ferry.
Exactly.
I may
Which
have
means that
to.
the car
So you're
didn't get me
saying
there.
straight there, the car is going to need some help. So, okay, here's why I see it.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many different things that happen once you become an entrepreneur. There is a level of BS detector that comes across that you develop as an entrepreneur because you had to go out there and eat from which the thing you unlived, the thing you right, I can't say that too loud, but because you had to go out there and do a thing and then eat from that.
mm-hmm.
Now,
Mm-hmm.
that is one of the things. Now I'm going to show you the number one reason here coming up. But hey, look what we're talking about. If you like some of this stuff, we're going to ask that you subscribe to the channel and put some comments if you believe what we're talking about, or if you totally 100% disagree. Throw those in the comments
Mhm.
and hit your notification too, your bell notification, so you know when we're dropping this next video. But here's the thing. You become a different person, right? You develop a different skill set that most 9 to 5 jobs do not possess. Now, Rob has an addendum to that. As the lawyer he has practiced, there's an
Right.
addendum.
Caveats.
Yeah, a
Right.
caveat. Do you consider a 1099 position, 1099, y'all, as a non-job? Now, 1099 says that, you know, you don't really work for the company. You work for yourself. You're 1099. You're not
Right.
W-2. But have we seen situations where it's like, this is like a job?
I think that it definitely depends on the 1099. But if you think about it, right, as an entrepreneur, every client that you have 1099s you, right?
Yes.
If they pay you more than $600 a year, they
Right.
1099 you. So the question is really, what is the contract that you're taking on? Right? Because you're a business unto yourself, or your business is a business unto itself. The question always is, what's the contract that you're taking on? And this goes back to that vehicle question. Is the vehicle that you have sufficient to get you where you need to go? Right. Like, I've seen a lot of entrepreneurs who are in different fields, and they're doing things where, for example, I remember I had a friend who he was working on a contract with a client, but the client needed him to do more days on
Mhm.
that contract. Now he's facilitating one company, but they're needing more and more and more of his time. But more and more and more of his time doesn't allow him to go and expand his business and get more clients. Now it pays him really decent money, right? He was making over 6 figures with this one client, doing a couple of days a week. But the question becomes, if I do more days with this one client, what happens to my business?
Mhm.
And does it pay me enough to transfer those funds to somebody else to do the work that I'm not doing because I'm over there? Those are the types of things, right? That I remember, even for me, when I started my nonprofit, and this was the epiphany that I had. I remember I started my nonprofit, and the whole way I started, I was like, I am running a business. I don't have time to run a nonprofit. So the only way this is going to get off the ground is if we build a team to run it who does all of the work. And I'm kind of the visionary. I come in and we talk and make sure everybody understands what we're trying to get done. They go do. I come back, and that's how it works. Now, we've been able to, with that work, do a whole bunch of stuff. We've helped over 50 people get different services. We've got grants. We've got all types of things. I might spend 10 hours a month working on my nonprofit, but my not the team is doing amazing work. That happened because I realized that I needed people to be able to do this work. I couldn't be the person doing it. But a lot of people are the person doing that work in their business, right? That's where we get back to. You only got so many hours in a day.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm like, I want to stand on a milk crate, basically, and shout from the rafters that you shouldn't even approach the 95, simply because now and then, when the entrepreneur, having experienced it personally, now I'm not just talking out of my shoe, having experience going back into a work environment after having been 9 to 5, or entrepreneurial, and the
Mm-hmm.
transition and the anxiety and the feelings that come over you, and then the meetings that you have to sit there and you're going, we are not eating in this meeting. It just became so off-putting to me
Mm-hmm.
and soul sucking. And it
Mm-hmm.
became so much that you wanted to do. I remember once in a one-on-one meeting with my supervisor. Now I got a supervisor and the whole thing back, right? And they said to
Mm-hmm.
me, she said this to me. She says, look, you're always consulting, and stop that. And I'm going, well, I'm a consultant. This is kind of what I do. But guess what? Not anymore, because you work for us. kind of a thing, right? And I remember
Hmm.
this, and I think I mentioned this in one of our other videos once, that I just about got fired up out of that place like 30 days, and it was like, you're out of here, which would have probably, been doing me a favor. But here's the part that happens, y'all, and I'm not going to reveal the number one reason why you shouldn't, but this is a part of a part of it. I needed that job, right?
That's
There
it.
was something in, and there was this other part of me, the safety part of me,
Yeah.
that said,
Yeah.
I need the security of whatever, seeing this
So
check on Fridays.
so speak on that, because I think that's something that so often I've seen a whole bunch of the different videos. You just got to grind. You just got to believe. You just got to. Here's the reality: cash flow is a real consideration,
Yes.
especially if you're not 25 and single.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
25 and single, you can couch hop it, you can sleep in your car, you can do whatever you need to do for a couple months. You can grind a lot different than if you have a house, a mortgage, kids,
Yeah.
wife, all the
That part.
things, right? Or husband, or responsibilities, parents to take care of, siblings, cousins, whatever. So talk a little bit about, right? I get the feeling of we can't go back to the 9 to 5, but what if the 9 to 5 is the cash flow that you need? What then?
It's like one of those moments where it's like, okay, what then? Then there's information that's telling you that the business that you've chose is not going to work. It's not working,
Mm-hmm.
whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
because it
Mm-hmm.
can't feed you to a particular level. And or um like the profit first guy says is that you haven't structured it properly,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's where that begins to start destabilizing and crumbling the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
It's that desire, those things informing you, that's
Mm-hmm.
then starts to begin to, destabilize and crumble the foundation of freedom, of doing things the way I want to, of, rising when I want to, working as late as I want to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And when you go back from having been entrepreneur, when you go back to the 95, having been entrepreneurial, you're carrying all that, right? And it's bringing up just a stank. You're looking over there at the bosses like, you guys, you all are trapping me again. And you start developing some unusual feelings around that. You're like,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
But there's a reality. So now you have to face the fact that
Mm-hmm.
you basically didn't make it, couldn't make it, chose the wrong wall, now you've heard these, put your leg up against
And
the
see,
wrong wall, and you
that's
got to
the thing.
face that.
That's why I want to push back though, because I think that's the here's something that happened to me. And I remember when I was first starting my full-time entrepreneurial journey, I remember all those feelings, especially the first couple months and everything. This is maybe year two
Mhm.
into this journey. And I had gone through not making money and being nearly bankrupt and all types of different things going on. And I remember I had all that weight on my shoulders. And until I had a coach that was an entrepreneur, had done it, had done 7 figures, had done all the rest of that, and reminded me, hey, wait a minute, calm down. Your story isn't unusual. As a matter of fact, 80% of millionaires have been bankrupt or nearly bankrupt at some point in time in their life.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think so often entrepreneurs, we get into this because right, you go from the working world. Who do we think millionaires are? We think millionaires are the golden children. They're the silver spoon children, or they're the dynamic, touched by God, have worked and done everything right and moved and gritted and hustled and grinded
Mhm.
to this space, and they've never made any mistakes. That's the narrative. That's
Mhm.
the story until
They
you
want to see
actually read
success.
their stories. And when you read their stories, you hear about things like Damon John, who went and tried to do his first deal and actually messed it all up. So then he had to get a rideshare company, and he was doing a rideshare company. And that's how he started making money. And then he got back into fashion, and then FUBU happened. Right. But you hear all of these different types of stories. You hear Russell Simmons, who borrowed some money from the wrong people and done a whole bunch of different things, and then wound up finding Run DMC and rap and right. And this was his brother that he finally got into the game, and the Beastie Boys and all the rest of that, and then creating Def Jam. You hear about all these stories of people failing at business one time, two times, three times, and then figuring it out. And that's who the millionaires are.
Mhm.
It's not the people, right? And even when you listen to the stories like Michael Dell, everybody thinks, oh, he was the college whiz kid, and he had been running businesses since he was in high school,
So you're
and some
saying
of
he
them
had
have been
experience.
successful.
He had reps.
Exactly. He had reps. He had time in, and that's what most people don't hear. I loved Malcolm Gladwell's book Outliers because it pulled the veil back on a lot of this stuff. A lot of this stuff that seems like, hand of God. These are just the chosen one people, right? There are some of those, right? Like LeBron James is an anomaly, right? He's weird, right? Michael Jordan, weird, just completely not out of ordinary, all the rest of that. They just had freakish talent, all the rest of those things. But you look at the majority of people in the NBA, or the majority of the people in Major League Baseball, or the majority of people in the National Hockey League, one of the things that they showed was it's amazing. They all have birthdays around the same time. And
Yeah.
those birthdays are in the optimal window when it's time
For
to be born for your
maturity. Yeah.
sports
Yeah.
season,
Yeah.
for maturity, for
Yeah.
puberty to hit, for all the so they're the biggest, strongest, fastest kids in their
That's right.
grade
That's right.
every year,
They're
and so they
bigger
get
for their
more
grade.
training,
Yep.
right? They get more training, they get more opportunities. Now, why do I talk about all that? Because we've got to break this narrative, I think, that many entrepreneurs go through. And this is where I kind of disagree with the going back to the 9 to 5 thing comes in. You can't think that if you need to take care of your family, if you need money, if you need security, if you need any of those things, that's a failure. What you got to
Mm.
recognize, and Maya Angelou says it like this: give yourself grace for what you didn't know when you didn't know it. If that's what you need right now, do what you need until you know better, and then do better.
Okay. All right. And let me take a different approach.
All
Let
right.
me say you get your education fast
Yeah.
from said failures. Now, listen, I can see the dark side to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've experienced the dark side to that, and that is
Mm-hmm.
you chase so many things
Yeah.
until, and this is something that it literally, I find myself coming to realize that many at bats, having seen that, and here's the analogy, y'all, having seen that many pitchers has
Mm-hmm.
informed me. I was
Exactly.
literally listening to somebody and I was able to deduce the business model before they got done with the presentation. And the more, of
Mm-hmm.
course, at that moment you leave. So now on one hand, you've got discernment.
Mm-hmm.
You can quickly see the business model. Very
Mm-hmm.
rarely am I looking at something and I don't get the business model. I'm like, what? How they gonna whatever, right? And it's because I says I'm not gonna go with the safety going from once I disabuse myself of this idea that you need to have a 9 to 5. Now, don't get me wrong, y'all. If you saw the whole bio, then you says, well, yeah, he saved for like 2 years, put enough money in the bank. So I did these things. I reduced my burn
Mm-hmm.
rate to almost zero, blah, blah, blah. Right? These
Mm-hmm.
mitigation moments
Mm-hmm.
so that I could do this. Right.
Yeah.
But that's one approach. But then at the same time, I thought, man, what if I had it haunts me sometimes. If I had just got out of school and went entrepreneurial right away. That I didn't
Mm-hmm.
go and spend 6, 7 years in college, right? I'm literally, I got a friend of mine whose son just got out of school, and she says, "Hey, he's taking this internship, and this internship involves him." And I don't want to get too specific because I don't want to tell her business, but this internship involves him like having to take this big old test. And he's got to
Mm-hmm.
study for the test, and then there's no guarantee he's going to pass the test, but he's got to study for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I says,
Mm-hmm.
remind him, and he went through school for business. I says, remind him of this term, and that is the economic term opportunity cost.
Mm-hmm.
I says, now she doesn't want to tell him, look,
Mm-hmm.
maybe you shouldn't do this, right?
Right.
Because it's going to be a waste of time. And you understand very quickly what the game is of the company. They want another little person, right? He needed the hours to finish school because he's got to do this to get his paper, the internship, right? So I say, imagine this. He's doing something he loves. He's getting the hours he loves. He's getting the reps in. He's got to go over here. He hates all the studying he's got to do because he just got out of school. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm like, man, and they're trying to groom him to work for them, period.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, hey, look, tell him I said, because she can't, because, mom, mom, parent, whatever. And I said,
Right.
you tell him I said, don't do it.
And
To
and
get
and see
out and
that
start making his way entrepreneurially. That's all
the
I'm saying.
biggest thing. Here's the thing that I'll say though, and because in principle, in theory, I'm an entrepreneur. You're not. Like I agree with you, obviously, but I think sometimes we look at our past through rose-colored glasses or through regret-colored glasses, not understanding that the fact that you have the ability to regret now is because you learned what you learned doing what you were doing then. And hindsight is always 2020. It's easy for us to armchair quarterback and be like, oh, I should have done this, I should have done that. The problem is
I love that.
when you were looking at it, you couldn't see that.
Correct.
Right. And there's
Correct.
a reason that you can't see it. And oftentimes it's because there's a lesson that you have to learn before you can see that thing.
Yes.
And so I think a
You
lot
got
of
to get
time,
out there and
and
get your lessons.
that's it. And one of the lessons, and I think this is something for you to pay attention to. When I was just listening to your story, one of the lessons that I heard that I don't think you paid attention to, but hopefully y'all in the audience, y'all caught it too. Randy learned that he didn't want to work for nobody no more. He learned that it wasn't worth it. And not only did he learn that it wasn't worth it, it became so crystal clear to him that it wasn't worth it, that he was willing to do whatever was necessary on the back end to not have to do that no more. But that getting willing to do it, that's a transformation. That oftentimes happens because you were like, oh, I thought this was better, but I know it's not now.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And before you went and did that, you couldn't have convinced yourself. You couldn't have nobody else could have told you enough because it ain't like you hadn't read the books. It's not like you hadn't heard the things. You had already been an entrepreneur. I know you. You read books just voraciously. Like I know you had read the books already. I did the same thing. There have been a number of different instances where I've gotten into things. And after I got into them, I was like, oh, confirmed that feeling that was in the back of my head that I wasn't trusting. I now know that it's true, but I couldn't have known that without this experience. Right. And a lot of times I'll beat myself up because I'll be like, well, I should have known. But I had to, again, my Angelou from the grave is still speaking words of wisdom. You got to give yourself grace for what you didn't know when you didn't know it. You can't say I should have known. You didn't know, because if you knew, you'd have did a different thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we
There's
got
something
to
to that.
acknowledge those times when it's like, no, I am actually uncertain. I am actually in a place where I don't know this, where I think this, where I feel this, but I got to try it so that I can learn. And we got to stop beating ourselves up for needing that proof, because the proof is what gives you the conviction. The proof is what allows you to stand steadfast now when everybody else can't see it, but you know it's there.
Yeah, I think there's and here's my pushback on that, right? So there's proof and then there's faith, right? There's
Yeah.
proof. Okay. So y'all think about this. And if y'all watching this and you'll see, we're still friends. We're not getting too heated and this, I'm like, you suck, none of that kind of stuff. We just disagree sometimes.
Right.
And I think about getting the reps in that this is the reason why entrepreneurs should never go back to 9 to 5s, because you're going to interrupt your reps. Okay, here's one of the biggest examples as I started thinking more about this. It's like when Michael Jordan decided to play baseball.
I love this analogy. Yeah,
So
let's go.
Mike decided to play baseball. Now and I'm thinking, bro, no, that's not what you do.
Exactly.
And that's not, so he attempted to a thing,
Yes.
wasn't great at it, went back to the other thing.
Yeah.
Now I'm leading to why entrepreneurs should not go back to 9 to 5s.
So I'm gonna let you go ahead and hit the why, because I'm
I'm
gonna
not
go
going
and
to
take
reveal
that.
it yet, but this
Okay,
is
so
getting
we're gonna
to it.
take that very analogy. I love the fact that you picked that analogy because it's perfect. Because I was one of those people who was like, I can't even go to baseball. I'm from Chicago. Like
Baseball?
this is my guy. Right, exactly. Now, here's what I know now as a grown person having gone through those periods of life. When Michael Jordan finished the 1993 season,
Mm-hmm.
when his father died and he had accomplished everything he wanted to accomplish. He had been a 2-time Olympic champion. He had been a 3-time NBA champion. He had been scoring champ. He had been defensive player of the year, MVP. He had won every award and done everything in basketball. He was soundly regarded as the greatest basketball player to have ever lived in 1994 when he decided to retire. He literally had nothing more to prove with basketball. He was done. It didn't challenge him. He had no passion for it. It was gone. And he was going through a grieving period with his father. At that moment, him continuing with basketball, he would not have actually been himself. He would not have actually been Michael Jordan. He would not have been giving it his all. He wouldn't have been doing it. He knew that. And he's like, I ain't about to be out there looking like boo boo the fool. That's not what's going to happen. So he went away to figure out who he was now that his dad was gone. It was information that he did not have in that moment. That's why he retired. Now, here's the key thing. Yes, he went and played baseball. And yes, he was not great at baseball. He was a phenomenal athlete, not a great baseball player, right? But he was a decent baseball player. Like, he was better than me. So, but he went and played baseball. But here's what that year and a half of playing baseball taught him. It taught him what he loved about team sports and what he loved about sports and who he was without his father. And it taught him that at a level where he didn't have to perform at Michael Jordan level. It helped him remember that at a level where he could just be instead of having to be the best. Yes. And now here's the kicker. What it allowed him to do was to come back and be Michael Jordan again and three-peat again. To be the only team in NBA history to three-peat, have a break and three-peat, right? Now, of course, Boston did 8 in a row, so there's that. But, right, they're the only team that three-peated and three-peated, right? Here's the thing, and he's soundly regarded as one of the greatest basketball, if not the greatest. He's my greatest. Some people like to talk about LeBron. I like LeBron. He's always going to be number 2 to me. That's just me, right? Yeah, but nonetheless, right. But he cemented his legacy. But more importantly, for him, he knew that coming back to basketball was the thing, and he went to be great. And not only was he great, they had the greatest team, arguably one of the greatest teams in NBA history, the greatest record in NBA history. They went 72-10 in the regular season, and they darn near swept the playoffs.
Yeah. This could easily be, and this, what made me think about that is that there's parallels within what he did as, I don't have to worry about the pressure anymore. Let's go ahead and transpose that on top of, well, going to get a job. I don't have to worry about whether the paycheck's coming. Okay. Right.
While I'm figuring out this uncertainty.
Some other stuff
I think
out,
that
right?
so much what happens is people push past the uncertainty that we experience as entrepreneurs. Yes, there needs to be faith, but sometimes even in the midst of that faith, there's a ton of uncertainty because everything we're doing is built off of faith. Like, entrepreneurs are literally creating something that does not exist.
Correct.
And we've got to give ourselves grace that sometimes it's hard to maintain seeing something that doesn't exist for all of that time while nobody else sees it.
Yeah. And not every, I'm finding, not every entrepreneur can deal with that uncertainty, right? And now let's go ahead and I want to share why, not yet, but here's what it starts leading to, right? Uncertainty, as Nassim Taleb talked about, also makes you anti-fragile. Because you get better, stronger. Now, of course, I mean, if you're a pottery, then you could break to pieces. You know,
that's the whole thing.
Shatter, and then you're out of the game. And I always say that as long as you stay above ground, right, you don't die, you don't become unliving,
You're right.
then you
You're kind of
can
wild.
you can you got a shot.
Yeah.
Literally, you got a shot.
Hmm. Yes.
So Michael Jordan could have made seven if he had maintained the consistency. I don't know, right?
Could
Maybe
have,
he says
or he could have never
I
gotten,
needed the break. I
or he
needed
could
the
have gotten
break.
no more.
Who knows? But
That's the key.
given the fact that he was a superstar and he was on a trajectory. Now, imagine if those other things had not happened. Dad never got killed. Da 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 da,
Mhm.
or never died. Da da da. All these different things, right? So then it may have been like, we got eight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who
It could have been. It
knows?
could have been the next
Because
Boston Dynasty. Yeah.
Kobe got six and he didn't, a
Five.
five, and he didn't take time to sing. So,
He didn't take time off, but he took time in between.
okay. There
Right.
was time in between.
Right.
But
But here's the thing.
he didn't go play no baseball and start a
I agree
pool
with you,
league.
but hear what you just said. Kobe got five and he played 20 years straight. Mike got six and he only played 14 and he had a 2 year gap in between.
Okay. I mean, listen. Again, it's my personal belief that
Yeah, yeah.
entrepreneurs should never go back to the 9 to 5 because the person you are is not going. I'm gonna start now giving you the tips. The
Yeah,
person
yeah.
you have become is not going to fit into that organization.
I agree.
All right, that's the not the number one reason, but that's another reason. The
I agree.
organization is not going to give you it's not going to give you what you need. It's not going to give you flexibility. It's not going to give you time. Blah blah. All these different things.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you're
I
going to
can agree
be
with that.
in a perpetual state of dissatisfaction, and you're going to always, in my opinion, be on the cusp
Mm.
of getting fired because entrepreneurs smell different.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
different. You see
yeah. No,
things
I agree.
differently, and you want to, personal experience. You want to leave meetings because they're not going anywhere, right? You want to consult with everybody because you see the problems, and you go, "Hey, can't we just do this and that? Can't we just, you want to marshal in the resources when you are now a resource,
Yeah.
and you're going, wait a
You
minute,
have to be
this
very
is
much
something's
more
wrong about this.
diminished. You have to be diminished if you're going there. Think here's what I hear you saying. I think I agree with you. In order to go back into a 95, there's a different to go back into a 9 to 5. There's a different sacrifice that you're making.
Yes.
Yeah. And that sacrifice is the sacrifice of your freedom, the sacrifice of your of full expression of
Yes.
yourself as an entrepreneur. And so be very I would say it in this way. I would say beware of the cost of going back to a 95 a 9 to 5.
And we can't
Be,
look, the cost is great. And we were
yeah.
talking off camera about the opportunity costs of
Mm-hmm.
doing one action over and this is why I loved econ so much, is that I used to think econ was about money, but it was about choices. And there's a suggestion within economics that says one choice is a cost. What
Mm-hmm.
is the cost, and can you mitigate the cost and or at least factor them in?
Exactly.
And the cost of an entrepreneur going back to a 9 to 5 job is that again, your soul starts getting sucked out. You become diminished, as Rob talked about, right? And there's a host of other factors, but the number one reason, I want to jump into it. Number one reason, you might like it. You might like getting a paycheck so much. Watch this.
Mm-hmm.
You might like, and I wrote this down. Says what? Well, what's the problem? And I was asking people, why they didn't, why they did it, why they went back to 9 to 5. And it's like, I had to. And I was
Mm-hmm.
like, did you really? It's like,
Mm-hmm.
well, my bills were piling up. I needed to pay my bills. I says, well, do you really? I kind of kept challenging it. But then I came back with the fact that you might just start liking
Yeah.
it. You might
Golden
start
handcuffs.
getting lazy as a result of it. You
Mm-hmm.
might enjoy that paycheck so much that you're willing to trade being having your soul sucked out, right? Having your energy directed, being told what to do, that you
Mm-hmm.
forget. If you were a lion in the zoo, you forget how to hunt. Because guess what? They're feeding you. You forget how to hunt. And get
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
you forget how to hunt. And if you ever, and this is the, you become like Talib said, you become fragile because get this, they take the job away and you forgot how to hunt. Now you can't eat at all.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
can't eat at all. It is
I
because
agree.
you got soft and you got lazy and you got comfortable and you got so used to it. This is the number one reason, in my opinion, why
Yeah,
an entrepreneur should never go back to a 9 to 5 job.
yeah,
Figure it
yeah.
out.
I can
Figure it
definitely
out.
see that. I think that I would, and again, that's why I agree with you, sort of. I think that if we are going to live in the tyranny of the or, if you are either entrepreneurial or you are comfortable in a 9 to 5 job, that is a dangerous choice. I agree with you.
Yes.
I
And
would
that's the position
push
I'm
people,
coming from.
exactly. I would push people to pursue the both and. And here's the veil that I'm hoping that we can tear down in this conversation. So many people believe that the Tyler Perrys of the world, the Richard Bransons of the world, the Tony Robbins of the world, the Dean Graciosis of the world, the Grant Cardones of the world. Think about all the people that you think are rich. So many people believe that those people are just grinding and hustling all day. It's a fallacy. The reality is what those people do is they grind and they hustle and they secure the bag, as the young people say, right? And in doing so, they then set themselves up to have a floor. So now I've got investments that are taking care of my bills. I'm out of the rat race, if you would, which allows me to then spend a year building a business. And then that business starts to make money and it then pays for the money and the time that I put into it. And then it starts adding to the bag, which now I get to live a different standard of living a year later. And then I go and spend another year building another business. And then I do 2 and 3 and 4. And now Tony Robbins runs over 100 businesses. Richard Branson runs over 400 businesses. And those businesses are just constantly securing the bag and putting more into the coffers because his standard of living can't surpass what the businesses that he owns or that they own are doing. When you're at the beginning stage, which is where we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
The
Yeah. I
small
love the
business,
Richard
small to
Brandon
medium business,
Branson approach.
right?
Yes.
When we're looking at
I don't
small
think he's
business,
ever
the
worked
thing
for
that you
anybody. See?
right, and he started learning entrepreneurship with his mother when she was doing stuff, right? And if you go look at his story, one of the things that you'll see is he's always figured out how to secure the next bag. But here's the thing: he started his first business when he was at boarding school. What does him being at boarding school tell you? He had no bills, so he had the ability to take the time and build this business. And then by the time he got out of school, that business was making him enough money that he didn't have to have a job to take care of his bills. And then so he started another business. And that's how they started Virgin. And then they started Virgin Records. I
Yes.
mean, Virgin,
Yes.
the airport. And they had a magazine. They had all of those businesses got started as they had secured the bag for something else. And so because he
Yes.
had this business over here, he went and got investors to invest in this business. So again, he secured the bag for that business, didn't have to come out of his pocket. This one's paying his bills. This one has investor money. If it works, great. If it doesn't, the investors lose their money. I'm good. I've lost time, but I haven't lost money. The thing I want everybody on there to hear is again, it's both and. Remember that the fallacy that we're chasing is this idea of one business securing all of your needs and taking care of everything you want. If you look at Robert Kiyosaki and Cash Flow Quadrant, if you listen to the biographies of any of the great people that we've just talked about, what you will hear is if you're going to be an entrepreneur, you're not going to have one business.
That and I'm truly believing that. And I think that is that momentum is hence the reason why I'm telling this friend of mine's son, don't go do that. Don't spend the time because it's a cost to you going out there and figuring stuff out, especially given what we have available from a variety of the business models. I don't care if it's drop shipping, if it's Amazon selling, there's a business model out there for you that you can literally figure out, and or you can look at the business model. Now, I have this ability, and Rob has this ability to be able to look at a business model and go, oh, okay, here's what I'm going to do, but I've got some other ideas that I can add to that could even make it, supercharge. It's like getting a car and then you go, well, I got a guy that knows how to go past the governor and make it faster and do all make it make noise and all this kind of stuff, right?
Mhm.
So you got drop shipping, then you got maybe drop servicing. And you go, business model is I go somewhere, they've got the product, I bring it in, they drop it off to me, and then I ship it out without having to do too much stuff. Well, services are like the same thing. So now you're just taking a business model from one industry in one area and saying, well, it's drop servicing. Well, I'm going to go out. I'm the person that secures a service. Somebody drops me, a couple of bucks, and then I go find somebody to do the thing, drop servicing. So you start thinking there's so many business models that if you just take the time to get the reps in, and I use that pitching analogy, you see so many pitchers that you go, oh, they just threw a fastball and you know how to adjust. They threw a knuckleball. I get it. Their fastball is better, but I got it because I've seen it so many times.
Mhm.
Versus,
Mhm.
yeah, I think I'm gonna play softball for a while. It's kind of the same, but not really, right? And then I think if you just stay in a momentous way and not break up that time by going back and trying to, after you've been entrepreneurial, it's a disaster waiting to happen. It's unsatisfaction waiting to happen. And that's the number one reason why you should not, as an entrepreneur, go get a 9 to 5 job, because you just might like it and you just get lazy and then you become, you know, mediocre and
So let
ordinary.
us know
Just
in the
saying.
comments what you think. You agree with Randy? You agree with me? The both and or the zero, total focus model. Which one do you think you need to be? Let us hear in the comments which one, or do you think both of us are wrong? And you think there's another way? We love to hear from you in the comments. Let us know what you
That's
think
it.
about the two business guys mastermind.
All right, y'all. We'll see you in the next video. And that's the point. Because it's written, I tell people this a lot, Rob. I says, you don't necessarily make money from writing a book. You make money from having written a book. This business podcast, the Two Business Guys Mastermind, uncovers for you secrets and share tips and tricks to entrepreneurship as they mastermind on how to have startup, operational, and overall business success so that you can go on to get better results. Enjoy. We're back better than ever, everybody. And, of course, in this podcast, we talk about the ideas, business ideas, how you can improve them, how you can spin them up, how you can try them, how you can test them. And Rob and I were talking about one particular thing he had a question about. He's written several books, and it was making a book as a service, right? And Rob, what was the question that you specifically asked me? I wanted to make sure that we get this so people can get this as well.
Right. We've been talking about this as a service kind of concept, and I
Yeah.
love the fact that so many things can be, done as a service. And I was wondering, like, how do we do a book as a service? Because we've both written lots of books, and I know a lot of times we look at um, how can we make our book something that people feel like is actually valuable, that they actually want to get because it does something for them rather than just it's a good read or it's got information in it. How do we make it provide a service to them?
Yeah. So one of the things that as I look at book as a service, I think about each chapter, and I think about how the chapter in itself becomes a living, breathing opportunity to grow. So let's say, for example, let's now, tell me about one of your book service, one of your book's chapters.
All right. So the latest book that we did was Thriving in Chaos. And so in that I walked so let's talk about the problem chapter. Really try to help people understand what the real nature of the problem is when they're feeling like they're on a hamster wheel all the time. And like they don't have any control of their time, even though they're effective, even though they're busy all the time. They don't feel like they're moving towards their journey or towards their ideals, towards their goals.
Yeah. So a wonderful thing about that is that it becomes workshoppable. And we also know that in different areas of the business, you're coming in and saying, here's the book, here's what we're going
Mm-hmm.
to be working on. And then in one section of the business, we're going to solve it within that section. And
Mm-hmm.
then, when you solve one problem, another one kind of springs up. So
Mm-hmm.
then the service, if you will, is the continuation of working on problems as they come up so that you're staying ahead of it. And it has a degree of continuity to it. Then
Mm-hmm.
you're looking at it and saying, okay, what other area of the business could this chapter and what we talk about, what we do, you literally break it down into parts and we
I got
productize the parts. I
you.
mean,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes there could be a powerful sentence, and I've read your books, and I'm like, that's a powerful sentence that you literally take that and says, okay, here's how I'm going to package that. I'm going to put it on a landing page, and then I'm going to send this out and saying, if this is you, I can help you. Here's what our company does. And here's how we can help you with this section of the business. Now, of course, you do some pre-work to find out if this is a complaining thing that the bosses and workers and all that kind of stuff are complaining about. And then within that sentence, in that chapter or that paragraph within the chapter, you're then going and saying, we're just going to work on this. So it gets to the focus piece. But then once
Mm-hmm.
you solve that, something else might spring up. You go, oh, we're prepared. Literally
Mm-hmm.
staying in one chapter and
Yeah.
making a nice living for your company.
Yeah, no, I like that. I was watching this video the other day. This might kind of line up with what you're talking about here. It was a guy talking about paid newsletters and the difference between kind of paid newsletters and free newsletters. And one of the things that he talked about with a paid newsletter is you got to pick a topic that you would feel comfortable writing on forever,
Forever. Yeah,
because
love that.
paid newsletter is basically a book that never ends. It's kind of like if you ever read a book and you didn't want it to end because you were so engrossed in the characters, like a lot of people with J.K. Rowling and the Harry Potter
Yep,
series, like
yep.
one of the things that she struggled with was ending it because everybody just wanted to kind of live life with Harry and all the rest of them. And a newsletter kind of gives you that opportunity to constantly just be doing two things.
Yes,
Number one, it never has to end. And number two, you get to write it with the audience, right? Because
yes.
they get to comment and they get to ask questions and they get to do stuff. And then your next chapter, your next newsletter, your next whatever addresses what they've just been talking about. And I thought that was a
Mhm,
kind of interesting thing. And
mhm.
it's kind of same concept where you can monetize and you can productize different sections or different
Best
things
part.
that people are going through.
That part. So let's take this into another. So I want everybody that's listening in on this, hearing it the way you're hearing it, where you're hearing it, and understand that as we talk about a book, we could talk about a PDF that you've written. We could talk about a piece of writing that you're doing now and or you've done already. We bring it back in, we create the newsletter so that you can dive into that particular subject matter. It could be a wide area or it could be very, very narrow niche. Doesn't matter. So then you're basically saying, here's the piece of material that I have. And now that we have AI, we can expand on sentences, we can expand on themes, thoughts, all these different opportunities. Then your newsletter is in essence stuff that you've already written about, passionate about, and then you just expand on it. That being using that and leveraging that as the ability to grow your or the mechanism to grow your audience that also cares about that. And then once you
Mm-hmm.
got your audience, then this is something that Greg Eisenberg talks about. Once you got your audience, then you switch it into a membership, and then you switch it into, or then you monetize the membership. In this case, you're monetizing what you're putting in the newsletter, already written, already
Mm-hmm.
inspired by you, already probably gotten some traction if you've gotten any sales or people say, oh, I love that writing. Now it's validated to a degree, and you just take it to whatever level you want to determine. And if, let's say, for example, you get done and nobody's like digging this thing, it still becomes a digital piece of real estate that sits out there for you so that if that idea comes back around, and we've seen it happened with songs on TikTok and blah blah blah. These people haven't made money in like 100 years, right? And then all of a sudden somebody does it in the TikTok, and next thing you know, right, everybody's getting a check. That part,
Mhm.
and is it worthy of your time? Absolutely, because now you're pursuing your ideas, you're getting them out of your
Yeah.
head, your mind, your soul, all that kind of stuff. You have honored it by not keeping it in the drawer, right? And then
Mhm.
you just put it in a manner that people can consume it. At some point, you could run ads to it, you could do PR marketing on it and see if it can get traction. That part, you can turn it into little
Yep.
videos. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
make these books as a service, the productization, like Rob talked about, that's what it's all about. And you just do
Yeah.
that over and over and over again with all of your material. Imagine
Yeah.
that.
No, I agree.
All of your material.
Yeah. Repurposing content and turning it into a service.
Constantly.
It's awesome.
We're listen, I'm gonna tell you, look, I'm looking y'all in the eye right now. And I'm gonna say something harsh, but it's something that I'm inspired by Dr. Benjamin Hardy, who says, you know, 10x is easier than 2x, because when you do the 10x stuff, you have to look at everything else you're doing and go, that's not going to get me there. Right. And he's like me, I can't stand SMART goals either, because they don't raise you to any level. It keeps you right here. So imagine now you got 10 pieces of writing. Could you have 10 newsletters, all with different things? I look in my drawer over here and I go, bro, you got a lot of stuff in there. And that's why I wanted us to turn Two Business Guys Mastermind on business ideas,
Yeah.
on operation ideas, on innovation ideas.
Yeah.
So really, you listen to us and you go, oh my gosh. At one point we were talking about, well, we're going to help your business, da da da. But now we're saying, here's an idea. Take it, expand on it. We'll help you if you want us to. We'll come alongside of you perhaps, but take the ideas and create from them. I mean, today.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. No, I like that. And I think that, you know, something that we've been trying to do the entire time kind of with this podcast is really to demystify a lot of the stuff that's going on in
Yeah.
business, because I know for me, when I came to business, starting businesses, what I thought business was versus what I learned business was were two totally different things. And
Mhm.
one of my goals personally with the people that we're, our audience and our listeners, is to help you realize that it's not as far away or it's not as difficult as it seems. Like, people who run successful businesses aren't so much different than anybody else. The biggest difference is there's a lens that we look at the world through that's a little bit different. And what we're really trying to do is to kind of give you all a little bit of that lens. I think one of the biggest things is realizing, like Randy just said, in anything that we do, there is there's potential value, and your job is to be able to see what the value is to your audience, to your niche, to whatever we're doing. I remember there's a movie that Robert Townsend did back in the 90s called The Five Heartbeats.
Yeah, I remember that
Phenomenal,
movie.
phenomenal movie. If you haven't watched that movie, go watch it. It'll be a treat. You'll love it. All right. If you loved 60s doo-wop, Motown type
Yeah,
music, it's a
yeah,
perfect movie for you. Right. And so there's this one scene in the movie where there's two brothers it's about a singing group and called the Five Heartbeats. There's two brothers in the group. And so they got all types of issues from growing up and all types of other things. And it spills out on stage one time and they start fighting and they're getting to it. They're, rolling around and tearing each other's clothes, all types of craziness. And the manager is standing on the sideline and he's kind of chuckling and he's smiling and he's stopping people from stopping it. He's like, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We got this. They just got to learn. They've got to learn to use everything they do. Right. And it's this really powerful moment in the film because you don't really understand what he means when he says that. But in the next scene, they cut to it and they go through and now they're having a stage fight. So they're arguing, they're yelling, they're all this type of stuff. We ain't gonna do it right. Don't do it at all the rest of this. And then it turns into part of their act. It turns into part and it creates a certain buzz. Now, this was a real fight, right? It was real animosity. It was real, right? Sometimes we as business owners have real mistakes or have real issues or have real things that mess up. I know some of the best trainings that I've given some of the best things, some of the stuff, most of the stuff that I put in my books is, hey, I had this problem and here's how I was fumbling and here's how I overcame it. And so we've got to learn how to just use everything that we do. And I think that's the thing Randy was talking about, repurposing. Many of you all have done a lot of content. You've written articles, or you've created things, or you've built stuff, or you've figured out different ways to do stuff. And I know for me, a lot of times I will think, oh, it's not good enough. It's not important.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear it. No, right. It didn't get a lot of clicks the first time. So it obviously wasn't good enough. And what I have learned over time is that there's some stuff that I was just ahead of the cycle. I was ahead of when people were ready for it. Right. I was teaching people thriving in chaos. I was teaching my course about how to master your time and how to do that type of stuff. That was actually one of the first things that I started teaching people back in 2016. And it didn't really take off. I didn't know how to market it. I didn't know how to talk to people, whatever. I started teaching people about leadership, and I started running into a bunch of leaders that need this information about how to master your time. I write a book the next time. The book has sold a ton of copies. I've put people through my training course, all types of different things, because I understand it more. The people are ready for it more, and I can speak to it better. It doesn't mean that it wasn't powerful back in 2016. It's just, it wasn't the time for it to hit. Like Randy said, there's some songs that are now diamond and platinum and everything because TikTok made them blow up, whereas nobody knew who that person was.
Yeah.
Right. Because somebody did a dance and it caught on. And now this song is, everybody knows it.
And I think it's, again, intersectioning is so big now. I can imagine. Now, listen to this, everybody. I can imagine thriving in chaos. Now, we're in, depending on when you're listening to this, political, blah, blah, blah. Well, there's chaos. There's chaos in a variety of ways. And it doesn't matter who you vote for, but there's chaos. Now, Rob then comes back with the book Thriving in Chaos, but with a hook. Now, and then now he's leaning into political upheaval and this and who you vote for and all that kind of stuff. Chaos every round. Let me show you how to, despite that. So how to, whatever's in the middle. Now he comes out with, this is me saying book as a service. You start section or taking pieces of what is in the book and saying, okay, match it up against, if this person wins, you may have this. They're going to take your guns. They're going to do this. All right. This person, they're going to tighten up the border. So if you're on the other side of the border, you may have to still try to survive and thrive despite what's happening. Now, the book productized in a certain way, presented at a certain time, could then become a best-selling opportunity and or an opportunity for you from the productization of different things in it, matched up against something that is painful for somebody. And that's the point. Because and I tell people this a lot, Rob. I says, you don't necessarily make money from writing a book. You make money from having written a book. And people go, what are you talking about, man? What woo-woo mess are you? And I go, writing is one thing. You go, oh, I'm going to make a whole bunch of money. Even James Clear, with all the money, the sales that he's made, he cultivated for several years a huge list that was almost guaranteeing that if I sell to that list, I'm going to make money. Whereas you're thinking that having written then allows you to take pieces and points and perspectives and whatever else, and now put that out into the marketplace. I was reading about a guy, man, that sold, it was some just obscene amount of books, like 100 million books. And all this guy was doing, Edelman, something Edelman, I think it's it. But anyway, old school dude, he just would change the titles. That was his whole shtick. He would look at a title and go, yeah, that's boring. He would change the title. He would get the rights to it, change the title, sell a gazillion of them. But he would change the title. So what I do now with AI, it says, using this guy's framework, this, and I had it wrote down somewhere, something Edelman's framework of how to get a book in, change the title, match it up against some of the 5 things or whatever people want in life.
Mhm.
Right now, mixing AI with this guy's style, with them saying, take this title and make it in his kind of style, and boom.
Mhm.
Right. So you
Yeah,
look at
AI is
thriving in
doing.
chaos and you go, well, wait a minute. People have an aversion to loss. So if I use loss language
Mhm.
as opposed to gain language, thrive, then
Mhm.
maybe I can says, survive, survive chaos
Mhm. Mhm.
so that you can thrive. But the title comes
Mhm.
differently, and people are going, I want to survive
Mhm.
chaos, right? Remember, that's
Mhm.
one of the Roy Vaden conventions, right? Naming conventions. If you can say, I want to, I need to, and then whatever you put, and somebody goes, yes, that's what I need, you probably have a hit in terms of a title. I need
Mhm.
to
Yeah.
survive chaos. Yes. Do I need to thrive in chaos? People go, I'm good where I'm at. That part, a little bit of a
Mhm.
change, put back out in the same way, how to survive chaos in
Mhm.
an election year, how to survive chaos if your party don't win, how to survive
Mhm.
that part. I'm just saying. So
Yeah, no,
hopefully y'all get this,
I love
take it,
exactly where you're at.
productize it, and let's get it. Put a newsletter together. The newsletter, I'm gonna tell you, this is the part. The newsletter is going, and somebody said this in a way that made me look at newsletter. I do some newsletter for some people now. I've messed around with my own, blah, blah, blah. But every month I do one religiously for an organization. They pay me.
Mhm.
But this guy said something really, really key. And it made me go, I think I need to be doing this like more. He says, I protect, get this, protect my community by creating a newsletter.
Mm.
Eh, Exactly how I felt. Now, the person in you as a protector is going to be more turned on than I create this newsletter so I can eventually sell it, blah, blah, blah. He said, I protected my community because he found that with his YouTube channel, people were getting in there scamming folks. They were saying, hey, so and so wants you to click on this link and go over here, or I want whatever. He says, so this is how I protected my community because I know nobody's going to jump in and circumvent my newsletter because this is me and you.
Yeah, it's one to
And
one.
that
Yeah,
was brilliant. It has made me
it's
say, I'm
powerful.
starting mine by fourth quarter of this year,
Yeah, that's
right?
tight. That's tight.
Protect your, excuse me, protect your community.
Yeah. And I love that. That's even more fuel to the fire because I've just been sitting over here and like I said, I've watched the video on newsletters. I've been really looking at how to be consistent with my newsletter writing and how to put out because I've got a couple of different communities. I want to be able to be more consistent with communicating to my communities because we've been friends long enough. Like
Mhm.
that's one of my weak areas, right? When I show up, I'm present, I'm always there, but like staying in contact, that's not necessarily what I'm great at. And so running a business, trying to develop that, and something that I think if you're like me and you struggle with that, something that I've been doing recently is and Chat GPT is really helpful with a lot of this is going and researching how to do it and then putting that research into Chat GPT and having Chat GPT basically build me a
Yeah.
routine or
Yes.
here are the steps that you need to do. And then one of the cool things is you can then kind of converse with it. What I've been using Chat GPT to help me do is to have arguments with myself,
Yeah. That's
but
huge.
without forgetting all the stuff that I thought about or that I knew from before because I can put it in there and I can be like, refer to this or make sure you pay attention to this. And
Correct.
I can have arguments with myself and I can figure out and do it. And I can do it so much faster because ChatGPT can kind of put it together. And while it's putting it together, I can be thinking about the next thing. I can then review what it's doing and I can do double time because, when I'm doing it in my head, I have to be thinking about two thoughts at the same time.
That's a
Whereas
tip.
I can I can give Chat GPT one thought, make it think about it, and I can think about the other thought, and then I can put them together and see what Chat GPT came up with versus what I'm coming up with.
Right. As a thought partner, I actually did a training, or I went to a training on just that. And then I created, so from this training, the guy, in this training just kind of says, okay, just do this. And I was like, oh, I hadn't thought about it. And he spoke to how he's using it as a thought partner,
Mm-hmm.
but he keeps
Mm-hmm.
feeding it, hey, this is what you told me to do. Here are the results. What would you
Mm-hmm.
suggest now? And then it was
Mm-hmm.
like kicking out some, and I was like, oh, but then he went a step further. So I'm gonna drop a dime on y'all. I'm gonna drop a dime on y'all. I'm gonna drop some dimes on in your pocket so you can pick them up.
Yeah.
So he said, then what he did was he created a custom GPT based on
Mm-hmm.
that framework. So
Yeah.
of course, your boy, using my own framework of learn, create, get paid, I go
Mm-hmm.
immediately and do exactly what he says to do. Created my own custom GPT using a
Nice.
framework that I had heard. I was like, what is the framework here? And they broke it down. And I was like, okay, now create me a framework. So that made it easier when you went and put information in, right? Instead of having to have one long string, what you end up doing is that it's got the framework. So then when you feed it stuff, it knows based on the
What to do.
framework you have
Yep.
already set. And now
Yep.
you can create a gazillion. So of course, I'm like, this is everything. Now, here's what I
Mm-hmm.
want to show y'all. Now you're seeing what's happening. So now you go to anybody's YouTube and go, what's the framework? Oh, get the framework, go create your own custom GPT for you to use and for you to eventually sell. That's the idea. Go make money with that.
Mm-hmm.
But then you start thinking, what's going to eventually happen? So now I'm playing offense and defense. Red team, blue team. I'm a military guy. So I think, okay, eventually people are going to go, wait a minute. Why should I put anything out? And people are just basically going to steal it, create frameworks off of my work, and then blah, blah, blah. So you think in the future a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the now, here's the future. Eventually, people are going to start gating their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's going to be gated because
Mm-hmm.
they're going to figure out these LLMs, large language models, are using my stuff to train their stuff. I need to get paid for this. So now, if you're thinking what's not here yet, but you can see it coming soon, and then if you get any inkling that somebody's already doing it, like Medium, if you notice, you go to read a Medium person, they'll say, hey, if you want to get more of their stuff, become a member to their whatever. Right? It's
Mm-hmm.
frustrating because you really want to read that article. It used to be free. Now Medium is giving you the opportunity to say, would you like to put this behind a bit of a wall? Paywall, whatever wall. Patreon, put it behind a paywall. Invite people
Substack,
into
same thing.
that part. So you
Yep.
can get ahead of the game a little bit if you so
Mm-hmm.
desire, while at the same time utilizing what's available to you right now.
That's it. That's it. And with me, with the one thing that the guy talked about with writing the newsletters, it was you want to get good at figuring out what people want to know about first. So generally, if you're going to do a newsletter, something like that, couple of steps. First step,
Mhm.
get used to doing it for free first so that you can know that people actually are paying attention to your content, that people are actually looking at it, that you're actually saying things, because that's going to train you in all the kind of the steps that are necessary to be effective and efficient just writing a newsletter consistently. Then once you get good at that and you know that you kind of got your finger on the pulse of your people, now you go to a paid one because you don't have to do kind of product market fit and figuring it all out
Mhm.
while you're trying to do all the things.
Mhm.
And so like I know for me, my kind of what I've committed to for right now is I'm going to do a newsletter, a free newsletter for the next year. I'm gonna try to do a weekly free newsletter, at least one. I'll probably do a number of them. And then over time, sometime during that year, my goal is to then launch a paid newsletter. But I want to
Yeah.
get into the habit of doing that free one and
Yeah.
get really good at it and get those numbers up, because here's the other beauty of doing a free one. A free one still adds to your email list. A free one still adds to
That
your,
part. Yes.
so you might not monetize it directly right then, but it's still you have an opportunity to monetize it.
Build the
And
community.
as Randy says, you get paid to get paid.
Build the community. So let's take that even now again. Business ideas, y'all. This is what we're dropping into your lap right now. So build the community. This is something that I gleaned from Greg Eisenberg. And he has a startup ideas podcast. So anyway,
Mhm.
he talks about this a lot. He says build the community, or build the audience, then the community, and then monetize the community. So audience,
Mhm.
people are paying attention to your thing. Then you invite them to a membership opportunity. Hey, this is, and then that's the, if in essence productizing the fact that people says, yeah, I want some exclusivity, right? And that, because that becomes a thing. I want to just hear your stuff and I don't want everybody else to hear it. So that becomes a an opportunity to ask for me to close this off, to paywall this. This is what it's going to cost you, right? And then I literally the other day was out fishing and had the, my headset on, and I was listening to Greg talk about this, and I says, and then he says, eventually, what you look at it as is access. The community is access that
Mhm.
people get in to be a part of. It's kind of like what
Yes.
Sam does over at Hampton, you know. And
Mhm.
here's one
Mhm.
thing, and I was looking for your email. That's why I was looking down, y'all. I was looking for
Mhm.
Rob's legacy builder breakfast. Guess what my newsletter would be about? Just saying. I kid you not. That's the
Mhm.
repurpose opportunity.
Mhm.
And guess who's already in it? So the little tips and tricks and stuff like that that they talk about then becomes contentable without obviously,
Mhm.
sharing anybody's details, da da da. But you're
Mhm.
also acknowledging people's, presence, existence, and da da da, and the stuff
Mhm.
that they,
Mhm.
that could be a driver because people want to be, their life validated with their give back opportunities. And this is what the breakfast
Mhm.
legacy builders breakfast is about. So my
Mhm.
newsletter is legacy builders breakfast, and the
Mhm.
stuff that we get into. You're going to have gems from it because I've been to a couple of them and there's always gems dropped.
Mhm. Mhm.
So now people are going, right. And then at some point, let's say this thing is, really popular. You've got, I don't know, 500,000 people that are not in Grand Rapids or not in Michigan, not in Kentwood, not in, wherever, but they still want to know what's going on over there, that legacy builders breakfast. Now you have a community of a whole bunch of people. That newsletter therefore becomes sellable because
Mhm.
someone wants access to. That's the point. Y'all seeing it?
Mhm.
Because somebody wants access to this. Like if you notice, HubSpot has been rolling up a lot of newsletters because they figured out, wait a minute, we sell a CRM. They're competing against other ones on, the high levels and schools and all that kind of stuff. And they're saying, but if I pay them X amount of dollars, I get access to their email list, I get access to their stuff, and then I will sponsor their podcast, so I get access to.
Yeah,
It's brilliant.
listeners. Yeah. Yeah. It's client acquisition 101.
The people
Go
that
where
are
the
on the
fish are.
podcast make money. They can justify the time they're spending doing the thing. It becomes
Mhm.
a massive flywheel. So if you break
Mhm.
that concept down and you go, how can I do that without being HubSpot?
Mhm.
Right? I would
Yep.
literally legacy builder breakfast newsletter, right?
Mhm.
LBBM, where, and then your job then of course is to intersperse from this. This is what was garnered. It goes
Mhm.
out to the community themselves and they go, oh my gosh, you know what? Rob recognized me
Yep.
today. I got the floor
Yep.
and I drop dimes. And then you take that and have ChatGPT help you with, now let's take some
Mhm.
of the lessons, distill them out, and you sell. Oh gosh, man.
Yep.
If y'all are listening right now and you haven't already says, I got to make sure I'm listening to these dudes all the time, right? Listening to these dudes all the time by saying, I'm subscribing and I'm
Mhm.
sharing.
Yep.
And I don't know what to say about it. You've made it this
I love
far,
it.
then you know exactly what this is about. Let's get that
Yeah.
money from what you already have done. Okay.
Mhm.
That's an idea.
All right.
Rob, what idea do you have?
Now
We want
I'm gonna throw one back at you because I wrote down the Legacy Builders newsletter. You were right in my pocket because we're starting the Legacy Builders Academy, and the Legacy Builders Mastermind is getting ready to launch. And so one of the things that we're going to do, and I love the idea of having one of the newsletters in there to be about the Builders Breakfast. So that idea is definitely getting implemented. So here's the thing I wanted to talk to you about, and I haven't seen it yet. So I'm assuming that it doesn't exist, but I know you got your make money online stuff, right? Make every
Everything
dime online,
exists,
all this
brother.
stuff, right? And so what I want you to think about is this: a lot of the stories that you and I talk about kind of off camera that don't make the cutting room floor, as they say. I think that if you were putting together those stories of all the people that you're helping, basically testimonial stories, but right, names are changed to protect the innocent, right? But if you were putting out that as a newsletter, your make money online newsletter, where it's literally just the funny thing about it, I know this. Y'all don't know it as much because y'all don't talk to Randy as much as I do. But I know that every week he's basically helping people to figure out how to make money online or figuring out how to monetize their life. He literally story after story after story after story. Hey, I told him to do this and it worked. Hey, I told him to do this and it worked. Here's my pushback or push to you. If you went every week and just did a download of here's what I did this week, here's who I helped make money this week, and then you wrote an article about the or a newsletter about the problem, the solution, and how it worked. Literally, you're keeping a journal, but you're keeping people interested, and now they're seeing different ways that they can do that.
Yes.
Same thing with the Builders Breakfast, and you can highlight businesses if they want to be highlighted. So if they want to be kind of in front, then you can do a
Give them
testimonial.
the
Say this is
feature.
their business, this is what they do. Give them a feature. If they don't want to, you just tell the story, and it's not, and you change the name so that nobody knows who the business is. But either way, I think that right, you bring people to that space because one of the things that I've always admired, like one of the reasons why we became friends, is because you are so committed to helping specifically beginning entrepreneurs, but entrepreneurs at every level of the spectrum, but specifically beginning entrepreneurs to really understand how to get their feet wet in this thing.
Yes.
And I think that, creating
I
that community where people
I
know that
accept
they
that
can,
challenge.
there we go.
I accept that I in front of all 15 people that might be listening.
Mm-hmm.
I accept that challenge. I kid you not.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
already in the works. Literally, it's already in the works.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to break something down for you. Myla, 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 Millie,
Mm-hmm.
or Miley. I'm saying Myla, Miley. And then
Mm-hmm.
I had another one. It was like, here's Mama, here's Myla is Mama.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
Millie was child, so monetize your life ideas. So that's
Mm-hmm.
and then Miles,
Mm-hmm.
Miles. So it was Miles, Mila, and Miley. So these are all
Mm-hmm.
acronyms for
Mm-hmm.
Monetize Your Life Academy, where I
Mm-hmm.
teach you these monetize your life strategies. Monetize your life ideas, where I'm dropping within the academy all the ideas, blah 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 blah. And then Miles, utilizing the monetize your life system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's all now monetize your life news. That's a new kid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how
I
to spell
like
his let's see,
it.
what's his name? Milne? Yeah, we messed his name up. You know, so Mylne Milne. Okay, all right. Yeah, it's Millie's Smiley's little brother. Leave him alone. All right, he's got a messed up name. But anyways,
Mm-hmm.
that's the concept and that's the idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I accept the challenge. I'm literally gonna be fourth quarter. Rob, I got to share this with the audience. We got 10 minutes before we kind of jump off.
Mm-hmm.
I thought about something. I noticed that if you notice recently, Kendrick Lamar dropping singles, Drake dropping singles, Beyonce drop whole albums. So I wrote about this. I said, and I wrote, just kind of see the reaction. I says, hey, as a consultant, as coaches, as entrepreneurs, couldn't we also drop albums? Couldn't we
Mhm.
also drop mixtapes? You see, y'all, if you're hearing this and you can't
Mhm.
see me, I'm doing air quotes. Couldn't we also drop singles? So
Mhm.
I decided to take that approach. So I'm coming up with an album of courses I'm going to be
Mhm.
dropping. So it might be 9 courses,
Mhm.
15 courses album.
Mhm.
Why should I have to drop just one? But if I, in the mix of all of that, want to drop another um,
Single.
single, single could be a webinar, single could be a course, single could be just, and it
Mhm.
just, my mind just opened up when I says, look at it like that framework wise. And then don't
Mhm.
worry about the fact that, oh my gosh, I'm getting ready to put 9 courses on the marketplace. No, you're getting ready to do an album of.
Mhm.
And with
Yeah.
albums, we take the songs we like.
Yeah. Exactly. But you buy the whole album. Now I love it. And one of the things that's funny, I've been thinking is this is why we mastermind because we on the same wavelength a lot of times. I've been thinking about it from not the creative music perspective, but the creative comedy perspective. If you know like what comedians do before they put a special out, they go and they workshop material.
Yes.
And so
Oh,
they
that's good.
go to different clubs and they tell jokes and they test the joke and they tweak it and they do this and they do it. And then eventually it winds up in a special. And
Right.
I, I'm working on, we've been talking about our courageous communication curriculum, and the talk has always done well. I've done it, for a number of years now, and every time I walk away from the talk, people are like, "Oh my God, it's amazing! I want to get more." And before there wasn't really more that we had other than just kind of direct coaching.
Mhm.
And so I started kind of building some stuff and we built a professional development program, but I'm workshopping some of the stuff because I want to make sure that it's got
Yeah.
just enough and not too much. Right.
Yeah. I love
And
that.
so one of the things that I've got coming up here shortly, we're about to roll this out in just a little bit, is going to be so the professional development program has 6 modules. And what we're going to do is roll out a webinar series where we're going to be workshopping it. So people are going to be able to get it for free. They'll be able to see it, be involved in it, get it for free because they're part of the workshopping, right? It's like me doing a, open mic, going to the Laugh Factory and just getting on the mic for a little while and test some stuff out. They'll get to see it in its general, almost done form, but they'll get to see it and get the feedback because then we're going to do paid version, and then eventually we have the paid workshop that we actually do with organizations because we're
Yeah.
actually going to be taking people through and giving them transformation in every module, and that's one of the biggest things that I've started to do now. Instead of I used to feel like it had to be ready before I put it out.
Yeah.
Now what I realize is it's 80%, 70%, 80% there.
And you
And
workshopping
I've
it.
got to start getting used to and getting into the habit of workshopping,
I
right?
love that. I love that. Y'all
Before we
hear
drop
that? Everybody out there listening right now, my perfectionists, my recovering perfectionists,
it. Yeah.
which is everybody, but again, perfectionism and that need for it is just a friend of fear. Friend
Mm-hmm.
uses everything it can to supposedly keep you out of danger. And that is the
Mm-hmm.
danger of shame if it don't work, the danger of whatever it is, right? But there
Mm-hmm.
is no dinosaur chasing you. It is
Mm-hmm.
not. So put these things out, change the framework so you can feel better doing it. That's what I have to do sometimes. Change the framework. Oh no, I'm just workshopping this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or I'm testing out material,
Yeah.
right? If nobody comes to my show, right, that tells me a story. Either I had the wrong
Mm-hmm.
venue, the wrong information, or I just didn't let enough people know about it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Whether they come or not, 2 or 3 people come, you still get a chance to work out
Yeah.
your material.
Yeah.
Are y'all
And
hearing
feeling
that?
better about doing it multiple times. Something else that I learned, I've been watching a lot of like, Les Brown, professional speakers, different people,
Yeah.
and a lot of comedians, a lot of actors, a lot of that. Something that amazed me, and I thought about this for a minute, like how many scenes and how many shots and how many takes and how many when we go to the movies or you go and see somebody that's doing a speech, how many times they've practiced that, right? Yeah, I used to do singing and stuff when I was younger, and one of the things that I had lost and forgot was how many times we would practice. Like not just the whole song, like a specific run, a specific part. When I was going to perform, when I was getting on stage to do something, I would go over and over and over again so that I knew, okay, I need to make sure that I breathe like this here. And I had gotten out of the habit of practicing because I had gotten so into just showing up and performing, right? That I had gotten out of the habit of practicing. And so this is me kind of jumping back into the habit of practicing this craft so that I can continue to be at the top of the craft when I'm on stage. And that like even being willing to do that, being and being excited about doing that, that was a kind of mindset shift that I had to go through to get to that point where it's like, oh yeah, I'm actually, if I practice, I'm really, really good. Right. And you just get used to being kind of above average if you don't practice. But if you practice, you can be outstanding.
Man, that's that repetition we talk about. Got to
Mm-hmm.
get in your reps in when you're creating an empire. Right now, I call this digital real estate empire. By doing these different things, these little things, they become reps. I was listening to a podcast with Jason Fried on it, and he's the founder of Basecamp and all these different things, right? And multimillionaire, blah blah blah. And he says, he says we've gotten away from just doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking with Greg Eisenberg. I sent them a probably a too long comment. Right now, I do that strategically because some people see that and they go, "Who's that guy?"
Mm-hmm.
And they look you up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you got a lot of digital doorways that lead you to dollars, okay, all right, y'all get it. Digital doorways that lead you to dollars. Just keep that one. So, but I commented and I says, I accept that challenge of
Mm-hmm.
just creating things, putting them out there and saying, here,
Yep.
yeah, here you go. Now, of course,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have a doorway to some opportunity where they can go. You want more stuff from me,
Mm-hmm.
right? I've learned some things. I've been talking and putting age groups behind stuff because I looked at the trends and videos. It says, hey, if you're 40, you should be on YouTube. If you're 50, you should be
Mm-hmm.
on YouTube. Why? And then
Mm-hmm.
you can speak to that depending on where you're at in age, right? If you're
Mm-hmm.
40, you can say every 40-year-old should have a YouTube channel. Why? Because you've learned some stuff. It's hard to watch a 22-year-old talk about stuff that you're going, wait a minute,
Mm-hmm.
we were doing that in the 90s, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all was born in the 90s. Shut up. That part. So, it becomes, I think this is the age of opportunity. And
Mm-hmm.
now that we have our AI and soon AI, no, right now, AI agents, I've been using some the other day, AI agents
Mm-hmm.
that you could just sit there and converse with.
Mm-hmm.
I had a piece of a writing arrive that was too early. I was like, you can sit in a room and make millions. And I was like,
Mm-hmm.
nobody's going to read that. So I even I saw a video that I made of it from 2017
Wow.
that I says, you in a room making millions. And I showed my little room, the office and stuff like that. I had a day bed in there at the time and all this kind of stuff, right? But it
Mm-hmm.
was a little early. But now
Mm-hmm.
with your
Mm-hmm.
AI agent that you talked about, just being able to sit there and just converse with,
Mm-hmm.
right? I was see another guy, Dominic Ashbury, young guy, talking about the same thing. And he says he just sits there with his agent. We know
Mm-hmm.
Sam Altman just sits there with his agent
Mm-hmm.
or his
Mm-hmm.
AI and talks to it. It talks back. And where have we
Mm-hmm.
seen that before? Iron Man.
Tony Stark.
Come on.
Yep.
This is the time. We'll help you. If you need a little help, I'm not techie and all that kind of stuff. You don't need to be techie. That's for them.
Mm.
You just
Yep.
need to be you,
Yeah.
right? We'll walk you through how to do this stuff if you want to work with us in that. And this is not a call for business because we're busy as
Mm-hmm.
is. But if you need the help and want the help, then you
Mm-hmm.
have the right to be able to ask us, could you work with us? Could you work with me? Whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, Rob. I think that might be it, man.
I
I
love
think
it. I love
you've
it.
done well.
Let's
All
go,
right.
brother. Let's go. I got some newsletters to go write.
All right. We'll talk to you on the next one, y'all.
Yeah. I guess the part that I feel like is novel, if you would, is the ability to do the quick change.
Right.
So if you look at it, you think about the bucket truck, right? Just from a process standpoint. You got to drive the truck over. You got to park it appropriately. You got to cordon off. You got to do all the safety stuff that you got to do with a bucket, which takes time. Then you got to lift up. Boom. Now you got to replace banner, put banner, pull back down. Now you got to move. If the next one is a little bit up, you still got to move the truck a little bit. Now you got to move up. You got to
Yeah,
move
that
back.
part.
You got to move the truck a little bit, move up, move back. And so you know this from manufacturing, looking at lean, right? Your transportation and your movement waste.
Right. Right.
That job, because of all of the steps of may turn into a 2 day job when it could be a 3 hour or 4 hour job.
That part. So when we This business podcast, the Two Business Guys Mastermind, uncovers for you secrets and share tips and tricks to entrepreneurship as they mastermind on how to have startup, operational, and overall business success so that you can go on to get better results. Enjoy. So, Rob, I want us to mastermind on how to help this company make more money. So this case study, y'all, is going to be literally about a company that came to me and was kind of asking me a couple of things from a marketing perspective, how they could put out this thing that he's invented into the hands of some ideal folks to go and, do something with his company. Now, I looked at it, Rob. I'm going to pull it up here in a second, but you had a chance to look at it too. And let's give people a little understanding of it. First of all, this company, everybody, is called Easy, EZ with a Z, banners with a Z.com. Now, I don't want to mess it up by saying it's a banner hanging company. No, that's not the case. What it is, though, I look at it, Rob, from the perspective of that, you know how you have those bucket trucks? I look at it as a bucket truck innovating company because they found an innovative way to hang these banners with he has a device fully patented, the whole thing. And now what he wants to do is put it in the hands of people that install stuff. So what I'm helping them think about, Rob, and then we can go a little bit deeper here, is how to find the people that might be interested in A, licensing it, and B, how we can encourage them to take this up, even though they do some other kind of business. Right now, he gave me some ideas. He was saying, well, like a lot of people in Service Master, Service Pro, cleaning services, people like that already do stuff. I looked at this as the perfect boring business. Now, Cody Sanchez talks about, look, buy boring businesses. Nobody wants to do them, but they are making bank. And he's that perfect person, a little bit older, is basically saying, I don't want to go and do this forever.
Yeah.
So what kind of thoughts, when you looked at this company, and we'll show it here in a minute, everybody, when you looked at it, Robert, what kind of things that came to you? Let's mastermind on this.
Yeah. I mean, the business model in and of itself, I think it makes perfect sense, right? So when you got specifically municipalities and everything, when I broke it down, what I looked at was two things. What's the cost that this is replacing? And I'm looking through it. There's a couple of things that I saw. Number one, when you look at, like, for example, where I live, they've got, the banners down the main drag that they change for Christmas and New Year's and all the things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you think about having to change out those banners, you've got to do it. Let's say you've got 20 down that street with 2 on each side. So that's, 40 banners that you got to change out. Let's say you got to change them out 4 times or, 7 times a year, right? For all the major holidays. So you got Thanksgiving, you got Christmas, you got Easter, you got, let's do 12 times a year because there's a month for everything, right? Every time you got to get a bucket truck. So you either have to own one or you have to rent one. And this device that he has, I think, replaces that necessity. Basically, that same crew can, in their golf cart or whatever it is that they're driving around with, they can just go ahead, pop, and knock it out. So that's a dramatic reduction in cost. it seems like a no-brainer. The question that I come to immediately is who's the customer?
Yeah. One of
So
the
what are
things I
your
help them
thoughts on
think
that?
through is I see this as imagine now we've got people that are already in the services business and they kind of get it. Well, they do hard work, they lay carpet, they do this. So putting up banners, okay, no problem. So
Mm-hmm.
I started thinking about, I says, now I don't care who you vote for, but I can imagine if you got a reasonable size tree in your front yard, you can have
Mm-hmm.
banners on there. You can rent that space. Now I'm just saying, you can rent that space and put all kinds of stuff up. Now, of course, there may be some laws against hanging banners in your yard. I don't know, but if people put signs in your yard, I never had to get a permit for that. But now in this case, you're doing advertising for whomever. I just say political because that's what we're in right now. But
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine you can have those things in your yard making money for your household.
Yeah.
So some enterprising teenager could go around knocking on doors and saying, "Hey, this company would like to pay you. You got a pretty good sized tree or whatever in your front yard, or they could probably hang one like they do when they're selling your house. This company
Mm-hmm.
would like to pay you to put an advertisement in your yard. What do you think about this?"
Mm-hmm.
Right, that part, because they never give us
Yeah.
money for that. We got this
Yeah.
raggedy sign in our yard. So now that was one of the things I started thinking about. That would be an encourager for someone to say, and I want to rent this tool that allows me to do it fast, that allows me to do, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So that was just one way. And then I
Yeah.
started
I think. Oh, go ahead.
to your questions like, well, who is my potential customer? Well, of course, municipalities. I can imagine, me living in Grand Rapids. I go to East Grand Rapids, and they always got some kind of banner up. But I started thinking, yeah, and every time they got to have like a truck come through there and do that, that makes no
Mm-hmm.
sense.
Mm-hmm.
This
Right.
right
Because
here
you got
saves
the
so much
gas, you
time.
got the rental, all the rest of that. Yeah.
Yep. Now you start thinking about what stuff could go on the banner. All kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
QR codes, all kinds of things that whatever that city, municipality, or whatever is trying to present will
Mm-hmm.
constantly be making a income stream from people that want to engage folks in their area,
Exactly. Yeah. So
right?
I like it. I like the idea of banners in general as another income stream because a lot of times, right, it's advertising space. It's marketing
That's
space.
it. That's it.
So there's that. But then, the place where I really feel like, and I guess I guess the part that I feel like is novel, if you would, is the ability to do the quick change.
Right.
So if you look at it, you think about the bucket truck, right? Just from a process standpoint, you got to drive the truck over, you got to park it appropriately, you got to cordon off, you got to do all the safety stuff that you got to do with a bucket, which takes time. Then you got to lift up, boom. Now you got to replace banner, put banner, pull back down. Now you got to move. If the next one is a little bit up, you still got to move the truck a little bit. Now you got to move up, you got to
Yeah,
move
that
back.
part.
You got to move the truck a little bit, move up, move back. And so you know this from manufacturing, looking at lean, right? Your transportation and your movement waste.
Right. Right.
That job, because of all of the steps of do, may turn into a 2 day job when it could be a 3 hour or 4 hour job.
That part. So when we think about that in the savings, if I'm him, one of the questions that I ask, I says, now, okay, so let's say somebody comes around and they see the opportunity, and they
Mm-hmm.
say, "I'd like to buy this company."
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "I'm not selling." Okay, but he says, "I will joint venture. I
Mm-hmm.
will partner with," and it had to be obviously the right conversation around that.
Mm-hmm.
Licensing is the big play. So now let's think for a minute. Let's mastermind on who should be licensing this. He said
Mm-hmm.
that when he goes to, if there's some uh, big thing that they do every year. ISA, I think he says, International Sign Association or something like that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Having worked in this space and consulted with people that create signs,
Mm-hmm.
they would probably know. He says, but he says it's almost as if there's like a little cabal. They only mess with the people they know, and they don't mess with banners. And maybe because that's kind of getting in there. And what's that term when you eat up from beside cannibalizes?
Yeah.
So they try to keep the banner. I'm thinking you get somebody that don't know what they don't know.
Yeah.
Right? They don't know these relationships, and they don't know that they're getting ready to, step on somebody's toes or whatever. But they just want to
Mm-hmm.
earn a nice little living doing something that's not using a tool that's licensed, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So I said, joint venture with them. I says, put a call out. These are some of the suggestions. Put a call out to people on Craigslist,
Mm-hmm.
because these are sometimes people that just want to make a living. And there's
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people on it. I says, now that's obviously before, that's if you have an individual that says they want to do it. But Rob, I'm thinking banner companies should be all over this.
Banner companies that do installation, I would say definitely, right? Because you got two kind of different types of print companies. You got the print companies that just do the banner, send it to you, and you're responsible for your installation. And I think of that, that's one of the issues that you run into, because if you're looking at municipalities and all the rest of that, they have installation crews that are in-house. So they just purchase the materials and then they have their crews go and install,
With the
right?
bucket trucks, with
With the bucket
gas,
trucks. Right. Now,
with
here's the key. What, and I think kind of the model goes into is that you sell the banner and you allow them to use your tool so they don't have to go get the bucket truck. What you have to be able to do is you have to price it in such a way that it's a no-brainer, at least the first time, so that they actually get to try it and they get to see it. And you got to, because I've been looking through the website and looking for the case studies and everything. And I think that the one thing, if I was advising this company on what they have here, like they've got this one where they did City of Whitehall, and it says city workers installed the banners and said they loved the easy banners and it was a huge time saver. I would do a case study with the next person that they worked with, where we did like a trial, a test, right? Where they did half of the banners with bucket trucks and half of the banners with easy banners. And,
can you
or,
see this
we
all
did
right?
one project with bucket trucks and one project, or they track their time in some way. But it's kind of like, remember back in the day, we used to have the taste tests, and they would have
Yeah,
people sit
yeah.
down and you taste Pepsi and you taste Coke, and right. You want to be able to demonstrate specifically how long it normally takes them to do this project and how long it took them to do it with easy banners. Because here's the key, that becomes all of the savings that you add up. And now it's not a speculation, it's not an estimation. It's, we were able to save this many man hours, right? Which we can calculate. And we were able to save this much on renting the truck and gas. And right, because there's more than just the rental, the truck rental cost.
Mhm.
And that's the thing that I would look at, because a number of these, they say that they liked them, right? They say that they loved it. It was really awesome, but there's not a um there's not a conversation of this saved us this much money, this was worth this much to us, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's the thing that I would recommend that they put in here, because you want to make it a no-brainer for the person to say, of course we do easy banners instead of this, because of these three key factors of why the buyers want it, right? Dealing, and this we talk about, right? Dealing with the problem, right? Agitating the problem and then presenting a solution that
Yeah.
solves that problem.
Like this cart, look at this place right here. Can you see this all right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if I got an installer, I don't have to move my cars now. I don't have to like
Exactly.
drive on the grass. I
Exactly.
try
You
to
don't
get
got
my
to do any of
bucket
that.
truck up there. Those things, they go too far and all that. I just
Right.
got,
And
I got that. So we
yep, you
got
got less
convenience.
liability, you got less all of that type of stuff.
So to me, again, it seems like an easy sell. No, I think the opportunity that exists is on the marketing side, right? Somebody walking alongside of him saying, okay, let's joint venture I'll do the marketing side. Here's our split, right? I'm gonna license the tool and or you get your licensing fee. And I think he's got it pretty well worked out in his mind as to how he would like to do it. He wants like a percentage of the banner and then licensing fee for using his tool. So I get it from that perspective. Now I think as an opportunity is somebody going in and saying, okay, I'm going to create a marketing company and I'm going to go out and get the people for you.
Yeah, to
And
go get right. I agree. I think the and with most businesses, and this is one of the things that a lot of people it's not talked about a lot, I feel like, in business. The the people who are the best, like oftentimes you have people who have great ideas and you have people who are great at marketing and bringing ideas to market.
yeah,
Normally they're not the same person.
correct.
And so in a lot of instances, right, somebody comes up like, this is a perfect idea, and he's like, hey, this makes this easier. Great. Now the question then becomes, who do you know that needs it and can and is willing to buy it? I love the way Myron Golden talks about it. He always talks about, so many people struggle in business because we go out and we try to sell what we have to people. He's
Yeah,
like, you're doing it backwards. What you want to do is go find people who are already looking for what you have to sell and make it easier for them to find you.
yeah. That part. So that's the concept we've talked about before, hungry market, right?
Exactly.
You had a food truck and it sat right by the bar after people got out, right? And they
You
go,
don't
I'm
have to have the
hungry.
best food in the world. You still gonna make lots of money.
Right, that part. So, okay, food truck people. So listen, here is you all in the comment section. Put what are some of the 5, 10 ways, or one or two ways if you want, that you can see something like easy banners getting people on board with his invention and then going out and doing this work. Rob and I is we've mastermind on it a little bit. And I think about again that old school boring business that can make somebody a good living. And of course, it being licensed to this guy who's like, say, he says, I'm not 28 no more. Right. So I'm kind of like at a stage where I just want to chill, get my licensing fees, knowing that good work is being done out there and call it a day.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Perfect setup for somebody that comes in and says, oh, I can sell this all day long.
Exactly.
So, go sell it all day long. Rob and I, we will literally, and I'm talking to the guy from a marketing perspective because he might need me to help him market stuff. Now he happened to find me I was doing a workshop on AI. And I
Mm-hmm.
turned him on to some AI opportunities because he wanted to do a commercial and all this kind of stuff. I says, hey man, you don't have to do all that stuff anymore, or you don't have to incur the same kind of cost. Let me turn
Right.
you on to some other ways. So I want to show
Mm-hmm.
these other ways. We talked about using Google Notebook. I'll show it here real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Pull it up. This is a lot of fun, Rob. And I don't even know if I've shown you this. Can
Mm-mm.
you see the screen
I'm
yet?
getting to learn with everybody else. Yep.
Okay, so here's Google Notebook. I've actually done 3 videos on this already, and as soon as I put them out, they like went nuts. So I'm gonna use. I'll go ahead and use. I think this is his. Yeah. So what it will do? First things first, you type in either the website or you can put in a prompt or something like that, and then it will determine what exactly are you talking about. This is a cool
Mm-hmm.
part, right? So then it will do multiple things. I go to notebook guide here. It'll do a FAQ page, a study guide based on what it's determining. Table of contents,
Mm-hmm.
timelines, briefing doc. So it
Mm-hmm.
talks about Easy Banners is a revolutionary pole banner system that eliminates the need for bucket trucks. Boom. Problem statement,
Mm-hmm.
right? Making banner installation safer, faster, cheaper, and more environmentally friendly. If I'm
Yep.
him, I'm leading with
Benefit
that,
statements.
period.
Yep. Yep. Benefit statements.
That's right. Right. And
Mhm.
not only that, you got the problem statement in there and the benefit statement wrapped in. So that's going to
Mm-hmm.
be, boom, my headline. So my suggestion to him is create just multiple landing pages speaking to each one of these hypotheses in terms of installers. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have your service pros, you could just talk right to them. Say, service pros, here's a new way to put some income in your pocket. Da, 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 da. So get this,
Right.
though, Rob. This thing
So
also.
so so here's the thing. I like that. I want to check really quickly because here's where in this business model, I don't feel like the installers are the target market. I feel like the installers are the competition. I feel like your target market are your municipalities who already do this and already have a system that is inefficient. And what you're literally saying is same thing, half the price, or same thing, 40% off.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, all these other benefits, right?
Right.
Faster, more environmentally sound,
Yep.
less risk. Da, 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 da. You get those institutional clients because you can put them on a retainer where for every time they need a banner, here's the pricing, here's this, and they already can estimate what they need for the year, and they do it. So that you're not doing one-offs with the installers. Now you can do a
And
licensing thing with the installers, but then they've got to build their whole
that's his approach. I think that's what he's at. Right. You're looking at it from who is
ideal customer.
my ideal customer, and we showed that on site. He basically showed it. Bam, all these people. He's now looking for people that want to do the work. So that's what he's like. Look, it's just me, and I'm not
Mm-hmm.
23, right? And so as what he wants to do is now
Yeah, he needs to partner with
attract
a sales company. Yeah.
people. That part,
Yeah, he
attract
needs to partner with a
people
sales and marketing
that will do
or
this
business
work.
development company. Yeah.
And that's where I says, and of course I can't help myself. I see other income streams because in these income
Mm-hmm.
streams, you might want to attract other ways people can use the tool, use the
Mm-hmm.
technology, and earn a
Mm-hmm.
living if they get pushback from municipalities that say, oh, we got people. Well, then you go
Mm-hmm.
around doing these other things. Main thing is
Mm-hmm.
use the tool, license it from them, and then
Yeah.
what I would do is I would make a relationship with a banner company. And I would say, hey,
Mm-hmm.
banner company, I understand that you just print, but you might want to do more. You might want to
Mm-hmm.
have a side company that integrates, that gives you some vertical
Yeah.
integration.
Vertical integration. Yeah.
So get this, you create your own demand. That
Right.
part.
Because a lot of companies, a lot of sign companies, what they do is they have installers that are basically independent contractors that they use to do the installation.
Right. And they
And
roll up in these bucket trucks.
exactly. And they've got to, but they're paying that price plus the premium on that price for all of that, whereas they can bring it in. And now with this, because they're saving the money, they can hire somebody to do their banners as a 1099 using their tools. And now it's just paying for the time instead of paying for the whole thing.
That part. So, Rob, I want to show you this because I got to jump off in a minute. But look at this.
Mm-hmm.
So, this thing, Notebook LM, will create based on what you input.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, you can put in a link. You can put in. I did it in several ways, bro. I actually use a Google document and had it create a podcast. I even did ours. I took our transcript and put it back in,
Mm-hmm.
and it created a podcast based on the podcast that we do. So listen to this real quick. This is
Mm-hmm.
them looking at Cal's or this guy's company, and then listen to the voices, brother.
Bucket trucks. Can you believe they might be on their way out?
Oh, on their way out. That's a bold statement. What makes you say that?
Well, it seems like Easy Banners is out to completely change how the banner industry works. That industry's been doing
This is amazing.
way forever.
Yeah, it's true. Industries get stuck in their ways. What's Easy Banners' grand plan to shake things up? Those giant parking lots outside big box stores, you know the ones. They say all those light poles are just begging for a cheap.
So this is all AI.
Yeah, those light poles are definitely underutilized.
This is crazy.
I wonder how their system handles different situations. What about banners that need to stretch across a busy street or those super high up installations? New technology?
Well, so I'm skipping ahead, but look at it. It did a 9-minute video, literally based on what it interpreted was on the site.
That's crazy.
Okay. And there's more. So get this. So I go, that's interesting. I do a couple videos on it for my other site. And they like go and they blow up. Right. I got people in the comments I'm talking to back and forth. It was like, what? And like, bro. One guy says, man, why doesn't why don't you have 1 million followers? And this thing is only getting like, 15 comments. I says, I know, right? So anyway, and another thing I says, okay, how could I take this to another level? So I did another video on how I took just the table of contents part. I think it was either a study guide or a briefing doc, one of them. So if I go to briefing doc, it then gives me a document, a detailed briefing, right? Cost effective, So then I took that and plugged it into another AI. This one's called Gamma. See, look at this. It's giving me all of the stuff that it does, but it did that. It determined bucket truck elimination, cost savings. So now I just got to go and then place it. I put it in this site called, oh man, I'm getting ready to blow your mind. Gamma.
Oh yeah, Gamma, the
Gamma app.
Gamma. Yeah. This is awesome. Yeah, go ahead.
No more PowerPoints for me, sir.
Exactly.
PowerPoint, Microsoft, PowerPoint, you're fired. Immediately. Done. So
Yeah.
imagine now what I did was I took the information that I got from Google. I created, and I did a video on this, so I'm gonna release that probably later today. I did a video on the what it did for me. I then took that information, had to tighten up a couple things. I put it on LinkedIn as an article. And it was a beautiful article because it's all my stuff from the words I used. So it's not AI making up stuff. And then I put some links in. As an affiliate marketer, is how you get paid. That goes bananas because people are on there going, "Hey, what's?" And I put the article talking, and I happen to be, "Hey, I was using this AI, and I had my wife's company up here, and this is what it did, and blah blah blah." So now I'm giving her game for her company. So imagine we do that too for other companies. Then, so I got an article out of it. Then I put links in the article, income opportunity. Then I put the video, view opportunity. Right. And then I says, what if I use this to create based on what was already there? So this is what it came up with. Google Notebook, unlocking a wealth of opportunities. Now, remember, in the repurposing space, we just create once and repurpose forever. There is no reason why we need to leave our little offices, our little closets in our homes to do anything anymore. We sit there and we create like this all day long. So look at this. It created images, beautiful little background, because I changed the background to blue so it'll pop out better, and blue's my favorite color. And then it's just basically taking from what I already had done, plugging it in a different way. So now I got another way. I can grab this information here, plug in links.
Hold on, pull that up so we can see it.
Oh, I'm not showing it?
No, not yet.
I'm sorry, y'all. I got excited. So, okay, can you see it now?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I did that. I do that all the time. I'll get going. We can't see anything. So here it is. Here's what I put up. Google Notebook LM, unlocking. I've already done this in another way, just using the same information. It creates this. I can present on that or use that as a lead magnet. Put it out there in a variety of ways. Now, some of the images I did notice don't look great, right? I mean, they have stuff spelled all messed up, like I don't know what HTML maybe? Okay. And then you can go in and change out the picture, no problem. You can adjust it. But now I got another thing that I could present from if I so desire. I got another thing that could be out there earning an opportunity for you to make a good living, because I can put links in here, driving them back to things. I can teach out on it, which I did. Replace stuff, all this, man. FAQs. Oh my gosh, bro. I'm telling you, we should never leave our offices again. And then it gets all the way down to the bottom. It's got some good stuff. I can put some call to actions in there. I get too excited, man.
Yeah.
I just saw my other person coming in for this meeting, but
Right.
that becomes the opportunity, my guy. And if you
Yes.
all are listening right now, look at what we were talking about with easy banners. Comments in this in the comment section. What would you do? How would you? Could you maybe want to call this guy up and says, I'll install stuff for you?
Right.
Right. What's the licensing play? And then you go out there and make a good living for yourself. So that's all I have, Robbie.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love it. That's it. So if you see something that you like, hit us in the comments. And as Randy always says, if you feel like we're full of canal water, let us know that too.
All right, y'all. We will talk to you on the next video. See you, man.
Take it easy.